Chi Shulon never complained about her assignment, nor did she argue. She remained gentle and punctual, attending every club activity. She even diligently prepared a notebook, sitting in the audience and taking notes seriously. Even when some club members mocked her, calling her a flower vase and saying she dressed every day like she was going on a picnic, she neither got angry nor argued back. Of course, she didn't let their gossip change her personality or her style, either. As time passed, people in the club stopped paying attention to her. Lee Mingching included, they all treated her as part of the background. If it weren't for her admirers occasionally showing up at the club just to see her, people might have forgotten she was even there. Chi Shulon's refined beauty might not have been valued in a club that prized ability, but on campus, she was still something of a celebrity. There were always upperclassmen and underclassmen trying to pursue her, often asking debate club members to pass along love letters. Lee Mingching himself had been asked by friends from his department several times, which only made him more annoyed with Chi Shulon. But she had a great attitude toward learning, never missed a club activity, and even helped out with a lot of the club's logistics. No one really had a reason to kick her out. It wasn't until a debate competition that everyone's opinion of her changed. It was a provincial-level competition, and both the university and the club took it very seriously. They selected the club's best members to represent the school. Lee Mingching was one of them. The first few rounds went smoothly. Their opponents were all top debate teams from other universities in the province, and the matches were intense and exhilarating. The team made it all the way to the finals in high spirits. But on the eve of the final, their third debater was suddenly struck with acute gastroenteritis and had to be rushed to the hospital. He was in so much pain he couldn't even finish a sentence, let alone debate. To make matters worse, the backup was also hospitalized after unknowingly eating dumplings filled with fish he was allergic to. His stomach hurt and his lips swelled up like sausages. The team leader was frantic. Luckily, since the competition was being held in their city, there was still time to find another substitute. But picking someone was a problem. The third debater, like the second, was a key position in the debate. Not just anyone could fill in. And the team they'd face in the final was the tournament favorite, with a reputation for being far stronger than their own. The current lineup was already the club's best. Even with this team, beating the opponent would be tough, let alone with a substitute. No one dared to volunteer. If you had the skills, you could save the day. If not, you'd just be asking for a beating. So the club fell silent. No matter how many people the team leader asked, no one agreed. Until Chi Shulon raised her hand. I'd like to try. When someone finally spoke up, everyone felt a wave of relief. But when they turned and saw it was Chi Shulon, sitting in the last row with the observation group, their hearts sank again. What are you doing here, trying to join the fun? Haven't things gotten messy enough? You've never even participated in a real debate, let alone competed. How could you possibly go up against them? What? Are you going to wear your new white dress and charm the opposing team to death? People said all sorts of things. They thought Chi Shulon was just making trouble, and with everyone already on edge, their words were anything but polite. Only Lee Mingching didn't criticize her. He simply offered a solution. Give her a chance. Let's have a debate now. If she wins, she can go up. That's what he said, but he didn't really have high hopes. He just thought that, at a moment like this, it was impressive for such a seemingly fragile girl to have the courage to step forward. Giving her a chance was a sign of respect, and maybe it would encourage the others. If even Chi from the observation group dared to try, why couldn't they? But the result left Lee Mingching utterly stunned. This classmate Chi, whom no one had paid any attention to, actually swept the floor with everyone, eloquent and unstoppable. Yes, she swept the floor with everyone. And she did it all with a gentle smile, unhurried, speaking softly and calmly, yet still dominated the entire room. The teammate Lee Mingching had chosen was left utterly speechless by her arguments, so much so that the others couldn't help but jump in to help, but none of them fared any better. Lee Mingching was dumbfounded. He picked a new topic and decided to take her on himself. He was the strongest debater in the club. If even he couldn't beat her, then Chi Shulon would be the undisputed finalist. Lee Mingching's debating skills were far above the rest. At first, he and Chi Shulon went back and forth, exchanging sharp blows. But soon after, he was left speechless by her relentless logic. Of course, it was mostly because he was so shocked that his mind short-circuited. Who would have thought that this delicate girl, always perfectly made up, would have a debating style so completely at odds with her appearance? Lee Mingching thought she was like a fierce, rampaging little rabbit, small, but impossible to pin down. This was the first time he'd ever suffered such a crushing defeat since joining the debate club. In fact, it was the first real setback in his otherwise smooth-sailing life. That very day, Chi Shulon became an official member of the competition team, to the sound of everyone's applause. There was a junior in the team who basically voiced Lee Mingching's thoughts, staring in disbelief as he blurted out, "Sis, you're so eloquent. Why do you never argue back when people talk about you all the time? Is it because you just look down on them?" Chi Shulon just smiled as always. "No, I just have a good temper." The room fell silent. For the first time, Lee Mingching took a serious look at this remarkable girl. But what really set everyone's hearts racing was the competition the next day. Even the opposing team hadn't expected it. The championship they'd thought was in the bag was snatched away by a dark horse. Chi Shulon's logic was razor-sharp, her reactions lightning fast. She could instantly dismantle the traps set by her opponents and counterattack from multiple angles. Her teamwork with her 3 teammates was flawless, especially with Lee Mingching, who was also a main debater. Their first time working together, and already their chemistry was off the charts. Most impressive of all, her tone was always gentle. It was like a soft, slow, gentle blade. Her words, backed by deep cultural knowledge, were full of memorable lines. In contrast, the opponents, spitting and shouting, just seemed impatient and aggressive. As expected, they won a sweeping victory. The club members cheered and celebrated. Chi Shulon, their star performer, stood quietly to the side, still gentle and unassuming, never pushing herself forward. It was her first official competition, and also the first time Lee Mingching saw her out of her long dresses and in a sharp suit. She looked absolutely heroic. Lee Mingching realized, with a jolt, that this girl had always been outstanding and ambitious at her core. He'd judged her by her looks before. From then on, Chi Shulon naturally became a core member of the debate club. Lee Mingching had been her teammate and her opponent. Every debate between them was not just a clash of words, but a battle and communion of souls. In private, as the 2 main debaters, they inevitably spent a lot of time communicating and working together. Both were exceptional at heart, and over time, they became confidants who could talk about anything. Lee Mingching had always admired strength. Compared to pretty girls, he couldn't take his eyes off brilliant, capable women. Especially since Chi Shulon often challenged and reshaped his worldview. He still remembered many things she'd said. "Who says outstanding girls have to be masculine? Do you have to be tough and act like a man to be considered elite? I just like pretty dresses, like making myself look beautiful, and love all things gentle and lovely. That has nothing to do with whether I'm outstanding or not. Women can shine in any field. If you don't like this school or major, why force yourself to study it? You're responsible for your own life. Even your parents can only advise you, they don't get to command you. Studying is about understanding the world and gaining the ability to shine in the field you choose for yourself, not about meeting anyone else's expectations. If you excel in what you truly love, you're still honoring your family's care and upbringing." A young man in his 20s met a wise beyond her years young woman. Falling for her was inevitable. Chi Shulon was the most dazzling person he'd ever met in his youth, and the first woman to truly move his heart. Lee Mingching was an excellent student, handsome, from a good family, with hardly a flaw to be found. Except, he had no idea how to make a girl happy. He was the classic awkward, straightforward guy. His relationship with Chi Shulon was more like that of brothers. Yes, brothers. He couldn't figure it out himself. How could this gentle girl in her pretty dresses end up being his bro? They were in the same club, became friends, spent a lot of time together, talked about everything from poetry to philosophy, perfectly in sync in every way. Except, there just weren't any sparks of romance. Even Chi Shulon once said, "It's a pity I don't feel any romantic attraction for you. Otherwise, with how well we get along, we'd be soulmates for sure." Lee Mingching couldn't have felt more frustrated. After much thought, he finally confessed his feelings, but for me, it is that kind of love. It was Lee Mingching's first and only confession. It ended in failure. Inside the military armored vehicle, the middle-aged Lee Mingching stared blankly out at the snowy landscape. What had Shulon said back then? Oh, right. She'd said that in the best years of her life, she had so many things she wanted to do, she didn't want to spend them on romance. Back then, the young Lee Mingching hadn't understood, but now he did. It wasn't that she didn't want to fall in love, she just didn't want to fall in love with him. After graduating from university, both of them went on to pursue graduate studies, but at different schools. Inspired by Chi Shulon, Lee Mingching followed his own heart and chose the military academy, joining the army. Chi Shulon stayed at her university, continuing her studies in her chosen field. Military academies weren't as free as regular universities, so Lee Mingching couldn't visit Shulon often. But he held on to the belief that as long as they both grew in their chosen fields, they would meet again at the top. Who could have guessed that when they finally met again, Shulon would be accompanied by that annoying guy named In. The first time Lee Mingching met in Xiangyang, that guy and Shulon weren't together yet. They called each other classmates and friends, and went out to hang out together. Lee Mingching hadn't seen Shulon in a long time and missed the girl he liked dearly. He had a stomach full of things he wanted to say, but hadn't expected her to bring along a pretty boy. Men understand men best. He could tell at a glance that this guy was interested in Shulon. He immediately became wary. Fortunately, at that time, Chi Shulon was still single and didn't seem to have any special feelings for Xiangyang either. The two men were, in a sense, competing on equal footing. Lee Mingching thought, after all, he and Shulon had 4 years of college memories together. There was no way some latecomer, a bookish pretty boy, could just swoop in and beat him, right? Who would have thought that, while he was always smooth sailing in academics and debate, when it came to winning a girl's heart, he really couldn't compare to Xiangyang. He lost the very first round. On the day they first met, the three of them went to a newly opened amusement park. There was an undercurrent between the two men the whole time. That coward Xiangyang was even scared of riding a roller coaster. Lee Mingching patted his chest and accompanied Shulon on the ride, keeping a calm face the whole time, showing off his masculinity and bravery. But he didn't expect Xiangyang, trembling all over, to insist on coming along too. He said he had to keep them company and absolutely didn't want to spoil Shulon's fun. As a result, after they got off the roller coaster, Shulon didn't pay any attention to the manly guy at all. Instead, she fussed over the pale-faced Xiangyang, patting his back and handing him water. Lee Mingching, who had been smugly mocking his rival for being a wimp, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. That guy looked like he was about to faint, but still took the opportunity to flatter her, saying that no matter how scared he was, he would insist on staying by Alan's side, so that if anything happened, he could protect her. Lee Mingching nearly rolled his eyes to the sky. He just felt this guy was both showing off and putting on an act. But Shulon was amused by him. She teased you? Protect anyone, but her eyes were clearly happy. The next few outings were even more infuriating. Lee Mingching's school had military-style management, so he rarely got to go out. This short holiday was a hard-won chance to catch up with the girl he liked. But that clingy Xiangyang found all sorts of excuses to shamelessly tag along with Shulon every day. And he really knew how to make himself noticed. For example, when they played arcade games together, Lee Mingching and Shulon each took a machine, competing head-to-head. Button brought tissues and stood by to wipe Shulon's sweat. He even took advantage of Shulon's excitement after winning to high-five and hug her. Lee Mingching nearly ground his teeth to dust. It was the same at meals. Lee Mingching had carefully chosen the restaurant, reserved the table in advance, and ordered all of Shulon's favorite dishes. but shamelessly tagged along for the free food and drink, and even used the opportunity to show how thoughtful he was. The restaurant had plenty of hot water, but that show-off insisted on pulling a brand-new thermos out of his battered backpack. Shulon, it's that special time of the month, so don't drink cold drinks or alcohol. I made you some red date and ginger tea this morning. It's warming and good for your health. The thermos is new, never used. Don't worry. At the mention of her special time, Shulon blushed and asked in surprise how he knew. Xiangyang replied shyly, I noticed you didn't look too well these past couple days. And most importantly, he pointed to the light yellow mini pouch in Shulon's open bag. You've been carrying this around. That little pouch was specifically for sanitary pads, easy to carry and not embarrassing to take to the restroom in any situation. Shulon looked at Xiangyang a little embarrassed. You're really attentive. Xiangyang scratched his head with a silly grin. I can't help but pay more attention to your needs. Meanwhile, the straight-laced Lee Mingching couldn't get a word in. Fake. Hypocrite. Shameless. All his thoughts boiled down to Shulon. Eat more vegetables. Then he bit his chopsticks and cursed in his heart. Damn it, this kid really knows what he's doing. How did I not notice? What pouch? How did he know it was her period? Yesterday when we played games, Shulon was still full of energy and beat me up. She was on her period then. Another day passed, and Shulon said she wanted to visit the Donghu scenic area. The three of them went boating on Donghu Lake. Just then, a child on another boat fell into the water, and the child's grandfather shouted for help. They were already in the middle of the lake, far from shore, and calling for help would be too late. Lee Mingching immediately jumped into the water to save the child. But somehow, Xiangyang also ended up in the water. After Lee Mingching rescued the child and brought him back to the boat, he saw Shulon, soaking wet, hauling a limp Xiangyang onto their boat. By the time Lee Mingching swam back, Shulon was already giving Xiangyang CPR and mouth-to-mouth. Xiangyang, half-conscious, soon woke up, touched his lips, and pitifully said to Shulon, Sorry, Alan, I caused you trouble. Lee Mingching, panting, looked at the other guy's innocent, almost fake, expression and seriously suspected he'd done it on purpose. If he really did it just to get mouth-to-mouth from Shulon, that would be despicable. After all, and had just said the day before that it was her special time. How could he let her jump into the cold lake? The more Lee Mingching thought about it, the more he felt this guy was exactly that kind of schemer. Like they say, men know men best. That guy seized the opportunity, using the life-and-death situation to create tension and a racing heartbeat, while also using physical contact during first aid to get closer to her. Of course, Lee Mingching only realized all this later. At the time, he just wondered how that sly guy ended up in the water, and why it happened to be when he wasn't there. What a coincidence. As for the truth, there was no way to find out. After all, only Shulon and An were on the boat at the time. At least Shulon believed him. She even felt guilty for making a non-swimmer like Xiangyang go boating with her, causing him to fall in. From then on, she paid even more attention to and took better care of Xiangyang. Lee Mingching, for once, found himself at a complete loss, feeling like everything was spiraling out of control. An entire holiday had passed, and his feelings hadn't made any progress at all. On the contrary, that scheming Xiangyang was clearly getting closer and closer to Shulon. On the last day of the holiday, Lee Mingching had arranged to see a movie with Chi Shulon, a youthful campus romance. Unsurprisingly, that sly pretty boy found another excuse to tag along, and even sat on Shulon's other side. Lee Mingching, always disciplined and restrained, could only watch as Xiangyang, under the pretense of reaching for popcorn, lightly brushed against Shulon's fingertips. Then, as if shocked by electricity, he immediately pulled his hand back, looking all nervous and flustered. TCH. What an act. What was even more infuriating was that Chi Shulon, who was always so poised and gracious, actually blushed and got nervous like a love-struck schoolgirl from the movie. Lee Mingching's internal alarm bells were ringing. But no matter what he did, it felt like it was already too late. All those years with Shulon, and not a single spark of romance had ever ignited between them, yet this dam and Xiangyang managed to kindle one in just a few moves. That guy really knew how to set the mood, and he was a master at winning a girl's heart with little gestures and details. Someone like Lee Mingching, who only knew about training and had been tanned dark by the sun, was just a clueless straight arrow. He could never pull that off. Even the way Xiangyang and Shulon sat together. Both fair-skinned and delicate, looked just like the leads in a youth romance film. Meanwhile, Lee Mingching felt more like the sporty second male lead, forever stuck in the friend zone, always getting the nice guy card. By the end of the movie, Lee Mingching felt worse than if he'd spent a whole day standing at military attention. And just like that, the holiday he'd been looking forward to was over. Reluctantly, he said goodbye to Chi Shulon. Seeing in Xiangyang, that persistent leech, tagging along again, his sense of unease grew even stronger. Who knew what things would be like the next time they met? Sure enough, just as he'd feared, when they met again during winter break, those two were officially dating. And Xiangyang was still the ever-attentive, considerate boyfriend. And Chi Shulon, once the poised and intellectual woman, had turned into a girl glowing with the joy of first love. Lee Mingching had never even been in a relationship, but now he was experiencing heartbreak so intense it felt like his heart was being torn apart. Watching the girl he liked holding hands and looking all lovey-dovey with that pretty boy hurt more than death. He was better than in Xiangyang in every way, except when it came to love, he just couldn't compete. He wallowed in his misery for a long time. Even after the holidays ended, he still hadn't recovered, losing over 10 pounds in the process. When he returned to school, his classmates wondered if he'd picked up some bad habit or fallen seriously ill. When they found out it was because of love, everyone was speechless. Mingcheng, seriously? It's not like you got cheated on. She was never your girlfriend in the first place. Yeah. Besides, they're just dating, not married. Wait until she gets married, then you can cry. Lee Mingching was stunned. That's right. They're just dating, not married. He still had a chance. But he never expected that chance to disappear so quickly. Right after graduation, they got married. At the wedding, Lee Mingching clenched his fists so hard that his palms bled. But he still didn't give up. Getting married didn't mean forever. What kind of real man was that pretty boy anyway? He could wait for Shulon to get divorced. A year later, instead of a divorce, he heard that Shulon had given birth. Apparently, it was a lovely little girl. He didn't dare go see her, but he still didn't give up hope. He didn't have any old-fashioned ideas. He wouldn't mind raising someone else's child. As long as it was Shulon's kid, he'd love her as his own. He'd heard that the first few years after having a child were when couples' relationships were most likely to become unstable. So he kept waiting for Shulon to get divorced. He waited, and before he knew it, their child was about to start kindergarten. When he was on leave from the army and came to visit Shulon in the city, the little girl called out to him in her sweet, childish voice, "Uncle Lee." She was clearly a child raised in a loving home. Watching the three of them together, happy as could be, Lee Mingching finally gave up. Shulon was happy, and her child was happy. His waiting and devotion were all for nothing. If he kept holding on, it would only become a burden and a source of pain for them. So he left for good. From then on, he never saw the girl he loved again, nor did he ever ask about her little family. He threw himself into his career, living alone. Over the years, his parents tried to set him up, and friends and relatives introduced him to women. Even his old commanding officer, who'd promoted him, considered marrying his own daughter to him. But he turned everyone down. He always had Chi Shulon in his heart, and marrying anyone else would just be unfair to them. If he couldn't wholeheartedly cherish his wife, he'd rather not waste someone else's feelings. And so, he spent most of his life alone. It wasn't until disaster struck that he thought of Shulon again. This time, it wasn't about trying to steal her away. He was just worried about whether her family had been affected by the disaster. He was busy fighting the disaster, dealing with conflicts between the military and the government, and then rushing to help build the new official base. He was so busy he barely had time to sleep. All he could do was send a soldier to check on them at Luoan Mountain. That's when he learned that Shulon had already passed away from heart disease. And Xiangyang had even remarried, living with his daughter and second wife. And Xiangyang even asked the soldier to bring back a message, asking if Lee Mingching could spare them some supplies. Lee Mingching was shocked and heartbroken by Shulon's death, but for the sake of the child, he sent a large shipment of supplies to his former rival. He never expected that the next time he'd meet someone from the past, it would be Shulon's daughter. That sweet little girl had already grown up and gotten married to someone he knew, President Guju. It made sense, really. The two young people both lived on the mountain, so it was natural for them to meet and fall in love. Guju was a good person, capable and reliable. With Xiangyang by his side, Shulon could rest easy in heaven. Lee Mingching snapped out of his thoughts and remembered the land the two of them wanted. After thinking it over, he decided that once construction was finished, he'd have the walls around that area built even higher to make their home safer in the future. On the other side, Guju and Xiangyang were driving the Black Knight, heading home. After everything that had happened, Xiangyang couldn't sleep either. She took out a box of strawberries from her space and chatted idly with Guju. So, what's the story with that big boss? I don't remember seeing him in any political news before. Guju kept his eyes on the road. He's military. The northern base is different from the east. The military's in charge up here. Xiangyang made a sound of acknowledgement and popped a strawberry into her mouth. I think he had a crush on my mom. Guju raised an eyebrow and glanced sideways at her. Oh, and Nan clicked her tongue. You know, I look a lot like my mom. She sat up straighter and pointed at herself. Didn't you notice the way Director Lee looked at me was kind of strange? Guju nodded. It was. Lee Mingching had lost his composure the moment he first saw Nan. But Guju knew the man wasn't some lecher. Anyone who knew him even a little was aware that this leader was a notorious loner, famous for keeping his distance from women. And Nan pursed her lips. He says he was an old classmate of my parents, but who talks about an old classmate with such a complicated expression? Whenever he mentioned her scumbag dad, he used his full name, and when he said "and," the look of disgust on his face was even more obvious. But when he brought up her mother, he never even said her name, and yet there was an unmistakable sadness in his eyes. His feelings were so clear. Lee Mingching obviously missed her mother, but despised her father. There was definitely a story between the three of them. Guju nodded again, then asked, but how can you be sure it was just a secret crush? Couldn't it have been her first love or something? And Nan shook her head. My mom told me herself, and Xiangyang was her first love. She wouldn't have lied about that. She paused, then scoffed a little. Besides, if my mom had ever been with Lee Mingching, how could she ever have fallen for Xiangyang? Guju couldn't help but laugh. Crude, but fair. And Nan leaned back in her seat again and sighed. I really wonder what happened back then. If my mom had married Uncle Lee instead of Xiangyang, maybe she wouldn't have died. Guju was silent for a moment before replying softly, but then you wouldn't exist. And Nan smiled. Not necessarily. I've heard a theory. Guju, what is it? And Nan, they say children choose their mothers before coming into this world. Even if the father is different, the mother would still give birth to the same child. The only difference is the child's appearance and personality might change a bit. She reached out and fed Guju a strawberry. If that's true, you'd still get to meet me. Guju swallowed the strawberry and teased, how are you so sure that if you looked and acted differently, I'd still like you? And Nan tilted her head back slightly. Why should I care if you like me or not? Guju burst out laughing. All right, Aranan is so cool. After a few more jokes and Nan fell quiet, sitting silently in the passenger seat. She pulled out the breast milk pendant hanging around her neck and rubbed it gently. To her, her mother had already been gone for 7 years. But she still missed her all the time. Especially after seeing that complicated look in Lee Mingching's eyes just now, it made her imagine her mother's youth, and that only made her feel worse. She finished off the box of strawberries in her hand without really tasting them. After a while, she couldn't help but murmur. I once watched a short skit. It was about a man who traveled back to when his parents were young, successfully stopped their doomed relationship, and set his mother up with someone else. And at his mother's wedding, as he watched her happy smile, he disappeared. And Nan stared straight ahead at the long, straight road. If Lee Mingching really was the right match for her, I wish I could go back and set my mom up with him. And Xiangyang never deserved her. Guju pressed his lips together and repeated, but then maybe you wouldn't exist. And Nan's voice was cool and clear. I don't care if I exist or not. I just want her to be happy. Her mother was a good woman. She didn't deserve the ending she got. Guju glanced at her, then reached out and took her hand. But I care, he said. After a pause, he added, and your mom would care, too. He kept his eyes on the road as he continued, his voice calm and steady. The story you mentioned. I've seen a similar movie, but the ending was a bit different. And Nan turned to look at him, curious. How did it go? Guju's voice was soft and slow. The heroine also traveled back in time, stopped her mom and dad from meeting, and introduced her mom to a great guy. But just when she thought her mission was accomplished, she found out her mom still ended up meeting her dad. No matter how she tried to persuade her, telling her he wasn't the right one, her mom was determined. She insisted on marrying him. Why? And Nan frowned. Is a doomed relationship really unbreakable? Guju didn't answer directly, but went on. At the wedding, when the officiant asked for richer or poorer, do you? The vows meant for the couple. The bride in her wedding dress looked down at the girl in the audience and said, I do. The girl seemed to understand something and broke down in tears. And Nan felt a pang in her heart. So her mom. Guju nodded. After the wedding, the woman comforted the girl, saying, don't cry. I'll be seeing little you again soon. And Nan clutched her breast milk pendant and fell silent. Guju slowed the car a little, one hand on the wheel, the other gently patting her head. What I'm trying to say is, your mom wouldn't want you to pay the price for her failed marriage. In her life, maybe Xiangyang's betrayal and hurt were devastating, but that doesn't take away from the happiness and joy you brought her. Everyone has their own challenges and hardships, and even those closest to us can't interfere. But there's one thing for sure. And Nan's voice was muffled. What? Guju said firmly, your mom wanted you to live happily. And Nan didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, she suddenly squeezed Guju's hand. I am happy now. Then, a little embarrassed, she cleared her throat. Maybe it's just PMS making me emotional and sentimental. Guju immediately played along, grinning. Got it. I'll make sure to have ginger brown sugar ready for you when we get home. And be careful these days. And Nan laughed and gave him a playful slap. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, by the way, speaking of mothers, I never really asked, what's your mom's story? She remembered that back at Maple Grove, Guju had told her his mother disappeared, his father died in a car accident, and he only left the orphanage when his grandfather found him and brought him back to the Gu family. The Gu family was so wealthy and powerful, how could they not have found his mother after all these years? And besides, how could someone just disappear without a trace? Guju was silent for a long time before he finally replied, actually, it's not really a disappearance. To be precise, she left me and found herself a better life. So I never tried to look for her. Huh? And Nan was utterly shocked. You mean, she abandoned you? Guju pressed his lips together and gave a muffled from deep in his chest. Now that the two of them were married, Guju felt there was no need to hide things about his family, so he began to explain. I told you before about my father being abducted, right? And Nan nodded. Yes, you mentioned it. Guju's voice was calm, as if he were telling someone else's story. He was very young when he was taken, too young to even form memories. The person who took him wasn't some random kidnapper out for money, but my grandfather's sworn enemy, who did it purely for revenge. After that man was caught, he never revealed where he'd taken my father. Instead, he killed himself out of fear of punishment. Once he died, all leads were cut off. The place where my father was sold was incredibly remote, a true mountain village, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with no roads or internet access. It was an ignorant and backward village, where men bought wives because they couldn't find any, and children were bought if couples couldn't have their own. A well-off young master was forced to become a farm boy, bought to carry on the family line. Besides the police doing their best to investigate, the Guju family also spent a fortune hiring people to search for him. But in the end, they only managed to trace him to a small county town hundreds of miles away. That county had many villages under its jurisdiction, most of them so backward they didn't even have surveillance cameras. Finding someone there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And actually, my father wasn't even sold to a village in that county. He was passed from hand to hand and eventually ended up in an even more remote town. From that remote town, you had to go even deeper into the mountains, not just a single mountain, but a vast, endless range. You'd have to take a village bus, then transfer to a motorcycle, and finally, when there were no more roads, walk on foot into the mountains to reach that ancient village. Only the locals knew how to get in or out. Outsiders wouldn't have a clue. That's where my father ended up. Forget about a helpless child. Even adult women abducted there couldn't escape. My father lived in those mountains for over 10 years because his adoptive parents, he paused, then added, he didn't know they'd bought him. He thought they were his real parents. When both of them died of illness, he finally left the mountains and went to the city to see the world. But the so-called city was just the nearest small county town outside the mountains. He found a job as a waiter in a restaurant there. He was quick-witted and well-liked by both the boss and the customers, even becoming friends with many regulars. After 3 years, something happened to the boss's family, and the restaurant was sold off at a low price. He used his savings from those years, borrowed money from friends, and thanks to his good relationship with the boss, he managed to take over the restaurant. From then on, he ran the place with care. Business got better and better. He upgraded the restaurant and improved the menu, and soon it became the most popular spot in town, #1 on everyone's must-eat list. Later, as business boomed, he opened 2 more branches. After making it big in the small county, he didn't stop there. He opened a restaurant in the city. Competition was fierce in the city, but so were the opportunities. The new restaurant thrived, and seizing the moment, he opened 2 supermarkets. By then, he already had the air of a small-time boss. But true financial freedom came when he invested in an entertainment complex. He had plenty of spare cash by then, and his business connections had grown wide. At the time, entertainment complexes were the most profitable ventures. He seized the opportunity and invested a large sum. It paid off, business boomed, money poured in, and he suddenly leapt up the social ladder. He still wasn't some business elite or major tycoon, but he was definitely a prominent local boss, rubbing shoulders with the city's business and political heavyweights. Hearing all this, and Nan couldn't help but interject, the Guju family really does have a talent for business running in their blood. After being abducted, Guju's father's life had started in utter catastrophe. Anyone else might never have even found a wife, but he managed to carve out a whole new world for himself. Guju, however, fell silent. After a while, he continued. It was during that time that he met my mother. He seemed to struggle with the word mother. A man with some wealth naturally wouldn't lack for women. Before, he'd been too busy with business, but once he had money and time, he started thinking about settling down. From all the eligible women, he chose the most beautiful and gentle one to marry. You can tell from my looks, my mother was no ordinary beauty. A stunning woman marrying a successful boss was a story everyone admired. But the good days didn't last long. When I was 5, something happened at the entertainment complex, a major case involving a death. With the changing times and the city's complicated situation, there was no way to sweep it under the rug. It would take a lot of money to settle. To make matters worse, his restaurant chain was targeted by competitors who staged several food poisoning incidents. When your luck turns, even drinking water can make you choke. One disaster followed another. In the end, not only was everything sold off, but he was left with a mountain of debt. Our family went from living in a big house with a chauffeur and maids to a tiny, run-down apartment in a poor neighborhood. Naturally, my father was depressed for a while, but he soon pulled himself together, determined to make a comeback. But this time, it was much harder than before. After all, the first time he fought his way up, he was young, free of burdens, and full of energy. But now he was weighed down by massive debts, with creditors knocking on the door every day, and had to support a wife used to a wealthy lifestyle and a young child who didn't understand anything. Even putting food on the table was a struggle. How could he possibly have the chance or capital to start over? Just listening to this, and Nan felt a sense of misery and suffocation. But Guju's tone remained calm as ever. By now, the car had entered Limbei City. He pressed down on the accelerator, picking up a bit of speed, and continued. My father had lost his chances, but my mother still had hers. 2 years later, she seized her opportunity. When Guju was 7 years old, his memories were already complete and vivid. In most people's eyes, a mother is usually seen as gentle, kind, and loving. But in his mind, there was only one impression of his mother. Beautiful. It wasn't that he saw his mother through rose-colored glasses. Her beauty was simply that striking, almost aggressive in its intensity. Even putting aside her figure, aura, and style, just her facial features alone were bold and dramatic. Thick eyebrows, alluring eyes, full red lips. Even without makeup, she looked as if she were already wearing a full face. Her aura and style were equally flamboyant. She had long, shiny black hair and loved wearing red. Red sweaters, red dresses, wine-red wool coats. She was always dressed in bold, eye-catching colors. When she walked, her chin would tilt up ever so slightly, her heels clicking crisply on the floor. She was dazzling inside and out. Even now, after Guju had met countless beauties, wealthy heiresses, glamorous celebrities, internet stars famous for their looks, none of them seemed to surpass his mother in appearance. He was still young back then, and now he could barely recall his mother's personality or character. But one thing stood out vividly. Whenever she appeared, everyone around, men and women alike, would turn to look at her. A woman like that was never destined to live her life disheveled in a run-down public housing unit. Back when Gu's father was still a successful businessman, the two of them were the perfect match, a wealthy man and a beautiful woman. But now, the man in a suit had become a poor laborer in a sweat-stained undershirt, working odd jobs to pay off debts. Yet, even without makeup and fine clothes, the woman's beauty was impossible to hide. No matter how hard life got, she would always make sure to look her best. If she couldn't afford manicures, she'd buy cheap nail polish and do it herself at home. If she couldn't go to the salon, she'd experiment with new braiding styles. Without designer perfume, she'd use strong-scented body wash and a dab of floral water. Wherever she went, she still left a lingering fragrance. As for clothes, she used to wear only the best fabrics and brands, many custom-made. Now that she couldn't afford those, she'd hunt for bargains at flea markets. She cared more about style than material. As long as it looked good, even low-quality or second-hand clothes would do. With cheaper clothes, she could still manage to wear something different every day, just like before. After the family's downfall, Guju was pulled out of kindergarten. He stayed at home for 2 years. By the time he turned 7 and was old enough for elementary school, his mother was still only concerned with maintaining her beauty. His father, on the other hand, remembered his duty. He secretly saved up some money, hoping to send his son to school. But when his mother found out about the money, she treated it like a treasure and used it to buy a beauty salon membership. In Guju's limited memories, his father had never raised his voice at his mother. That seemed to be the first time he truly got angry at her. He shouted over and over, "That's money for the child's education. How could you touch it?" His mother's voice was even louder, full of grievance. "I haven't had a facial in 2 years. If I don't take care of myself, I'll start getting fine lines." Guju never forgot that scene. A cramped, dirty little room, dishes piled up for days, a tired and disheveled father, and a beautiful, meticulously groomed mother who seemed completely out of place in that setting. After that, Guju couldn't go to school and had to wait until the next year. But before the year was up, his mother left. All those efforts she made to maintain her beauty and dignity did nothing for the family, but they certainly paid off for her. Just a stroll down the street, and she could catch the eye of a passing wealthy businessman. During those 2 years of hardship, many men tried to win her over, but she turned most of them down. She wanted a better life, but she knew that money alone wasn't enough. The man had to be good to her, truly care for her. So she was very selective, at most giving a friendly smile and accepting small favors, but never considering giving herself to any of them. Until that time, she must have met a man who checked all her boxes. So she left without looking back. At 7, a child can understand a lot. Guju, sensitive as he was, sensed something was wrong and tried to grab his mother's hand. She only said, "Son, Mommy has her own life. Don't be so selfish as to hold me back." After that, it was just him and his father at home. Gu's father simply couldn't accept that his wife had left him. After all, 2 years had passed since his downfall, and while his wife's temper had gotten worse and she refused to work or do housework or look after their child, she had never tried to leave before. How could she just leave so suddenly? He searched for her several times, but always came back empty-handed. When he finally accepted reality, the constant blows broke him completely. One day, while working in a daze, he was hit by a car and died on the spot. The car had already reached the foot of Luoan Mountain. Looking at the familiar road ahead, Annan felt none of the joy of coming home, only a deep ache in her heart. Guju had never once described how he felt or reacted back then, as if his feelings didn't matter at all. The more Annan thought about it, the more her heart ached. She had grown up surrounded by her mother's love and always took it for granted that all mothers loved their children. It was hard to imagine that a mother could be so heartless as to abandon her own child. And that poor, abandoned child was the man she cherished and loved. Annan bit her lip, feeling a surge of dislike for this mother-in-law she had never even met. Could someone who traded her innocent child for wealth and comfort really enjoy her life with a clear conscience? If this gold-digging woman ever found out that the husband and child she abandoned, one was the young master of the Gu group, the other its future leader, would she regret it? Even if the man she found was richer than the Gu group, after the disaster, would they still be able to live in luxury? Countless thoughts flashed through Annan's mind, and she realized she couldn't bring herself to wish that woman well at all. Seeing her silent for so long, Guju turned to glance at her. Noticing how pale she looked, he gave her a comforting smile. "It's all in the past. It's been so many years, I don't even remember how I felt back then. Why are you still upset about it?" Annan pouted. Forgot how he felt? How could that be? After all, he was sent to an orphanage after that. Losing both parents at such a young age, growing up in an orphanage, she could imagine how hard those days must have been. From age 7 to 17, a full 10 years, he grew up entirely on his own. How could he possibly forget the pain of being abandoned by his mother? But she didn't ask any further questions. She simply reached out and gently held his hand. No matter what kind of people they are, parents always leave us first. The one who can stay by your side forever is already here. Yes. Guju squeezed her hand in return, a smile tugging at his lips. I'm already content. The car was winding its way up the mountain road. And Nan didn't want to dampen their good mood about returning home, so she deliberately lightened the conversation. It's all Lee Mingching's fault, dragging up all these old stories from the previous generation. Guju chuckled and played along. Yes, it's all his fault. Next time we see him, let's badmouth him a bit more. And Nan laughed too. Sounds good to me. She added, but we've already paid him back for saving our lives. How else can we badmouth him? Guju replied, isn't there still the sweet potatoes? And Nan's eyes lit up. That's right. I almost forgot about that. Although they didn't lack anything at the moment, since Lee Mingching was a man of his word, they could use the opportunity of handing over the mutated sweet potatoes to ask another favor from him. If they ever needed something else in the future or needed help, they could go to him and have him fulfill his promise. If he was still alive and kept his word, they'd benefit. If he didn't make it, they wouldn't lose anything either. After all, they'd planned to share the sweet potatoes with all the survivors anyway. And Nan said cheerfully, "That's settled then. Let's rest for a couple of days, then head to the official base. We'll hand over the sweet potatoes to Lee Mingching, and while we're at it, check on our land and the new little house they built after the earthquake." Guju agreed. Sounds good. It wasn't that they were playing favorites, giving Xiangyang something without asking for anything in return, but making demands of Lee Mingching. It was just that Lee Mingching, unlike Xiangyang, who was far away in the east, actually held power over the area where they lived. Getting a promise from him might just save their lives one day. Just as the car was about to reach the gates of the villa community, and Nan suddenly remembered something. "Wait. We left by helicopter last time." Guju paused, only now realizing it too. They'd been away so long and gone through so much that they'd almost forgotten this little detail. So the two of them had to back the car up, make sure no one was around, and switch their ride back to the birdie. Big guy Fugue hung his head, looking utterly reluctant. He'd sworn, never again would he get on that flying contraption. How come he had to ride it again so soon? No matter how patiently Nan coaxed him, explaining it was just a short trip, only a minute, he still grumbled and refused to get on. In the end, after a good smack from his owner, he finally stopped complaining and got on the helicopter, sulking all the way. A minute later, the 2 humans and 3 pets landed again. As soon as they opened the cabin door, they heard a familiar voice. "President Gu. Benefactor. You're back." They turned to see Long Tsongan bursting out of the villa door, beaming with excitement. While Guju was away, it was Assistant Long who regularly came by to clean the villa and maintain the facilities. Today just happened to be one of his workdays. I was just tidying up when I heard the sound of a helicopter. I looked outside, and sure enough, it was you. You're finally back safe and sound. It's been so long. Was everything okay out there? Wow. Fugue, you've gotten even fatter. Natural disasters show no mercy. Even the most powerful people can become vulnerable and endangered. With President Gu gone for so long, and with the extreme cold setting in, Long Tsongan had been worried sick. Now, seeing the 2 of them return after months of being out of contact, both safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With his worries eased, he couldn't help but be a bit more talkative and less reserved than usual. Guju and Nan also felt a sense of warmth and familiarity at seeing Assistant Long again. Only Fugue held his head high, looking thoroughly displeased. "Who are you calling fat? Who says that to a girl's face?" She wasn't fat, she was strong. It was a sign of power. This guy had no idea she once knocked out a white tiger with a headbutt. Originally, Fugue's legs were a bit wobbly from her fear of heights and the helicopter. If no one had been around, she'd have stumbled and crawled off the aircraft. But now, with this annoying little sidekick of her master watching, she absolutely couldn't lose face. So she held her head high, puffed out her chest, and pretended to be calm as she got off the helicopter. She walked straight into the house without looking left or right, even shooting Long Tsongan a glare as she passed. And Nan couldn't help but smile at her forced bravado. If you looked closely, you could see her hind legs trembling slightly. Long Tsongan didn't mind, scratching his head and saying, "Fugue is still as aloof as ever." The rabbit followed right behind the dog boss, scampering home as well. The social butterfly, Lai Fu, circled happily around Long Tsongan, even greeting him. "Bro. Good eye, yep, that silly dog really is a chubby girl." Long Tsongan had no idea what all the cuckoo was about, but he happily stroked Lai Fu's feathers. Lai Fu's gotten so friendly. And looks even prettier now. The group bustled into the house. Thanks to Long Tsongan's care, the place was spotless, not a speck of dust. Even after being vacant for months, it was ready to live in without any cleaning. and Nan sank comfortably into the big sofa, letting out a long sigh. Finally home. Guju invited Long Song-in to sit with them on the sofa. After a bit of catching up, Long Song-in regained his usual seriousness and reported to Guju. President Gu, you're back just in time. Something a bit tricky has come up recently. And Nan and Guju exchanged a glance, signaling for him to go on. Long Song-in frowned. A place called Linglong Base sent us a notice a few days ago. And Nan was puzzled. A notice? Were they some sort of authority? Or their boss? What gave them the right to send a notice? Guju asked. What did it say? Long Song-in's expression darkened. They said we need to prepare and hand over a portion of our food as protection grain. They gave us a week to get ready. In a week, which is tomorrow, they'll come to collect. And Nan raised an eyebrow. Protection fees? Now they were trying to collect from her? And after 3 years of the apocalypse, there were still people collecting protection fees? And even giving advance notice? How odd. Wasn't it all survival of the fittest now, with people just storming in and taking whatever they wanted? Linglong Base. She tilted her head, puzzled. Linglong. Why did that name sound so familiar? Had she heard it somewhere before? Guju frowned and asked, Did you find out who these people are? Any information on them? Long Song-in nodded. Yes. I contacted a few people who've helped us gather intel before. The Linglong Base is pretty well known, so it wasn't hard to ask around. It's currently the largest private base in Linbei City. It's been around for years, grew big back in the early days of the heatwave. And Nan listened from the side, feeling a bit confused. The largest private base? How come she'd never heard of it? In her previous life, she'd always been in Linbei. There's no way a base that big could have escaped her notice. Long Song-in continued, apparently, life and benefits at their base are really good, but they're not accepting any new people now. And Nan was even more surprised. Not accepting newcomers? What kind of strange rule is that? Don't most bases and gangs rely on constantly bringing in fresh blood to grow stronger? Long Song-in explained, they say they want to create a post-apocalyptic utopia, distributing limited resources equally among a limited number of people. Equal distribution. That's a pretty novel idea. No wonder they don't want to take in more people. The more mouths to feed, the less survival resources for each. But most organizations in the apocalypse are like feudal kingdoms, with clear hierarchies from the boss down to the lowest lackey. Any resources found always go to the top first. The more people working, the better. This Linglong base was the first she'd seen to actually implement an equal distribution system. Not only that, but their way of doing things was odd too. Normally, if you wanted the resources in the villa district, you'd just barge in and take everything. Who sends out a notice, asking people to only hand over a portion? And they even gave a week's notice to prepare. What, are these robbers gentle now? Guju analyzed 2 possibilities. Either they don't want to burn bridges all at once, just fleece a little at a time for sustainable gains. He paused, then added, or they're not completely ruthless. They want to rob people, but not push them to the brink. And Nan didn't even have to think before scoffing, probably the first one. If they've survived this long by robbing people, there's no way they're doing it out of kindness. Most likely, they've already squeezed the city dry and are now eyeing Luoan Mountain. Guju nodded. We'll know for sure when we meet them tomorrow. When soldiers come, we'll send generals. When water comes, we'll use earth to block it. We'll deal with whatever comes. Long Song-in was clearly much more relaxed now, even had the energy to flatter his boss. Boss Gu, now that you're back, I feel so much more at ease. And Nan laughed and chimed in, what would you have done if we hadn't come back? Long Song-in had clearly thought this through already and answered right away. I was planning to first see what kind of people they were. If they had a fighting chance, of course they wouldn't just let themselves be bullied. Even if the demand wasn't huge, once you give in the first time, there'll always be a second. Even if they say they only want a portion, once that door is open, it'll never end. They'd have to drive them off. But if the other side was too strong, with numbers and firepower they couldn't match, then they'd have to be flexible and pay up to avoid disaster. Afterwards, They definitely couldn't stay here waiting for a second round of extortion. They'd have to run while they could. Luckily, after dealing with its Xiangyang gang, Missin had already said that these kinds of robberies would only become more frequent. So, everyone had already bought houses in the official base as a backup plan. If things got too bad, they could always hide out there. The official base now not only had better facilities, but the management was getting more and more organized. Rumor had it they'd even set up a police station to crack down hard on robbery and theft. Living there felt much safer. The only thing they'd lose was the spacious houses here. But honestly, with the current environment and temperature, the 60-square-meter apartments in the base would actually be more comfortable. Crowded together, it's always warmer. Guju nodded, glanced out the window, and asked, "Did the Yu family get one of those notices too?" Long Tsongan nodded. They did. A big group came and delivered them door to door, so the Yu family definitely got one. Those people would bang on the door, wait for someone to stir inside, then shout and toss a colorful notice into the yard before leaving. Guju asked, "How did the Yu family react?" Long Tsongan replied honestly, most families weren't happy. Only the Yu family didn't react at all. And Nan raised her eyebrows. No reaction? That's right, Long Tsongan explained. It seems like something's wrong over there. Old man Yu looks worried every time he shows up, like he can't even bother with this stuff. And Nan was intrigued and sat up. What happened? Long Tsongan shook his head. I'm not sure. It's just that young Master Yu hasn't come back. Old man Yu has gone out looking for him several times, but always comes back empty-handed. Guju's brows furrowed. And Nan noticed his reaction to this news was even stronger than when he heard about the extortion. So she asked, "What's wrong?" Guju shook his head slightly. Nothing. He just felt that, given young Master Yu's usual outrageous behavior, if he'd been missing this long, he was probably up to no good. It made him inexplicably uneasy. And Nan said, "Oh, I thought you were worried he died out there." Guju couldn't help but laugh. "I'm more worried about what he's up to." He paused, then added, "He's not that easy to kill. They say the wicked live 1,000 years. That guy, Yuchen, is clearly destined for a long life. Rather than worrying he's been killed, it's more likely he's hiding somewhere, up to no good. Before, Yuchen always tried to compete with him in every way. After he got together with Anin, that guy got even weirder. Who knows what kind of mischief he's up to this time. He didn't understand the logic of this intermittently crazy madman, but he still had to be on guard in case he suddenly snapped and hurt someone. So he instructed Long Tsongan, "Keep an eye on the Yu family's movements." Long Tsongan nodded. "Yes, sir." Guju relaxed a little, then asked, "How have things been on the mountain these past few months?" And Nan chimed in, the sudden cold snap. "How have you, your family, Sister Peipei, Aunt Hu, Zhao Ping'an, and the others been?" "No problems." Long Tsongan grinned. "We're all fine. Before you left, you warned us to be careful in case the next disaster hit suddenly." Zhao Ping'an also said that the current peace is probably just the calm before the storm. He even went through that disaster compendium he put together and double-checked everything. He thinks the most likely disasters coming up are either a hailstorm or an extreme cold snap. Being prepared ahead of time makes things so much easier. And Nan nodded in relief, planning to visit Sister Peipei's house in a bit. Long Tsongan continued his report to Guju. After the extreme cold hit, a whole bunch more people died in the villa district. Some froze to death right in their homes, others went out looking for supplies and never came back. Of course, those who never returned might have died outside, or maybe they went to join the authorities. All in all, there were fewer and fewer of the original residents left in the villa district. After wave upon wave of disasters, what was once a resilient, wealthy neighborhood had now become a desolate, dead city. Long Tsongan took out a piece of paper. "A few new residents have moved in during this time. I've observed them for a while and haven't noticed anything suspicious." The paper marked the locations of these newcomers. Guju glanced at it but didn't say anything, and Nan had no objections either. It's not like they were trying to rule the place. This villa district was never entirely theirs to begin with. As long as the neighbors didn't cause trouble, it didn't matter to them who lived here. After the gate guards were all wiped out, the villa district was basically no different from an open community. The area was remote and quiet, so it was normal for people to want to move in. But in weather this cold, anyone who didn't go join the authorities and instead chose to live in a big, empty house had to be well-stocked and pretty capable. The apocalypse was a reshuffling of the deck. Some rich people couldn't even save their own lives, while some ordinary folks were actually moving up. Off to the side, Fugue the dog, seeing that they were still talking, grew impatient and barked twice, then kept tossing its head in one direction. And Nan noticed the gesture and realized the dog was still wearing its mink coat. It was pointing toward the bathroom, probably needed to go, but was wrapped up so tightly it couldn't manage. The dog stood there, acting all proud and aloof, waiting for its owner to help take off its coat, but inside, it was anxious. Honestly, it had gotten the urge to pee from being scared on the helicopter earlier. It didn't want to show weakness in front of Long Songin. How could the mighty dog king admit to being scared into peeing itself? But now it couldn't hold it anymore and finally interrupted them. And Nan was about to get up to help, but Guju reached out and stopped her. "You rest, I'll do it." With that, he got up to help the dog. Long Songin just watched from the side, not about to butt in. If it was sweeping or fetching something, he'd definitely say, "I'll do it." But he wouldn't dare touch this big dog. Fugue was his benefactor's precious darling and had quite the temper. So he just stood by, stifling a laugh as he watched Boss Gu rush to do chores. He couldn't help but think, sure enough, no matter how tough a man is, once he's home, he's still his wife's right-hand man. Look at his cold-faced boss, so considerate now. Even saying, "You rest, I'll do it." Tisk, when was that ever something Boss Gu would say? He used to just flop onto the sofa with a wine glass and order others around. Guju didn't notice his expression. While helping the dog out of its coat, he asked without turning around, "Anything else?" Long Songin knew that meant, "Hurry up and finish your report, so you can go home if there's nothing else." He was about to say, "No, that's all," when something suddenly occurred to him. He glanced at a Nan beside him, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. When Guju didn't get a reply, he turned around, puzzled. Long Songin hesitated, then said, "Actually, there is one more thing. Someone came looking for you on the hillside a while back." Guju had just finished helping Fugue out of its coat. Sitting back down on the sofa, he asked who. Before Long Songin answered, he glanced at Nan again. And Nan found this a bit odd. Why does he keep looking at me? What's gotten into Assistant Long all of a sudden? Guju frowned and asked again, "Who is it?" Long Songin scratched his head. "It's not anyone important, just..." He didn't finish. Suddenly, the doorbell rang urgently. There were faint shouts from outside. "Nan Nan. Is that you back?" "Idle. Brother Gu. Is that you guys?" And Nan immediately stood up. It was Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an. The two of them hurried to open the door. As soon as the door opened, they saw Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an gripping the iron gate, peering in with eager faces. Aunt, who was standing behind them, also looking hopeful. When the three saw Nan and Guju, their eyes lit up. "Nan, it really is you." Seeing them clutching the gate and looking so anxious, and Nan for a moment felt like she was visiting someone in prison. Luckily, they were both bundled up with gloves on. Otherwise, in this cold, their hands would have stuck to the metal. She quickly opened the gate. "It's freezing out here, come inside and talk." The group bustled into the house. Chu Peipei and Aunt, who immediately grabbed Nan and checked her over from head to toe. "Thank goodness. You're in one piece, not a scratch." Zhao Ping'an also looked Guju up and down. "You're both okay?" That's such a relief. Only they knew how worried they'd been. Even wearing thermal suits indoors, they'd been freezing. These two had been out braving the elements. How cold must that have been? Especially when the day they'd promised to return came and went, and there was still no sign of them. It was nerve-wracking. No one knew where they'd gone or what had happened. All they could do was worry. Now, seeing Nan back safe and sound, Chu Peipei was moved to tears. "When I heard the helicopter just now, I thought I was dreaming again." Thank goodness, and who heard it too. It's all Zhao Pingin's fault. He took forever to get dressed. Otherwise, we'd have been here sooner. Zhao Pingin glared. You're blaming me? You were the one dawdling, saying you must be dreaming again. Chu Peipei shot back. How much time could I have wasted? It was you. Zhao Pingin cut her off, raising his voice. Me, what? It was your chickens. And who sighed helplessly. Here we go again. And Nan watched the two of them bicker, completely at odds, and was a little confused. What's going on with these two? Why are they at each other's throats? In Nan's impression, Peipei Jia had always been mature and gentle, and Zhao Pingin was equally magnanimous and reserved. The two of them had always gotten along harmoniously in all their previous interactions. What's more, they lived together and spent more time with each other than with her, so their friendship should have only grown deeper. So how did they end up arguing over such a trivial matter? As their voices grew louder and louder, Aunt Hu, unable to watch any longer, quickly called out, enough. Both of you quiet. You'll scare Nan. Only then did the two fall silent, each turning away, ignoring the other. Although Nan was a bit confused, she hurriedly invited everyone to sit down. Don't just stand there, come on, have a seat, and let's talk. Chu Peipei followed her to the sofa, but before she could sit down, her backpack suddenly started shaking violently behind her. And Nan jumped in surprise. What on earth? Chu Peipei frowned and tugged the backpack to the front. All right, I hear you. Settle down, I'll let you out. As she spoke, she unzipped the bag. A few white feathers fluttered out, and to everyone's astonishment, a white hen emerged. And Nan was stunned for a second before she realized, is that little white? Chu Peipei nodded a bit sheepishly. This little hen acts like she's got a spirit. As soon as she heard me mention your name, she insisted on coming with me, no matter what. The weather outside was freezing, so she'd simply put the hen in her thick backpack, stuffed in a small blanket and some cotton balls to keep her from freezing to death on the way. Watching Little White flutter down from Chu Peipei's arms, and Nan couldn't help but find it funny. She's not here for me, is she? Sure enough, the next second, the little hen strutted right past Nan without so much as a glance, and happily made a beeline for Lai Fu, who was lounging in the corner watching the commotion. The big rooster Lai Fu saw Little White rushing over, but haughtily raised his head, flapped his wings, and soared into the air. Little White missed her target and flapped her wings anxiously. But she couldn't fly. She barely got off the ground before landing again. Lai Fu seemed quite pleased with himself, circling in midair as if to show off his flying skills and his splendid feathers. As the only creature in the house that could fly, he was really making a show of it. His sudden takeoff drew everyone's attention upward. Zhao Pingin clicked his tongue. Lai Fu's gotten a lot prettier. Did he mold again? He doesn't even look like a chicken anymore, more like a phoenix. That's right, keep praising. Lai Fu, head held high, circled even more energetically. Just then, Fugue, who had just come out of the bathroom feeling refreshed, caught sight of Lai Fu showing off and rolled his eyes in exasperation. That damn chicken always putting on a show when there's a crowd. From his vantage point, Lai Fu could see everyone's expressions and naturally noticed Fugue's look of annoyance. So he showed off even harder. He'd only meant to impress Little White, but annoying the fat dog was an unexpected bonus. He was feeling quite smug when Zhao Pingin suddenly changed the subject. He really has changed a lot. I still remember when he got burned and looked like a lump of coal, so black you couldn't even tell what breed he was. And Nan clearly saw Lai Fu wobble in midair, dropping a little lower. She was about to laugh when, in the next second, he dove straight at Zhao Pingin. And Nan's eyes flashed and she scolded Lai Fu. Get back here. This guy had spent too much time with Fugue and picked up his bad temper. Zhao Pingin had just made an offhand comment, and Lai Fu actually wanted to attack him. And that beak of his getting pecked by it was no joke. Fortunately, Lai Fu, for all his attitude, was still obedient to his owner. As soon as he heard Nan's shout, he made a sharp turn and flew back to her side. He even rubbed up against her ingratiatingly. Master, I just wanted to scare him a little. I wasn't really going to bite. And Nan, not understanding what he was saying, flicked him on the head. Go on. Stop causing trouble here. Take Little White and Fugue and the Rabbit Lord and go play inside. Lai Fu nuzzled her one more time before leaving. But as soon as he turned to face Little White, he put on his aloof rooster act again, head held high, signaling her to follow. The two chickens didn't go to the pet room with Fugue and the Rabbit Lord, but instead slipped off to a small and used room by themselves. And Nan ignored them and turned back to catch up with Chu Pei and the others. Seeing you all safe puts my mind at ease. The extreme cold hit in the middle of the night. I was worried you'd get frozen unconscious in your sleep. Chu Pei shivered at the memory. It was a close call. We were asleep at the time. Thank goodness for Little White. And Nan was surprised. Little White. Chu Pei nodded. If she hadn't come over and pecked my hand to wake me up, I might really have frozen to death in my sleep. When I woke up and realized something was wrong, I rushed to wake Aunt Hu and Zhao Ping'an. Zhao Ping'an nodded. Luckily, I'd already anticipated the extreme cold, so I'd prepared all the warm clothes and blankets in advance. We scrambled to put on everything we had, and that's how we managed to survive. Long Soman chimed in that night. We really have Pei and Ping'an to thank. They braved the cold to come knock on my door and warn me in time. And Nan glanced thoughtfully toward the small room. So, Little White is a real hero. Chu Pei laughed. Exactly. Ever since then, I let her sleep with me. But Zhao Ping'an pursed his lips and said, easy for you to say. You repaid her kindness by eating her chick. And Nan was stunned. Huh? Chu Pei shot Zhao Ping'an a glare, then explained awkwardly. It was so cold, I'd often light a fire in my room. One day, I wasn't paying attention, and Little White's chick somehow got into the stove. That chick wasn't as smart as Little White or Lai Fu. I guess it felt cold and went to warm up by the fire, and somehow ended up roasting itself. At this, Chu Pei cleared her throat in embarrassment. And honestly, it smelled amazing. She'd always plucked her chickens before eating them. But somehow, this feathered roast chicken had a unique flavor. Especially the leg. I hadn't eaten yet, and with supplies so limited, I didn't want to waste it, so... She trailed off, then glared at Zhao Ping'an again. You didn't eat any? Zhao Ping'an spoke self-righteously. How was I supposed to know it was Xiao Bai's chick? You roasted it so deliciously, and it was right at mealtime. Chu Pei was fuming. What do you mean I roasted it? I told you it was an accident. Her voice grew higher with every word. Zhao Ping'an, do you have to go against me on everything? Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, and Nan tugged at Chu Pei, quickly changing the subject. So, how did Xiao Bai react? From what I saw just now, it didn't seem like it was upset with you two. Chu Pei shot Zhao Ping'an a glare before nodding. Yeah, it didn't really react much. Although Xiao Bai was usually pretty smart, it didn't seem fully sentient. Even after losing its chick, it didn't seem particularly sad, still eating, drinking, and sleeping as usual. And Nan was a bit puzzled. That was odd. Before, Xiao Bai would keep its chick with it all the time, especially when it went to see Lai Fu, always nudging the chick toward Lai Fu over and over. Could it be? It didn't really have much maternal instinct, and was just using the chick to remind Lai Fu that their relationship was special? And Nan was at a loss. She didn't understand the world of chickens. Well, whatever. Even though the chick that died was technically Lai Fu's, Lai Fu itself didn't even recognize it. And now even Xiao Bai didn't seem to care much. To put it bluntly, chickens are for eating anyway. Of course, that didn't include Lai Fu. Lai Fu had a name and was no longer considered food. Let's not talk about this anymore. Aunt Hu, sitting nearby, grabbed Nan's hand. Tell us about you and Xiaogu. How did you two get through the Great Freeze? Yeah, what happened to you guys out there? Zhao Ping'an, Chu Pei, and Long Song'an all looked at them seriously. When the Gria T-freeze hit, their biggest worry had been the two of them, afraid they'd die in their sleep far from home. And Nan smiled. We were lucky, we happened to be awake, dealing with a foreigner at the time. Everyone was surprised. A foreigner? And Nan nodded and gave them a brief rundown of the foreigner camp and the Xiangyang gang. When they heard about the innkeeper's bizarre and sinister goo magic, Zhao Pingyan and the others were stunned. There were really such mystical arts in the world? It was one thing to have goo that could control people's minds, but there was even something that could steal someone's beauty and youth. And Nan nodded. Yep, and there was even a ninjutsu technique for tracking people over 1,000 miles. Everyone? 1,000-mile tracking? Ninjutsu. And Nan replied, yeah, the pockmarked guy's brother from the foreigner camp chased us for thousands of miles. Even flying a helicopter couldn't shake him off. Chu Peipei asked nervously, so how did you deal with them? Zhao Pingyan cut in, our idol has superpowers too. Her teleportation is just as good as theirs, right? And Nan didn't go into too much detail, just summed it up in one sentence. Anything can be solved with a bullet. Chu Peipei burst out laughing. True. No matter how amazing the magic, the people using it are still made of flesh and blood. Zhao Pingyan sighed in admiration. You two really met all sorts of strange and capable people out there. What an eye-opener. And Nan shook her head. We ran into some fakes too. She then told them about the Bright Cult, though she left out the part about trading for a submarine with the authorities. She just mentioned how the Xiangyang immortal got a taste of his own medicine. Then she asked, what about you guys? How have you been living these days? Do you still have enough to keep warm? Hu Tsuilan let out a long sigh. Thank goodness for the truck you left us. And Nan was puzzled. The truck? Yeah, Chu Peipei explained. Aunt Hu and Shirhan stayed to watch the house, while Zhao Pingyan, Long Songin, and I teamed up and drove into the city ruins to dig up all sorts of broken wooden furniture to burn for heat. Zhao Pingyan chimed in, your Peipei Jia was determined to search every corner of Linbei City. That's pretty much what we've been doing these past few months. Not just the new stuff we found. There were also a few dead trees up on the mountain, and with all the random stockpiles we had before, we should have enough to last 3 to 5 years. And Nan nodded, then asked, with the weather so cold, how are the poultry and vegetables holding up? Zhao Pingyan replied, the animals are okay. They can huddle up with people, so they live the way we do. It's not exactly warm, and survival rates have dropped, but at least they're not all freezing to death. It's just that before, we could eat whichever one we wanted, now, we eat whichever one freezes to death first. He sighed. Vegetables are a lot harder. We have to keep the greenhouse heated all the time, which uses up a ton of energy. Fuel is limited, so we can't keep it up forever. Luckily, when production was good before, we made a lot of dried vegetables, enough to last a year or two. And Nan nodded. That's good. As long as you can hold out for a while. She then told them about the mutant sweet potatoes. With these sweet potatoes, a lot of problems can be solved. Besides being a source of starch, sweet potatoes are rich in fiber, amino acids, and vitamins, which can help make up for the lack of vegetables. Chu Peipei's eyes lit up. Nothing goes better with winter than roasted sweet potatoes. Zhao Pingyan was amazed. They can grow in ultra-low temperatures? That's incredible. How did you manage that? He'd tried similar things before, but always failed. And Nan smiled and comforted him. No one can do everything. You're not a botanist. Maybe the botanists are jealous you invented the thermal suit. Zhao Pingyan scratched his head. You're right, idol. Then Nan told a little white lie to explain the things she'd brought back, saying the sweet potatoes and other supplies were still on the way. Their helicopter couldn't carry much, so she borrowed the name of the Eastern authorities, saying Song Guqiang had arranged for people to drive the supplies over as thanks for dealing with Kong Dachui. They chatted for a while longer, catching up on each other's lives. Then Chu Peipei and the others glanced over at Guju, looking like they wanted to say something but hesitated. And Nan was puzzled. She'd seen that same look on Long Songin's face earlier. What's going on? So weird. Guju felt uncomfortable under their stares and finally asked, what's up? Chu Peipei glanced at Nan, then said, a girl came looking for you while you were gone. She was dressed really fancy. Zhao Pingyan nodded vigorously and blurted out, she said she's your fiance. Guju froze. And Nan's mind went blank for several seconds. What? Fiance? and Nan turned her head, staring at Guju in disbelief. Her husband, whom she'd only married a few months ago, had a fiance she knew nothing about? What the heck? She wasn't the only one. Everyone else in the room was also watching Guju intently. Aunt Hu, in particular, narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing every micro-expression on his face, as if she might whip out a magnifying glass at any moment to examine him up close. Guju was clearly baffled too. He turned to look at Long Songin, who stood not far away. What's going on? Long Songin interjected at just the right moment. President Gu, it's Miss Yao. He'd meant to say Miss Yao, but after a moment's thought, he corrected himself. It's Yao Xiangyang. Guju frowned, thinking for a moment before finally recalling who that was. He turned to Nan and explained seriously, there is such a person, but we're not close. She's definitely not my fiancé or anything like that. After hearing his explanation, Nan quickly nodded and gave a simple mm. Judging by his reaction, he'd even needed a few seconds to recall the name. It was obvious this wasn't someone important to him. Besides, she trusted Guju's character. If there had been anyone significant, he would have told her before they got married, or at the very least, before they'd made their relationship official. Since he'd never mentioned it, it clearly wasn't important. Most importantly, from the time they'd started dating all the way to marriage, they'd spent nearly every day together, and not once had any other woman appeared. Whoever heard of a fiancé who wouldn't show up for over a year? So, aside from a few seconds of confusion when she first heard about it, Nan was completely at ease once Guju spoke up. But Chu Peipei and the other two were a little anxious. A fiancé had shown up at their door, and Nan just responded with a single and didn't ask anything else. The three of them had always considered themselves Nan's family, worried that, with no relatives behind her, she might be bullied. Especially Aunt Hu, though she might not see Nan as her own daughter, she cared for her as much as her own niece. Now, out of nowhere, her newlywed husband of just a few months suddenly had a mysterious fiancé? They had to get to the bottom of this. So, before Nan could say anything, Chu Peipei, Zhao Pingin, and Aunt Hu all started firing off questions. Chu Peipei, hey, President Gu, you need to explain yourself. What's the deal with this woman? Aunt Hu, exactly, Xiao Gu. In a marriage, you need to be upfront about things, or you'll just be planting seeds for future trouble. Zhao Pingin, Nan, you have no idea. This woman was so arrogant. She kept insisting she was Brother Gu's fiancé. We tried to reason with her, but she wouldn't listen to a word. Since it wasn't anything important, Guju didn't try to hide it and quickly explained everything. It turned out that Yao Qianqian was the daughter of Deputy Chief Yao, the second-in-command at the official base, someone Lee Mingching had mentioned before. As for the so-called engagement, it was nothing more than a joke between the two families' elders years ago. Before the disaster, Deputy Chief Yao had been a provincial leader. The Gu family business was the top company locally and well-known nationwide, so it was only natural they'd have frequent dealings with government officials. Deputy Chief Yao happened to be in charge of economic affairs and was quite close to Old Master Gu. During a family dinner, the elders jokingly arranged a marriage between the two families. At the time, Guju was only 17 and had just returned to the Gu family. Yao Qianqian was even younger, not yet out of middle school. The two kids barely spoke a word to each other at the table. With such a big age gap and Guju being more mature than his peers, they had nothing in common. After that dinner, they never even met privately. 3 years later, Old Master Gu passed away. As far as Guju was concerned, the engagement was naturally forgotten. They weren't even friends, barely acquaintances, they'd just met and had a meal together. After Guju took over the family business and put the company on the right track, Deputy Chief Yao did bring up the old engagement once. But Guju had no interest in Yao Qianqian, and with the company's affairs keeping him busy, he never gave his personal life a second thought. Meanwhile, as Yao Qianqian grew up, she found herself a steady boyfriend. She was at that rebellious age, refusing even to have a meal with the future son-in-law her father had chosen. Seeing that neither child was interested, Deputy Chief Yao never mentioned the engagement again. Whenever Guju and Deputy Chief Yao met after that, it was strictly business. Everyone was surprised after hearing this. Zhao Ping'an was speechless. So you two never even dated? Then how does this woman have the nerve to go around shouting that she's your fiance? Ridiculous. Chu Peipei chimed in, exactly. She didn't even agree to the engagement before, so why is she suddenly making a scene now? At the time, she and Zhao Ping'an had just wanted to check if Nan and Guju had returned to Villa No. 1. But as soon as they stepped outside, they saw a convoy of cars drive past and head straight for Villa No. 1. Thinking Nan and Guju were back, they happily followed, only to see several burly men escorting a strange young woman out of the car. Long Tsong'in had just finished cleaning Villa No. 1 and was leaving when he was blocked at the gate. The girl called out, Assistant Long, and asked him to open the door, saying she needed to see Guju. With no one home, Long Tsong'in naturally refused, telling her President Gu wasn't in and to come back another time if she had business. But the girl insisted, flashing her fiancé status and demanding he open the door immediately. Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were stunned when they heard her claim to be Guju's fiancé. Especially since she'd called Long Tsong'in by name, it was clear she knew him. So they immediately stepped up to ask what was going on. But the girl was incredibly arrogant, refusing to listen or even let them get close. She glanced at them sideways and then told her bodyguards, "You, take care of them." The two were quickly shoved aside by several muscular men. The bodyguards were clearly professionally trained. Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were no match. Since they'd only come out to check if Nan was home, they hadn't brought any weapons and were powerless to resist. Frustrated, they could only shout questions from a distance. But the girl ignored them, snapping impatiently, "Don't try to pull connections. If you want to stay at the base, bring your own supplies." Then she muttered, "This disaster has turned everyone into vagrants. Even coming to the villa district, you get pestered." She even complained to the nearby bodyguards, "What are you guys doing? How can just anyone get close to me?" In short, she was unbelievably arrogant. Long Tsong'in had to patiently explain over and over before finally making it clear, President Gu really wasn't here. Even if Deputy Chief Yao herself came, he still wouldn't be here. Only then did Yao Qianqian leave, clearly reluctant and unhappy. As soon as Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei regained their freedom, they immediately grabbed Long Tsong'in and demanded, "What's this about a fiancé?" But he only said he didn't know. At this point, Long Tsong'in, who had been listening to their conversation from the side, spoke up helplessly. "I really don't know." Then, turning to Guju, he reported, "I explained to them at the time. The only reason Yao Qianqian recognized me is because we met before, when you were negotiating the fuel deal with the authorities." Then he turned back to Zhao Ping'an and the others. "But as for the engagement, I truly had no idea. I only just heard about it from President Gu and finally understood what was going on. I was just as stunned as you." That day, when he got home, he and his wife Lee Shulon had gossiped about it for an entire afternoon. His wife loved gossip the most. Because of this, she came up with all sorts of theories and possibilities. She even forgot to eat dinner that day. Zhao Ping'an scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "We were just anxious at the time. She seemed to know you so well and spoke with such certainty, but when we asked you, you knew nothing. That's why we misunderstood." They had thought he was covering for Guju. Hearing their words, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Nan's lips. It felt so good to have people worry about her and care for her. In her past life, Bai Wenbin and Xiangyang had only ever used her and squeezed her for all she was worth. Guju, standing nearby, took over the conversation. "It's my fault. Back when things were so tense, Yao Qianqian did mention the engagement, and I should have made things clearer to her." And Nan raised her eyebrows. "She brought it up before?" Guju nodded. "We met twice during the fuel negotiations." She mentioned it in passing. But at the time, he hadn't paid any attention. They hadn't seen each other in years. He couldn't even remember her name. He was busy with work and barely exchanged a few words with her, so he naturally thought she was just joking. After all, this so-called engagement was never formally agreed upon, nor was there any engagement party. The two of them hadn't even had any sort of relationship. Not to mention that old Master Gu had already passed away. Even if his grandfather were still alive, this engagement wouldn't have meant much. Yao Xiangyang hadn't said much about it at the time, either. Who would have thought that after so many years, she'd suddenly show up and make such a scene? Even when the authorities and the military were vying for power and trying to win over every action, he hadn't gotten involved. If they were really in-laws, how could he not have sided with the authorities? The fuel deal only happened after the dust had settled, and he negotiated it with Lee Mingching. And Nan nodded. Guju couldn't even remember her name, only that she was the Yao family's daughter. She really didn't count as a fiance. Guju even explained to Nan, even my grandfather never took this seriously. It was just a joke over drinks. When the leader brought it up, Grandpa Gu couldn't very well refuse and embarrass him. At the time, the kids were still young, and the future was uncertain. Since there was no formal engagement or banquet, everything was left open. Marriage is a big deal. It should depend on how his grandson feels when he grows up. Later, when Grandpa Gu handed over the wedding ring Nan now wore, the Star of Valori, he said, "Give this to the wife you truly love in the future, not give it to Yao Xiangyang." After explaining, Guju frowned. "I'll find time to explain things to her again." Zhao Ping'an chimed in, "You can't reason with that woman. Pei and I wanted to tell her you two are already married, but she was completely lost in her own world and wouldn't listen to a word." And Nan thought for a moment, then said to Guju, "No need. Just wait until she comes looking for you again, then clear things up." Yao Xiangyang showing up out of the blue probably meant she had some other agenda. Since she'd come once, she'd definitely come again. Guju nodded. With the misunderstanding finally resolved, Zhao Ping'an, Chu Pei, Aunt Hu, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. And Nan thought, since it had been so long since they'd all been together, and Aunt Hu and the others had worried for so long, now that they were finally reunited, they should relax and have a nice meal together. The weather was so cold, it was perfect for hot pot. So she asked Long Song'an to go home and bring his wife and kids over, while the rest stayed behind to prepare the ingredients. But when Nan went out to the yard, using the helicopter as cover to retrieve vegetables from her space, she came back to find Chu Pei and Zhao Ping'an arguing again. As soon as she walked in, she saw the two of them glaring at each other, bickering non-stop. And Nan frowned in confusion. What was up with these two? Why were they always squabbling? At this moment, the usually gentle and refined Zhao Ping'an was shouting hoarsely, like an angry bull. "I think you just have terrible taste in friends. You've been completely fooled." Chu Pei, who was always warm and kind, had her hands on her hips. "Don't talk nonsense. What's wrong with my friends? They're way better than yours. That Xiangyang of yours is obviously up to no good. Between the two of us, who's the one with bad taste in friends?" Zhao Ping'an snorted. "At least someone who wears their intentions on their face is better than someone who's all sweet talk up front, but who knows what they're plotting behind your back. Compared to your green tea friend, Xiangyang is way better." Chu Pei glared. "I told you, stop calling him green tea. He has a name. And besides, who calls a man green tea anyway?" Zhao Ping'an, "Why not? He's a male green tea." And Nan, standing to the side, was completely lost. What's going on? Who's Xiangyang? And what's a male green tea? How could Xiangyang even be considered a friend? And what the heck is a male green tea? What on earth happened between these two while I was gone? Seeing she couldn't get a word in, and Nan went into the kitchen to ask Aunt Hu. Aunt Hu waved her hand, "Friend?" Zhao Ping'an's barely exchanged a few words with that Xiangyang. And Nan, "Huh? Then why are they saying all this?" Aunt Hu sighed. "He's just competing with Pei." "What?" And Nan was even more confused. Competing over what? Her head was full of questions. And who's this male green tea? When did Pei get a new friend? Aunt Hu clicked her tongue and explained, Pingin's just being mean. That so-called male green tea is a new resident in the villa community named Xiangyang. He's actually a really nice young man. Annan did vaguely recall Long Tsongan mentioning that several new residents had moved into the villa complex. But from what he said, none of them seemed particularly troublesome or disruptive, so Annan hadn't paid much attention at the time. Why then were Pei Jia and Zhao Ping'an now being thrown into such turmoil? She grew more alert and asked Aunt Hu carefully, Who is this Xiangyang? Why do you say he's a good person? Are you all close with him now? By rights, Aunt Hu was an especially cautious person. Back when they lived at Maple Grove Residences, she'd stubbornly guarded the 15th floor, no matter how sweet-talking or persuasive the neighbors outside were, trying to trick her into opening the door. She never budged. She'd kept acid and crossbows at the ready, one after another. How could she suddenly let her guard down and give a new neighbor such a glowing review? Hutsuelon understood Annan's wariness. As she took the bag from Annan and started prepping vegetables, she answered thoughtfully. He lives diagonally across from us. We're not exactly close, but he's easy to get along with. She looked up at Annan and smiled. It's not that your aunt who is careless, you haven't met him. Once you do, you'll see, he's not a bad kid. Xiangyang had moved in shortly after Annan and the others left. On his second day, he'd gone out of his way to bring welcome gifts to the neighbors. The young man was very polite, standing at the gate and saying that since they were neighbors now, he hoped everyone could look out for each other. Such gestures had become rare. What used to be commonplace before the disaster now seemed unusual and even suspicious when everyone was on edge. They glanced at the gift he brought, a small bag of mixed grains. In the apocalypse, that was quite a generous offering. Of course, they only looked. They definitely didn't dare accept it. After all, he was a stranger who knew if it was poisoned. Xiangyang seemed to understand their concerns and didn't insist. Once he'd expressed his goodwill, he left. After hearing all this, Annan remained wary. She pressed on. Did he only bring gifts to you? Hutsuelon shook her head. No, the Wei family next door got one too. Of course, Wei Yang and Jiang Mingqiu hadn't been shy. They happily accepted the gift. We watched from the upstairs window. He went door to door. If a house was obviously abandoned or ruined, he skipped it. If there were signs of life, he knocked and offered his gift. He probably didn't visit the entire villa complex, but he did go to all the nearby houses. Annan said nothing more. At least it didn't seem like he was targeting them specifically. Still, his motives were suspicious. This was the apocalypse. Why go around handing out gifts instead of keeping a low profile? Even if people accepted his gifts in a crisis, folks like Jiang Mingqiu obviously wouldn't risk themselves to help him just because of that. She couldn't make sense of Xiangyang's behavior. It seemed like he was just showing off his wealth, with no real benefit. She couldn't imagine how he'd survived this long. On the other hand, Aunt Hu went on, after that, we didn't pay him much attention. But whenever we ran into him, he'd always greet us warmly as neighbors. After a while, we'd respond in kind. Aunt Hu paused and explained, you can't hit someone who's always smiling at you, right? During that time, Pei Jia and the others had to go out every day to look for firewood. If he saw them bringing things back, he'd come over and help unload the cart. At first, we didn't want his help, but he was so enthusiastic. He'd just help unload and then leave, never tried to peek inside or take anything. It was freezing out and we felt bad, so we tried to give him something in return, but he wouldn't take it. Annan raised an eyebrow. Selfless giving? A saint in the middle of a disaster? Aunt Hu explained. He said it was so that if he ever needed help in the future, someone would be willing to lend a hand. Annan thought to herself, at least he was honest. His words put people at ease and made him seem sincere. Aunt Hu continued, as time went on and we got more familiar, Pei Jia and Long Tsongan would sometimes take him along when they went out in a group. Annan pondered this. Judging by his actions, it was odd. She didn't believe anyone who'd survived this long in the apocalypse could really be that altruistic and kind-hearted. But seeing how things had developed, it made sense. He'd given out some welcome gifts and lent a hand, and in return, he'd been accepted into Peijia's team, joining them on supply runs. In the apocalypse, going it alone was dangerous. For a small, harmless price, he'd gained a reliable group of teammates like Zhao Ping'an and the others. Smart guy, after all. But Annan didn't comment further. After all, he hadn't done anything to harm them. Seeking alliances was normal in the apocalypse. Who didn't have their own little schemes? As long as he wasn't out to hurt anyone, she wouldn't interfere. Peipejia and Ant, who were adults, capable of making their own judgments and choosing their friends. She hadn't been around lately, and the newcomer hadn't caused any trouble. She'd just have to keep an eye on things going forward. At the same time, Annan could understand why Peipejia and Ant, who thought so highly of Xiangyang. From their perspective, ever since the apocalypse began, anyone who approached them usually wanted something. But Xiangyang offered help without asking for anything in return. Always gentle and friendly, it was hard not to like him. But if both Anthu and Peipejia had such a good impression of him, and even Long Tsongan didn't seem to have any issues, why did Zhao Ping'an dislike him so much? He kept calling him a green tea boy and even argued with Peipejia over it. It was baffling. Hu Tsuilon leaned in and whispered in Annan's ear. My son is such a fool. Ever since he was little, he's either had his nose in a book or been locked away in the lab with his experiments. He's never even dated once. She sighed. Now, for the first time, he likes someone, and he has no idea how to express it. Annan looked shocked. You mean, Zhao Ping'an likes Peipejia? Nearby, Guju, who'd been quietly slicing meat, paused for a moment. Annan noticed and silently thought. So this guy, quiet as he seems, has been eavesdropping the whole time. But she didn't have time to worry about her own man. She was too stunned, staring toward the living room. Anthu's bombshell was a lot to take in. At this moment, Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were exhausted from arguing. One silently poured the hot pot base into the pot, while the other quietly set out the bowls and chopsticks. Neither spoke a word to the other. And Nan was speechless. Is this what liking someone looks like? Is this really how people act when they like each other? In her impression, romance between men and women was always sweet, full of hormones and affection. What's with this oil and water don't mix situation? And Nan twitched her lips and turned to ask, and who, could you have gotten it wrong? Hu Tsuilon didn't stop what she was doing. As she deftly sorted the washed vegetables onto plates, she shook her head and said, He's my own son. How could I not know? Ping'an has always admired Peipei. Peipei's a strong, resilient kid, never melodramatic. She practically treats herself like a man most days. She's smart and capable, too. She taught herself traditional Chinese medicine and is amazing at acupuncture. She often spends an entire day poring over medical books, sometimes even forgetting to eat. Honestly, it's not just Ping'an, even I like her. And Nan nodded. That was true. Peipei really did have a lot of admirable qualities. She was also kind and optimistic, always able to adjust her mindset quickly and comfort those around her, no matter how tough things got. She always acted like a big sister, looking out for everyone. Hu Tsuilon continued, when the two of them lived under the same roof, they got along normally, and Ping'an never really thought much about it. But I could tell he was paying more and more attention to Peipei. After Xiangyang showed up and started getting close to Peipei, Ping'an was obviously jealous. He didn't even realize it himself. He just stubbornly thought there must be something wrong with Xiangyang to make him feel so uncomfortable. And Nan was surprised, but also a little puzzled. Anthu, you've analyzed this so clearly. Why not give Zhao Ping'an a hint? Anthu pursed her lips. How could anyone else give advice on something like this? If I butt in, it might just backfire. And Nan thought for a moment. Then what about Peipei? How does she feel about Zhao Ping'an? She cared so much about Jiang Mengqiu, could she also have feelings for Zhao Ping'an? Anthu shook her head. That, I'm not sure about. After all, Jiang Mengqiu really isn't a good person, and Ping'an's just being contrary, deliberately using Jiang Mengqiu to get a rise out of her. It's normal for her to be upset. And Nan nodded. From Pepe's perspective, Zhao Pingyan really was acting pretty inexplicably. For no reason, he was hostile to a perfectly nice neighbor, got close to the obviously ill-intentioned Jiang Mingqiu, and was always awkward and picking fights with her. And Nan frowned. Should I maybe talk to Pepe about it? Hu Tsuelon shook her head. Just let them get along naturally. If they're meant to be together, they'll end up together. If not, there's no use forcing it. If she spelled things out so bluntly and Pepe didn't have feelings for him, things would just get awkward between them in the future. And Nan nodded in agreement. Just then, the two who had finally finished tidying up the dining room came into the kitchen to help. Zhao Pingyan sidled up to her and asked, "Idol, what were you guys talking about just now? Did my mom tell you we've got a new neighbor?" And Nan replied, "You mean Xiangyang?" Zhao Pingyan nodded vigorously. "Yeah, that's him. He's got my mom and Pepe both fooled. I'm telling you, you and Brother Gu better be careful, don't fall for his tricks." Chu Pepe shot him a glare. "Why don't you worry about not falling for Jiang Minqiu's tricks first?" Zhao Pingyan snorted. "I know what I'm doing. You, on the other hand, shouldn't let yourself be bought off by a few little favors." Chu Pepe retorted, "What do you mean, little favors? He's just being kind." Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, the doorbell rang just in time. The two fell silent, and Nan hurried to open the door. It was Long Songin, back with his wife and child. Lee Shulon had lost quite a bit of weight, but she was still cheerful and enthusiastic, immediately pulling Nan aside to ask after her in all sorts of ways. Long Xiaobao, on the other hand, had put on some weight and was even more well-behaved than before. After a bit of small talk, everyone gathered around the table for the hot pot dinner Nan had been craving ever since she left home. The ingredients were plentiful enough, and Nan fibbed that she'd brought them all back from the eastern base. Everyone felt a little embarrassed. "You two just got back, we should be the ones hosting." And Nan waved it off. There's plenty of time for that. She was in a great mood today. First, because she was finally home. Second, because everyone in her family was here, safe and sound. That was truly something to celebrate. Around the table, with the hot pot bubbling and laughter all around, everyone temporarily forgot the cold and their worries. By the time everyone was full and happy, it was already dark outside. Only then did the group reluctantly call it a night. Just as Chu Peipei was about to leave, Xiao Bai was still holed up in the room with Lai Fu and hadn't come out. And Nan told Peipei to wait in the living room while she went in to find the chicken. She also secretly fed it some spiritual spring water. During the extreme cold, Xiao Bai had been a real hero. The spring water wasn't just a reward. It was also in hopes that Peipei would have a clever, reliable pet by her side in the future, someone who could help in critical moments. After feeding it, and Nan made sure to remind it, "You have to be loyal to your owner if you want to keep getting this water, understand?" The hen glanced at Lai Fu, then nodded as if it half understood. Once everyone had left, and Nan cozied up with Guju and collapsed onto the sofa. There's nothing like home. Not to mention, the big fireplace was something you couldn't find anywhere else. Once the fire was going, it was unbelievably comfortable. Not only was it warm, but even the crackling of the flames was soothing and reassuring. That night, the two of them and their 3 pets all slept soundly. The next morning, they lazed in bed for a while, then made a hot noodle soup with lamb and greens using the leftover hot pot broth from last night. They had just finished eating when Long Songin's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Boss Gu, people from the Linglong base are here. About 100 of them. The ones in front have homemade guns." Long Songin's house was closest to the main gate of the villa complex, so he was the first to encounter them, and he had a child at home. Guju immediately gave orders, "Lead them straight to my place." After putting down the walkie-talkie, the two of them stood in front of the surveillance monitors. With the fog gone, the cameras were crystal clear. Soon, a large crowd appeared on the screen. And Nan looked closely for a moment, then pointed at a familiar figure at the front, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey, isn't that Guju?" Beside her, confirmed, Ma Qiangzhuang. And Nan murmured, "It's actually him?" That big brother Ma who had helped them out in the mountains and at the base before. Frowning, and Nan pointed at the man next to Ma Xiangyang. And that guy, he looks kind of familiar too. Guju studied the man she pointed out for a few moments, then shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. And Nan couldn't say who the man was either, but he looked incredibly familiar. She tried to recall everyone she'd met at the mountain and the base, but no matter how hard she thought, she just couldn't place him. Back then, she'd wiped out all the core members in the inner circle of the base. If this man was also from the mountain base, then he must have been like Ma Xiangyang, just an ordinary survivor on the periphery. Even if she couldn't remember who he was, the one at the very front was definitely Ma Xiangyang. He was the one who'd guarded the gate at the mountain base and helped her register when she moved in. If he hadn't helped distract Susu, the dancer who watched her and Guju every day, they never would have had the chance to poison the well at the base. When it came to taking down Ho Jianming and Zhu Dazhuang, this brother Ma had definitely played a part. And Nan felt a bit emotional. Who would have thought the guy guarding the gate at the outer villas back then would become a leader now? To be standing at the very front. If he wasn't the boss of the entire Linglong base, he was at least the leader of this 100-strong group. No wonder the name Linglong sounded so familiar. Wasn't the villa district where the mountain base was called Linglong Villas? So this so-called Linglong base must have evolved from the old mountain base. Back then, she'd killed Zhu Dazhuang and Ho Jianming, her enemies, and wiped out all their cronies in the inner villas. But she'd left the ordinary survivors in the outer villas untouched. Thinking about it now, it made sense that she'd never heard of Linglong Base, the largest private base, in her previous life. It was all a butterfly effect from her rebirth. Guju's lips curled up slightly. Come to think of it, this old acquaintance has you to thank for his current position. If she hadn't killed all the higher-ups in the inner circle and left some food and supplies in the warehouse, he probably wouldn't be where he was today. And Nan pursed her lips. When you put it that way, it's true. But whether Brother Ma was the grateful type or the kind to bite the hand that fed him, she couldn't say. She sighed. He's got some skills, though. Instead of running off with the supplies, he stayed and managed to build all this. By now, the people outside had started shouting through a loudspeaker. Listen up, everyone inside. From now on, this area is under the control of Linglong Base. The notice was delivered a week ago, pay your protection grain on time. Then, a gunshot rang out. The bang echoed sharply through the quiet villa district. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life again. It was Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei. Nanan, people from Linglong Base are here. Looks like they're all gathered at your place. Want us to circle around and attack from behind? We could catch them in a pincer. And Nan had left a gun with every family. If they attacked from both sides now, they could easily catch the enemy off guard and wipe them out. And Nan thought for a few seconds, then replied, "Get ready first. Wait for my signal before we move together." Her group had always worked well together. Chu Peipei and Zhao Ping'an were used to following in Nan's lead, so they simply replied, "Okay," and waited by the walkie-talkie for orders. Outside, the shouting continued. They said they'd repeat the warning 3 times, and if there was no cooperation, they'd break in by force. And Nan and Guju exchanged a glance. Time to greet an old friend. Her door was sturdy, but she knew she'd have to show her face eventually. Since Ma Xiangyang was no longer the man he used to be, he deserved the highest level welcome ceremony. And Nan pulled out her assault rifle, bulletproof vest, and tactical helmet, and even brought along 2 grenades. The crowd outside looked intimidating, but in reality, they only had a few guns. With the gear she and Guju had, plus Peipei and the others waiting in reserve, wiping out this 100-strong group would be a piece of cake. Once they were fully armed, the 2 of them strolled out the door at a leisurely pace. Fugue and the others wanted to join the fun, but Nan locked them inside. She and Guju could handle this easily. But bullets don't have eyes. If the animals got hurt, it would be bad. When the 2 of them stepped out, the people outside were just about to break down the door. Seeing the villa gates swing open, they stopped, ready to negotiate for the grain. But instead of food, they were greeted by two shadowy figures, fully armed and holding assault rifles. The Linglong-based crowd jumped in fright. Those who had guns immediately raised them, nervously aiming at Nan and Guju. But their equipment was clearly inferior. Not only were their guns no match, but their protective gear couldn't compare either. Still, at this point, there was no backing down. The group could only grip their weapons tighter, tense and on edge. As both sides stood off, guns raised, and Nan spoke up lazily. "Brother Ma, long time no see." Ma Xiangyang, who'd been on high alert, froze. The enemy knew him? He stared at Nan's face, scrutinizing her. The atmosphere had been so tense just now that he'd only noticed their gear, not their faces. Now, through the clear visor of her helmet, he finally got a good look at Nan's features. In melee? Ma Xiangyang's knees nearly buckled. It was as if Nan's face was even scarier than the assault rifle in her hands. He forced himself to stand steady, but inside, he was in utter despair. Wasn't this the living king of hell? How did he end up running into her while collecting protection fees? Living King of Hell was the nickname he'd given in melee in his heart. This girl, no, this woman, had turned the inner villas of the mountain base into a bloodbath back then. He could still remember her smile. She'd said, "Brother Ma, didn't you want to move into the inner circle? Go on in." Back then, and Melee had promised to get him into the inner villas. He'd thought she was going to recommend him for a promotion. He'd thanked her profusely and walked in, full of excitement, only to find a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. The two bosses who used to lord it over everyone and the arrogant inner villa residents had all been slaughtered. It was the most horrifying scene he'd ever witnessed. Blood everywhere, severed limbs scattered about, the air thick with the stench of death. It hadn't even been that long since the apocalypse began. He'd never seen carnage like that. He'd been so terrified he collapsed on the spot. For months afterward, he couldn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, all he saw was blood, corpses, and the wide, lifeless eyes of the dead staring at him from every corner. And in melee, chasing after him with that eerie smile. "Brother Ma, go to the inner circle, hurry up." It left him with a serious psychological trauma. Even though later on he'd led his subordinates from the base through brutal battles, suffering heavy casualties, and melee still remained his nightmare. That blood-soaked night, and the terror this woman brought him, were things he simply couldn't shake off. It was like how some criminals, no matter how vicious they become, still go weak at the knees when they run into the bully who traumatized them as a child. And Nan was a bit surprised to see Ma Xiangyang so scared his legs had gone weak. What's going on? Why does he look like a mouse that's just seen a cat? She'd treated Ma Xiangyang so well back then. When she left the mountain and the base, he was the only one she told, even letting him go check out the inner villa. There was so much stuff left in that warehouse, he must have been the first to pick it clean. So why, now that they'd met again, was he not thanking her, but instead looking like he wanted to run away? Still confused, she asked, "Brother Ma? What's wrong?" Ma Xiangyang took a deep breath and obediently set down the gun he'd been holding. "It's just... I'm surprised. I never thought I'd run into you here, sisterin." He forced a smile. "Long time no see, you're as impressive as ever." And Nan ignored his flattery and said with a half-smile, "It really has been a while. But Brother Ma, your temper seems a lot bigger than before. Trying to charge her protection fees and break down her door?" Faced with the King of Hell's questioning, Ma Xiangyang hurriedly waved his hands. "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. How could I have known you lived here?" He glanced at the assault rifle in her hands and the grenades at her waist, then raised his voice to his men, "Put your guns down. She's one of us." He couldn't help but curse in his heart. This was all that guy from the last villa's fault. He'd told him that Villa number 1 at the very back belonged to the boss here, and that if you wanted to take anything from the Villa district, you had to get the owner's permission. That's why he'd come over. How was he supposed to know he'd end up in the hands of the King of Hell herself? He plastered on a big smile and said politely, "Who would have thought I'd run into Sisterin again? Fate really brings people together." He eyed the rifles and grenades in the hands of the two people across from him and quietly shifted his homemade shotgun further behind his back. This really is just a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, the man beside him, someone Nan had thought looked familiar, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at her, shouting, "Savior! You're my savior, aren't you?" That one word, savior, left everyone present stunned, including Nan. Wait, who is this? No wonder he looked familiar. Did they really know each other? But as far as she remembered, back at the mountain and the base, all she did was kill people. She'd never saved anyone. What was this savior business about? Seeing her confusion, the man pointed at his own face. "It's me. You saved my life before." He gestured excitedly. "A group of knife-wielding robbers had me surrounded, and you drove up in an armored car and ran them all over." And Nan frowned. She still couldn't remember ever doing something so heroic. That really wasn't her style. Seeing she still didn't remember, the man slapped his thigh. You must have saved so many people you can't keep track." He prompted, "Remember? We even traded supplies. The fur coat, the snowmobile, the snow tracks." And Nan's mouth twitched. Now that he mentioned it, she did remember. He was that poor sap she'd bought all the cold weather gear from during the heat wave. She'd seen him standing next to Ma Xiangyang and just assumed he was from the mountain base too, which was why she hadn't recognized him until now. But now that he mentioned the fur coat and snowmobile, it all came back. The man grinned at Nan and tugged at Ma Xiangyang's sleeve, introducing her. "Big bro, this is the savior I told you about. I can't believe you two know each other. If she hadn't run over those bandits, I wouldn't have survived that day, let alone had the chance to meet you and the brothers." And Nan, who had just been praised for her heroic deeds, felt a bit guilty. So it was you. She never went out of her way to help people. Back then, she'd only helped because she'd just bought his fur coat and snowmobile at a bargain price. The man was full of enthusiasm. "That's right, it's me. Savior, I never got to introduce myself before. I'm Xiangyang, thank you for your help back then." And Nan raised her eyebrows. This guy was odd. He only remembered tea. He life-saving favor, but didn't resent her for buying his cold weather gear so cheaply. After all, if she hadn't bought those things, he'd be rich now. And Nan studied his face, deliberately bringing it up. "No need to thank me, brother Qian. The stuff you sold me has come in handy more than once." She watched his reaction closely. But Xiangyang just grinned and said cheerfully, "That's not the same. When I sold you that stuff, it was all junk to me." He scratched his head a little sheepishly. "But the food you paid me with kept me alive when I had nowhere else to turn. That's what let me join Linglong base later on." No matter how valuable that junk had become now, if Missin hadn't bought it with food back then, he wouldn't have survived to see today. Seeing that Xiangyang really didn't seem to hold any grudges, and Nan finally relaxed a little. Ma Xiangyang chimed in loudly, "Wow, what a coincidence. We're all friends here." This really was just a misunderstanding. If we'd known this was Sister N's place, we'd never have come to collect any protection grain. Xiangyang nodded vigorously. "Exactly." And Nan smiled politely, then asked, "You two seem to be doing well for yourselves. Are you running a big base now?" Xiangyang quickly shook his head. "I'm not the boss. Brother Ma is the second in command. As for the boss, it's too cold, so he's sitting in the car out back." Just then, Ma Xiangyang seemed to remember something and shouted to his men, "Quick! Go get the boss and have him come meet Missin." And Nan was a little taken aback. That really wasn't necessary. Were they trying to flatter her to death? What kind of big shot was she that the boss himself had to come out and greet her? Or was it that the real power in this base actually lay with Ma Xiangyang? As the second in command, he could order the boss around? But then Ma Xiangyang said, "Sisterin, when you meet him, you'll definitely be surprised." And Nan froze. What did that mean? Could it be the boss was an old acquaintance too? Very soon, the underling brought the person over. The dense crowd parted to make way for the boss. To Nan's surprise, the person walking over was actually a young woman. She looked to be only about 19 or 20 years old. And Nan was a little puzzled. That girl coming over there, the one in the pink fox fur coat, is she your boss? Xiangyang nodded. Yes. And Nan exchanged a glance with Guju. Both of them found it a bit odd. This boss is way too young. And as the girl drew closer and her features became clearer, and Nan was shocked to discover that she was actually a rare beauty. That made it even stranger. In the apocalypse, a young and beautiful girl like this not only hadn't been bullied, but had actually become the boss of the largest private base in Limbei City. Did she have some kind of special ability? And Nan still couldn't figure out what Ma Xiangyang meant when he said, "You'll be surprised when you meet her." She didn't know this girl at all. Was the only surprise supposed to be that their boss was a young and pretty girl? Soon, the girl walked up to them. Seeing Nan and Guju fully armed, she jumped in surprise. "What's going on here? Did you run into some tough customers?" As she spoke, she glanced nervously at the rifles in their hands, then quickly raised her hand in greeting. "Sorry to bother you too." "I didn't mean to." Before she could finish, Ma Xiangyang pulled her to his side. "Axie, look closely. Do you know who this is?" The girl followed the direction of Ma Xiangyang's finger and studied Nan's face carefully. A few seconds later, she suddenly recoiled in shock. "Murderous big sister?" Nan. "What kind of nickname is that?" The girl seemed both respectful and a little afraid of her. She half hid behind Ma Xiangyang, but still mustered her courage to greet Nan. "Murderous big sister, how come it's you? Do you live here?" Nan raised an eyebrow. Did they know each other? She quickly ran through all the people she'd met in the mountains and at the base in her mind. A young, pretty girl. The only one she could recall was that dancer from the banquet. Wait, the dancer? Just then, the girl reached into her collar and pulled out a necklace hanging around her neck. "It's me, Sushi." Nan studied her face carefully and suddenly understood. "You're the girl who came back to the banquet looking for her necklace after the dance?" The girl nodded. "That's me." Nan remembered completely now. Back then, the girl had come back to the banquet to look for her necklace, only to stumble upon the scene of the massacre in the inner villas, scaring her half to death. She remembered this little girl as quite interesting. Even though she'd been scared out of her wits, she'd still come back and solemnly kowtowed to thank Nan for helping her find the necklace her mother had left her. Nan couldn't help but look her over. What a transformation! In just 2 years, she was a completely different person. Back then, her features were still a bit childish, not fully developed, and she was so thin she looked like a bobblehead doll. Now, she was already a grown woman. Not only was she prettier, but her complexion and figure had improved a lot. She edged forward a little. Though she still seemed a bit scared, she stood at the gate and thanked Nan earnestly. "Big sister, thank you." Nan glanced at the necklace she was wearing, thinking she was bringing up old matters. "No need to thank me. You already did back then." She'd even kowtowed with a loud bang. She'd been very sincere. Nan hadn't even gone out of her way to help. She'd just returned the necklace in passing. It really wasn't worth such deep gratitude. But she shook her head. "I'm not talking about that." She tucked the necklace back inside her collar. "I want to thank you for killing those bastards. Their so-called dance troupe was actually just there for the entertainment of those scumbags in the inner villas." That night, the sight of corpses piled up like mountains had been so shocking that all she could think about was fear and escape. It hadn't even occurred to her that the death of those animals meant her own freedom. If this big sister hadn't wiped out those bastards, how could she have the good life she did now? She might not have even survived another year. Back in the base's dance troupe, she'd seen with her own eyes how some girls, even when pregnant, were still tormented to death by those animals. There was always a fresh supply of women, so those men never felt a shred of regret. In their eyes, people were worth less than objects. After hearing her words, Nan smiled. "I was just handling my own business. If you have what you have today, it's your own good fortune." She gave a crooked smile. "No matter what, I owe it all to you." "Thank you, murderous big sister." Nan couldn't help but laugh and cry at her calling her murderous left and right. But she couldn't blame the girl. She remembered now, psychotic murderess, was how she'd introduced herself back then. Sushi's screams had been so shrill that Nan had impatiently tried to scare her off, saying she was a psychotic murderess. Who would have thought the girl would remember it all this time? And Nan corrected her, a little speechless. "You'd better call me something else. My name isn't Meili." She nodded obediently. "Okay, Sister Meili." And Nan. This girl really knows how to pick the most awkward names. She could have just called her Sisterin, but instead went with Sister Beautiful. But she didn't dwell on the name, instead turning her curiosity to Ma Xiangyang beside Sushi. How did Sushi end up as the boss, surpassing Ma Xiangyang? And judging by how close they seemed, their relationship was obviously not ordinary. Ma Xiangyang quickly cleared up her confusion. He scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "Axie is my wife now. She's the boss, so of course she's in charge. I'm number 2. And Nan raised her eyebrows. So they really were a couple. Talk about May-December romance. Sushi had just turned 20, while Ma Xiangyang looked well into his 30s, maybe even pushing 40. With such a big age gap, if this were ancient times, Ma Xiangyang could practically be her father. But in these troubled times, having a reliable partner, even if he was a bit older, was far better than drifting alone with no one to rely on. The fact that Ma Xiangyang was willing to let her be the boss, instead of taking the top spot for himself and keeping other women around, showed he was a good choice. So Nan smiled politely. "Congratulations, Brother Ma, on marrying such a lovely wife. And congratulations to the boss on finding a good man." She figured there probably wouldn't be a fight today after all. With the crisis resolved, her mood was much improved. Not only did she save bullets, she didn't even have to bother cleaning up any corpses. Ma Xiangyang looked at Nan and said earnestly, "I've talked to Aishi about it more than once. That night was a turning point for both of us, it changed our destinies. So as soon as I recognized you, I wanted to hurry and have Aishi come over to meet you too." Of course, his words sounded nice, but their bodies were much more honest. The two of them kept edging backward as much as they could. Clearly, they were still deeply traumatized by her. And Nan found it a little funny. Seriously? She hadn't even killed them back then, and now that there was no real conflict, she obviously wouldn't lay a hand on them so easily. Meanwhile, Qianliang, standing off to the side, was a stark contrast to the other two. He looked at her with bright, eager eyes the whole time. And Nan thought, if she opened the door and invited him in for a drink, he'd probably come in happily as a guest. She had to admit, this guy really had a broad mind. Not the slightest hint of resentment over his snowmobile and furs being bought up for cheap. He genuinely seemed to treat her as his savior. With a mindset like that, no wonder he could run a company and be a boss. And Nan remembered his company was pretty sizable. Now that he'd joined the Linglong base, he'd clearly landed a decent position there too. He was definitely a lucky one. Of course, it was probably because his life was going well now that he could be so open-minded. If he were starving and freezing, he probably wouldn't be so magnanimous. And Nan shifted her gaze away from him and cut off Ma Xiangyang's endless pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "I heard Linglong base is doing pretty well, but it doesn't seem like there are many people here." Ma Xiangyang explained, "This is just one of our teams. The others, led by a few of my brothers, are out gathering food elsewhere." And Nan nodded, inwardly sighing at how many close brothers he had. Back when they were at the mountain base, he'd always been well connected. Even though he never made it into the inner circle, he was basically a small leader in the outer ranks. Ma Xiangyang, being tactful, added, "We really have to thank you for leaving us those supplies back then. That's the only reason Linglong base exists today." And Nan kept a straight face, but inside she felt a bit guilty. She'd actually cleaned out all of Ho Jianming's precious private stash back then. What she left behind was just some lower quality food and supplies. But she hadn't wanted to go too far and starve all the residents to death, so she'd left a portion behind. As they were talking, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd behind them. "Oh my god. I just remembered who she is. She's the chainsaw demoness." "What?" Hearing the shouts from behind, and Nan and Guju exchanged a glance, raising their eyebrows slightly. Ma Xiangyang also frowned and turned to look at his men. In the dense crowd, one area was in complete chaos. It really is her. The demoness from Building 6, 14th floor, the one who turned our whole complex into a morgue. Holy crap, I recognize her too. And that guy with her, isn't he the rich helicopter owner she knocked out back then? And Nan twitched her lips. What a coincidence. There were residents from Maple Grove Estates here in Linglong Base. This was just too funny. All the people coming to rob her turned out to be old acquaintances. Was Linbase City really this small now? Or was Linglong Base just that big, that she'd run into so many people who knew her? Back in the day, and Nan's reputation in the complex was infamous. These guys had been standing farther back, and she was bundled up pretty tightly, so it took them a while to recognize her. Now, several of them were desperately trying to squeeze their way to the back. Dear Lord. We must be crazy, trying to collect food from the demoness herself. Their panic quickly spread to those around them. She's the one you always tell ghost stories about before bed? Yeah, that's her. The one who slaughtered an entire building single-handedly. She didn't even have a gun back then. Once she got one, she started killing everywhere. Hundreds of people came to our complex to collect protection food, and she and that bald woman wiped them all out. The other guys who'd come to collect food all took 2 steps back in unison. Some of them had never lived in Maple Grove Estates, but they'd heard the legend of the demoness countless times. I just remembered I left the charcoal burning in my dorm. I need to go back. My stomach hurts. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be off too. And Nan's face remained calm, but inside she was nearly dying of laughter. What does it mean to win without a fight? This is it. You could really tell Linglong Base had an egalitarian system, so democratic. The 2 leaders were still here, but their men were already trying to run off on their own. Even Ma Xiangyang, standing at the front, quietly took half a step back after hearing all that. He sighed inwardly, and Meili really was a ruthless character. Wherever she went, bodies followed. Her record was clear for all to see. There was no way they could fight this battle today. He didn't even want to keep up the small talk anymore. He just wanted to get home as soon as possible. They'd only resorted to collecting protection food everywhere because they were so short on supplies. But after today, they'd rather go to the next city over than try to take food here. Ma Xiangyang forced a smile. Sis, how about we just call it a day? And Nan knew what he meant. She nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie at her waist, and radioed Chu Peipei. Action cancelled for now. Zhao Pingin's voice quickly came through. Roger. This was also a way to intimidate the enemy. To let them know her side wasn't as simple as it looked. Sure enough, Ma Xiangyang immediately broke out in a cold sweat, grateful he hadn't made any rash moves earlier. There was clearly another group lying in ambush. With everything said, Ma Xiangyang just wanted to get out of there. Sis, it's really fate that we got to meet again. Sorry for bothering you today, my apologies. We won't disturb you any longer. He glanced at Guju beside her and added politely, if you and your husband ever have time, come visit us at the base. You're always welcome. And Nan nodded. All right. Goodbye. Once the whole group had run off as fast as they could, and Nan and Guju went back inside. The other residents in the villa district, who'd been anxiously watching from their windows, all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Not far away, the new resident, Xiangyang, had been standing by his window since the gunshots started, peering out through a gap in the curtains. From his angle, all he could see was a huge crowd blocking up Villa Number 1. Then, not long after, the whole crowd scattered and ran off. He paused for a moment, straightened his clothes and appearance in the mirror, then went to the storage room, grabbed a few things, and headed out the door. Villa Number 1. And Nan and Guju took off their full tactical gear and used the walkie-talkie to inform Long Songin that the danger was over. Then, Aunt Hu and the others immediately started bombarding them with questions about what had just happened. Zhao Pinyin was especially excited. Idol, you really are my idol. Winning without a fight. Quick, tell us, how did you do it? Chu Peipei chimed in, yeah, what exactly happened? I swear, those guys ran off faster than they came. Leaning against the sofa with her dog in her arms, and Nan gave them a quick rundown of her history with those people. Chu Pei gasped in amazement. Wow, Nan, you sure have a lot of connections. She joked. Does that mean I can walk around Linbei City like I own the place now? If anyone tries to mess with me, I'll just drop your name and scare them off. And Nan, one hand holding the walkie-talkie and the other rubbing her dog Fugue's head, laughed. Go ahead. Use my name all you want. But I can't guarantee it'll work. Honestly, I probably have more enemies than friends. With the crisis over, everyone was in high spirits. Zhao Ping'an grinned. The way they ran off, it was like they'd seen a ghost. For a second, I thought you'd use some teleportation superpower to scare them away. Aunt Hu laughed and added, these two were just guessing if the Xiangyang immortal had shown up again. And Nan smiled, lips pressed together. They were all old acquaintances. I didn't even get a chance to do anything. Mention of superpowers made Zhao Ping'an sigh dramatically. Idle, your teleportation is seriously useful. Too bad lately Pei's turned me into a pincushion with all that acupuncture, and it still hasn't worked. And Nan blinked, suddenly remembering that she'd once explained her teleportation as a result of acupuncture unblocking her meridians. Did Zhao Ping'an actually try it for real? And Nan's lips twitched. She was about to say something to dissuade him. But before she could speak, Chu Pei snorted, maybe it's not working because your emotions are unstable and you're too hot-tempered. Zhao Ping'an's voice shot up. How am I hot-tempered? Chu Pei shot back. You're not? You're always picking fights over nothing. Zhao Ping'an retorted. Who's picking fights? You're the one messing with me, sticking needles in random places. I bet it's nothing like what you did for my idol. Chu Pei rolled her eyes. Yeah. I just can't stand you, so I stuck you full of needles on purpose. A porcupine look suits your personality. Seeing the two start bickering again, and Nan swallowed her words and could only offer a dry, hey, don't fight. The other side quickly quieted down, probably too busy arguing to bother with her. And Nan put down the walkie-talkie and sighed. She turned to the man cleaning up the dining table and called out, Guju, hurry up and move the marriage registry office over here for me. Guju looked over in surprise at her out-of-the-blue comment. Before he could say anything, and Nan continued, just let those two get married on the spot already. All this constant bickering was seriously bad for team harmony. Guju chuckled, then maybe we should play matchmaker for them. And Nan thought for a moment, then shook her head. It's not that easy. Right now, we only know Zhao Ping'an likes Pei Jia. Whether Pei Jia likes him back is anyone's guess. Guju finished cleaning the table and sat down beside her, speaking calmly. I think she does, at least a little. Huh? And Nan sat up straight. How can you tell? Guju's lips curled with confidence. She's not acting normal. And Nan was puzzled. What do you mean? Guju leaned back. I mean her current behavior isn't normal. Chu Pei was never the type to argue endlessly or nitpick with people, especially since their fights were always over trivial things. Things that could easily be laughed off. The fact that things had gotten to this point meant that Zhao Ping'an really got under her skin. In other words, Zhao Ping'an was special to her. And Nan's eyes lit up. I get it. It's like how I'm always polite to Pei Jia and the others, but with you, I'm more likely to throw a tantrum. Right? Guju looked at her self-assured expression and couldn't help but pinch her ear, amused. So you do know. And Nan batted his hand away. Cut it out. That tickles. Fugue the dog glanced at them, then expertly jumped off the sofa and headed back to the pet room without looking back. From what it knew of these two, things were about to get all lovey-dovey and mushy again. And Nan didn't notice the dog leaving. She just assumed it had gone to play with Lai Fu and the others. She was too busy chattering excitedly to herself. So that means there really is hope for those two. Guju nodded. They probably just need the right opportunity. And Nan thought hard. What kind of opportunity? Zhao Ping'an's already obsessed with that guy Xiangyang. At this rate, I'll be impressed if their friendship survives, let alone anything more. Guju opened his mouth to reply, but just then, The doorbell rang, and Nan glanced at the security monitor on the TV. It was a young, handsome man, a stranger, carrying a few things. Ma Chang and his crew probably wouldn't dare come back on their own. Remembering Aunt Hu's words, and Nan guessed, that must be Xiangyang. Speak of the devil, she'd just mentioned him. She called Guju over, her interest piqued. Come on, let's go meet him. She was curious to see what kind of charm this guy had to win over both Aunt Hu and Pei Peijia, and even make Zhao Ping'an so jealous. For safety, both of them slipped a handgun into their pockets. The doorbell only rang once. The man didn't press it again, just waited patiently in the center of the gate. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw his tall, straight figure. Even bundled up in several layers, it was clear he was slim. As Nan walked over, she sized him up carefully. His features were striking but soft, not the sharp-edged kind of handsome. He had neat short hair, and when he looked at them, his eyes were bright and full of life. Judging by looks alone, he seemed a few years younger than her. When he saw them approach, he greeted them first, his expression gentle and his voice clear and pleasant. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Xiangyang, your new neighbor. I just moved in a few days ago. So it really was Xiangyang. He was indeed very good-looking, with a calm and easygoing air. No wonder he triggered Zhao Ping'an's sense of crisis. After finishing his self-introduction, Xiangyang flashed the two of them a warm, enthusiastic smile, revealing a set of white, even teeth. And Nan raised an eyebrow. This was the classic puppy boy look. The kind you'd stop to watch for a few seconds if he popped up in a short video. Guju first glanced at Nan beside him, then replied to Xiangyang with a blank expression, "What do you want?" Despite their cold attitude, Xiangyang kept smiling. "It's nothing important. I just wanted to come over and meet the neighbors. If I'm disturbing you, please don't mind." As he spoke, he lifted the items in his hands a little. "This is a small gift from me. I hope you won't find it lacking." And Nan glanced at what he was holding. One was a small, heavy bag of assorted grains, and the other was a box of heat packs. That's right, a whole box, probably 10 or so inside. That's a pretty generous gift. Heat packs were especially useful during this extreme cold, and they were consumables. The more you used, the fewer you had left. She wasn't short on them herself, but anywhere else, people would fight tooth and nail for these. Seeing that neither of them said anything, nor did they look particularly happy or make a move to accept the gifts, Xiangyang spoke again, looking sincere. "No need to be polite. Every household gets a welcome gift. I came by before, but you weren't home, so I'm delivering it a bit late." And Nan gave him a meaningful look. Aunt Hu's description of the welcome gifts didn't include heat packs. Clearly, what he brought today was more than what he gave the others. She finally spoke for the first time. "This is quite a generous gift. Heat packs are so rare. Did you give them to every household?" Xiangyang shook his head and answered honestly, "No. The other houses just got a bag of grains." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "So why did we get extra? Was it because their house was different from the others? Was he trying to curry favor?" But Xiangyang replied openly, "To thank you." And Nan was taken aback. "Thank us for what?" Xiangyang explained slowly. "Linglong base sent notices to every household before, demanding we hand over our protected food rations." He paused, looking a bit embarrassed. "To be honest, I had everything packed up, ready to hand over just to stay alive. But for some reason, they only visited your house, stayed for a while, and then just left." He looked genuinely grateful. "I know it must have been something you said or did that made them stop bothering the rest of us." He lifted the gifts again. "This is just a small token of thanks. Please accept it, even if it's not much." And Nan hadn't expected the heat packs were for this reason. Whether it was Linglong base or the Xiangyang gang before, this wasn't the first time she'd solved a problem that benefited the whole villa community. But no other resident had ever come to thank her. They'd just hide at home, secretly relieved that when the sky fell, there was a tall one holding it up for them. Xiangyang was the first to come and express his gratitude. And he was sincere about it, too. That whole box of heat packs, if she split them up and traded each one for a bag of grains, she'd get as much as he was giving now. Most importantly, his tone was open and honest, and his expression was straightforward. Not like that sly little you, whose eyes were always deep and calculating, trying to figure her out with every word. Plus, since he'd already been vouched for by Pei and Hu, and Long Songin, and Nan's tone softened a little. No need to thank us. We were just dealing with our own problems. Xiangyang shook his head. Still, I benefited from it. Please take these without worry. If you ever need anything, just let me know, brother and sister. He bowed deeply, looking very earnest. Thank you so much. Hearing him call them brother and sister, and Nan sized him up again. How old are you? Xiangyang looked up and replied, 22. And Nan let out a little, oh. He really was pretty young. It had been 3 years since the apocalypse began. She was 25 physically now, but her soul was actually 29. Guju was 31. So, brother and sister was accurate. She couldn't help but think of Zhao Ping'an and found it funny. That guy was almost 30, yet he'd get jealous over a kid in his 20s? Still, this little brother was mature in how he spoke and handled things. It was easy to forget his age. And Nan found it a bit odd. When the disaster struck, he would have been just 19, a freshman with a clear, innocent face. How was he so good at dealing with people? She couldn't help but ask, at your age, were you a student at Lingbei University before the disaster? But Xiangyang shook his head. No. I never went to college. My family was poor, so I dropped out early and did odd jobs to get by. That was a surprise. Now he could afford to move into the villa community and give out such generous gifts. He must have some real ability. If his family was struggling, then all these supplies must have been earned by himself after the disaster. And Nan grew a bit cautious and probed further. Do you have any family left? The smile on Xiangyang's face faded. He looked down, his expression forlorn. No, just me. My parents were in a car accident years ago and were left disabled. I had a younger sister, but she was born weak and was bedridden all the time. After the disaster hit, they didn't last long and passed away one after another. Wow, that was a tragic backstory. And Nan saw how downcast he looked and suddenly remembered a meme she'd seen online. A sick mother, a gambling father, a little sister in school, and a broken him. If I don't help him, who will? She clicked her tongue. You're pretty impressive then. She nodded at his gifts. So generous. You've managed to carve out a life for yourself. Xiangyang looked up, scratching his head a little sheepishly. It's nothing. I just think if you want to show your gratitude, you should do it sincerely. He added, I've just been lucky these past 2 years. When it was hot, nobody wanted these heat packs. Who knew they'd become so valuable now? Please take them. I didn't pay much for them. And Nan smiled slightly. I appreciate the thought, but I can't accept them. You should keep them for yourself. They went back and forth a few times, but Xiangyang didn't insist. He bowed again. Thank you both. Then he straightened up and grinned. I didn't expect my brother and sister to be not only so good-looking, but so kind-hearted too. And Nan opened her mouth to say something else, but Guju, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted. Anan, it's too cold. Let's go back. And Nan turned her head and gave Guju a surprised look. They hadn't even finished talking. What was he in such a hurry to go back for? Both of them were wearing thermal suits and thick coats. Not to mention just standing outside for a bit. Even when they'd chatted with Ma Qingzhuang and the others for ages, they hadn't felt cold at all. She still wanted to find out how much food the other side had stockpiled and how they'd managed to survive after the disaster. But after being stunned for a couple of seconds, she decided to listen to Guju. He must have his reasons. Maybe he'd sense some kind of danger. So she turned to Xiangyang and said goodbye. Sorry, it's really cold out. If there's nothing else, we won't keep chatting. Xiangyang immediately gave a warm smile. All right, I won't keep you then. See you. And Nan nodded and went back inside with Guju. The moment they stepped inside, she couldn't wait to ask, what's wrong? Was there some danger just now? She hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. Guju went straight to the sofa and sat down. No. Huh? And Nan was a bit confused. Then why did you suddenly call me back? I thought you'd noticed something off. She sat down on the sofa too, guessing, or do you think there's something wrong with him? Guju stared at the surveillance feed, watching Xiangyang's figure grow smaller as he walked away, and replied calmly, nothing major. I just don't like him. And Nan was a little surprised by this answer. Since when did Guju do things based on personal likes and dislikes? They were here to sound the guy out, not to make friends. Besides, she said, a bit puzzled, I actually think he seems pretty sincere. She'd met all kinds of people in the apocalypse. She could spot evil intentions and hidden desires in someone's eyes at a glance. This guy's eyes were clear, and he gave her a comfortable feeling, kind of like Chu Pepe back then. He wasn't petty, didn't take advantage of others, knew how to be grateful, and seemed pretty genuine. She'd been watching him closely just now, not missing a single reaction. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem fake. And he hadn't hidden his intentions either. He just saw that she and Guju were strong and wanted to get on their good side. That was perfectly normal. The way he went about it wasn't off-putting at all. If it were someone else, when giving out those heat packs, even if they didn't make a big deal about how valuable the gift was, they'd at least expect a favor in return, or try to maximize their own benefit. But he'd honestly said he got them during the extreme heat period, didn't spend much on them, and told them not to feel burdened. What a good kid. But then she heard Guju beside her give a cold snort. 2 green tea. And Nan. She couldn't help but glance at him, half amused, half exasperated. You, Mr. CEO, who's above the mundane world, do you even know what green tea means? Guju grunted, I know. Then, with a completely straight face, he accused, just like him. And Nan clicked her tongue, thinking her man had probably been led astray by Zhao Ping'an. Xiangyang green tea? How is he tea at all? But Guju declared firmly, a grown man doesn't use such affected expressions and call people gij and jiejia in that cutesy way. Huh? And Nan tried to recall Xiangyang's tone and expression when he'd addressed them. He hadn't seemed fake at all, pretty natural actually. Isn't that just how puppy-like guys act? They really were several years older than him, so calling them brother and sister was normal. What should he call her sis, like Ma Qianzhuang does? Now that would be weird. Guju looked at her in silence for a while, as if he wanted to roll his eyes. It's not just about how he addresses people. I mean, every single one of his expressions is carefully calculated. They were both men. Did the guy think he couldn't tell? From his hair to his micro-expressions, everything was textbook perfect. He could go straight into showbiz and play the classic white moonlight second male lead. And Nan frowned, thinking it over, but still felt Xiangyang seemed perfectly normal. His expressions were normal, his tone was normal, and what he said was normal. He hadn't tried to probe into her or Guju's background at all. In fact, she was the one asking about him. He hadn't shown any guilt or resistance either. If anything, it was Guju who was acting a little off. So she raised an eyebrow at him. Don't tell me you're getting jealous for no reason, like Zhao Ping'an? That little puppy was so well-behaved and polite, how is he green tea at all? Men. So sensitive. Guju shot her a cool look. I'm not. And Nan grinned and nodded. All right, if you say you're not, then you're not. Then she put her hands behind her head, leaned back on the sofa, and teased, relax, big brother. Your big sister here doesn't have a single stray thought. Guju frowned, for once feeling like he couldn't explain himself. Now he finally understood why women hated green tea so much. It really was annoying. He couldn't be bothered to explain further. Anyway, just keep your distance from him. He's probably not a good person. And Nan pouted, but didn't argue. Whether Xiangyang was good or bad had nothing to do with her. She hadn't planned on making friends with a stranger anyway. In another villa. Xiangyang took off his outermost, rather thin coat, changed into a thick, gaudy floral jacket, wrapped himself in 2 more layers of blankets, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. It was freezing. He'd nearly passed out from the cold just to keep up appearances. Once he'd warmed up a bit, he put down the blankets, grabbed a bunch of mismatched socks, and pulled them all on at once. Then, wearing big cotton shoes, he stood up and carefully put the coat he'd just worn away in the closet. When he opened the closet, it was full of nice, clean, stylish clothes. These were his battle outfits, reserved for meeting people. But most of them were spring and autumn styles or summer clothes. He only had 3 decent-looking winter outfits, and none of them were very thick. The extreme cold had come so suddenly that just finding something warm enough was hard. Who could be picky about style? He'd picked out those 3 winter outfits as the only ones barely presentable and carefully stored them in the closet for important occasions. Like just now. As for the thick, ugly clothes, he saved those for wearing at home alone. When he had to go out, he'd just throw something nice over them, depending on the situation. Today, going to Villa 1, he'd been there to show weakness and make nice. So he'd deliberately chosen his best-looking outfit and hadn't layered up too much underneath. A slightly thin-looking figure would make people lower their guard more easily. If a big, burly, bear-like man came knocking on your door, your first reaction would be unease and wariness. Xiangyang had always believed that a person's outward appearance was very important. If you dress neatly and look good, people's first impression of you will be much better. That makes it easier to achieve your goals. So even when it was freezing cold, he'd force himself to endure it. If his nose turned red from the cold, he'd look even more harmless. Luckily, now that he was home and alone, he could finally dress as warmly as he liked. After putting away his clothes, Xiangyang dug out an old-fashioned, thick, heavy cotton hat, ugly as could be, and pulled it over his head for warmth. Then, facing the mirror, he tucked the messy strands of hair under the hat. The clean, fresh-faced young man in the mirror was gone. In his place stood a comical man wearing a flowery women's cotton-padded jacket, a vintage cotton hat, and big, filthy cotton shoes stuffed with 7 or 8 layers of stinky socks. Xiangyang shook his head and focused on his face in the mirror, starting his daily micro-expression practice. First, the eyes. He widened them, letting his gaze radiate innocence, imagining himself as a helpless little deer. Instantly, he looked much more pure and clear. Next, the smile. The curve of his lips had to be just right. A certain angle was a shy smile, another was an adorably goofy grin, another was a bright, sunny beam. There was an art to all of this. Eyes, smile, expression, he practiced them diligently every day, engraving them into his very bones so that when the time came to use them, they wouldn't look fake. Of course, even though his smile was professional and refined right now, his neck was hunched from the cold, which made him look a bit sneaky. He didn't have the same fresh and natural vibe he'd had earlier at Villa No. 1. After practicing for a good while, he finally relaxed, wrapped himself tightly in his quilt, and curled up in bed again. The main reason he'd gone to Villa No. 1 today was to cozy up to the powerful. When he'd gone out scavenging for supplies with Chu Peipei and the others before, they'd all been worried sick about their 2 missing companions. After a few questions, he learned that the missing people were the owners of Villa No. 1. Unlike them, Xiangyang had a hunch from the start that those 2 were definitely still alive. In the midst of a disaster, anyone who could still think about going on a honeymoon had to be incredibly strong. If their whole group had survived, how could those 2 possibly be dead? Impossible. Sure enough, when the 2 returned, not only were they completely unharmed, but they'd also easily taken care of the troublesome Linglong base. This was a thigh worth hugging, thicker than an elephant's leg. He had to cling on tight. When the disaster struck, he was only 19. The reason he'd been able to survive so smoothly in the apocalypse was by sticking close to the strong. That's why he didn't squeeze into the pigeonhole apartments at the official base, but instead worked hard, traveling between nearby cities, always looking for rich neighborhoods to live in. He'd choose reliable, powerful neighbors, work to build relationships, and stand on the same side as them. Even if they ate meat and he only got the soup, his life was still far better than the average survivors. Of course, it wasn't easy to hitch a ride with the strong. The more powerful the boss, the more vigilant they were. And they didn't like useless hangers-on who just wanted to freeload. So besides being humble and reading the room, he had to present himself as genuinely sincere, not greedy for money or goods, a clean image. At the same time, he had to disguise himself as a strong person too. He couldn't be stronger than them and pose a threat, but he couldn't be too weak either, or they'd see him as a burden. And, of course, he had to be willing to give. He often gave away things he himself was reluctant to eat or use, just to smooth relationships and build favors. Giving up a little profit could bring much greater returns. He knew full well that most gifts were given in vain. For ordinary people, giving them something was like throwing a meat bun to a dog gone for good. But for him, what mattered wasn't who accepted his gifts, but who refused them. That was an important criterion for choosing his targets. People like Aunt Hu and the owners of Villa No. 1, who refused to accept his food or favors, were the real big shots, capable, not greedy, and highly alert. As for others, take Xiangyang and Lee Mingching, for example. When he first recognized them, he was happy for a moment. After all, they were celebrities, probably wealthy and well-connected, and they were his peers. He thought they'd be easy to get along with. Who knew the two of them would accept his gifts with such excitement, like they hadn't eaten in days, not even worried he might have poisoned them. Clearly, they weren't going to amount to much. The owners of Villa No. 1 were the real thighs he needed to hug. Xiangyang was very satisfied with his performance today. Those two might not have taken a special liking to him, but at least they didn't show any obvious dislike. There was still plenty of time ahead. He wasn't worried about winning them over. No one could refuse a warm, cheerful, simple, generous, and grateful young man. From his appearance to his manners, he'd crafted himself according to the standards and preferences of the powerful. It was hard work, but worth it. Take the matter of Linglong base collecting protection fees. If it weren't for those two big shots, he'd have been bled dry. It's always easier in the shade of a big tree. By constantly hitching rides with the powerful, life became a breeze. He'd known this since his first year working odd jobs after dropping out of school. Back then, he wasn't yet 18, so most bosses wouldn't hire him. He had to rely on his mature, attractive appearance to work as a male model in nightclubs. At first, he didn't know anything, just clumsily tried to please the rich ladies. He made some money, but couldn't keep a steady clientele. Later, he realized that winning over the powerful wasn't about acting like a humble servant, but about cultivating and shaping his own personality and charm, quietly making himself likable. So from then on, he started building and packaging himself from the inside out. He was good-looking, articulate, and willing to put in the effort. Soon, he became a well-known top model. He earned enough not just for himself, but more than enough to support his bedridden family. That part wasn't a lie. He really did have disabled parents and a sick younger sister to support. When dealing with big shots, you couldn't tell the whole truth, but you couldn't fake everything either. Mixing truth with fiction made you likable and seemed sincere and reliable. But Xiangyang stared at the ceiling, Zhao Ping'an and Guju's faces flashing through his mind. His tricks seemed to work better on women. The more observant men always seemed to pick up on his little oddities. Meanwhile, Ma Qianzhuang, with his men in tow, rushed back to Linglong base. Judging by the time, the other teams collecting grain elsewhere should be back soon, too. He ordered Xiangyang, "Go call all the team leaders together. I have something to announce." Very soon, all the squad leaders of Linglong base had gathered in Ma Qianzhuang's villa. With a serious expression, Ma Qianzhuang issued a strict order to everyone. No one is allowed to go to the halfway villa on Luan Mountain to cause trouble anymore. Especially not under the name of Linglong base. He specifically mentioned the name in melee, instructing the squad leaders to go back and tell their subordinates that no one was to provoke this person. The squad leaders looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Did the two bosses go to Luan Mountain today to collect protection grain, only to come back empty-handed and get put in their place instead? In melee. Just from the name, it's obviously a woman. What kind of skills could a woman possibly have? She actually scared the second boss like this? Some of those sitting further away couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Could it be that in Melee is some big shots woman living on Luoan Mountain, and the bosses don't dare offend her? But their base had grown to its current size. What big shot could there possibly be that they couldn't afford to offend? Linglong Base was now the largest private base in Limbei City. Most of the survivors in the city were either in the official base or in theirs. Most of the other gangs and private bases had already been subdued by them. Now, not only was it hard to find supplies, but there were fewer and fewer people left to collect protection fees from. Many gangs and small bases, unable to fight them and unable to afford the regular protection payments, had simply disbanded and joined the official base. They definitely couldn't touch anyone in the official base. As for the scattered survivors outside, most of them didn't have a penny to their name, not even enough to pay the entry fee for the official base. So, the amount of protection grain they could collect was getting less and less. Anyone who could still be squeezed couldn't be let off easily. A few of the higher-ranking squad leaders sitting at the front quickly voiced their objections. Second boss, did something happen today? Our current stockpile won't last much longer. Luoan Mountain is such a fat sheep. How can we just let it go so easily? That's right. If something happened to the bosses, just tell us. We can all brainstorm together. Surely we can't just let someone get the better of us like this. Someone even directed the question at Sushi. What does the first boss think? What could Sushi think? She and Ma Xiangyang were husband and wife, and the only reason she was the first boss was because of her husband. Of course she'd listen to old Ma. Besides, she herself didn't want to make an enemy of Sister Meili. Never mind the past, just based on the other party's strength, they weren't someone you could mess with lightly. It wasn't that their base was so big and had so many people that they couldn't beat her alone. But if the two sides really clashed, just with that assault rifle in her hands, there'd definitely be heavy casualties. Even if they won in the end, it wouldn't be worth it. It's not like there was some deep-seated grudge. Was it really worth sacrificing a bunch of their own people to go all out against her? Was Luoan Mountain the only place in the world with supplies and food? She glanced at the squad leader who'd mentioned her and spoke unhurriedly. Since we've called you all here, it's because second boss and I have already discussed and agreed on this. Ma Xiangyang, frowning, swept his gaze around the room. It was clear that basically everyone disagreed with his decision. So he cleared his throat and said, "Do you all remember the old Shanyu base?" Most of the squad leaders at Linglong base were old-timers who'd once called each other brothers with Ma Xiangyang in the villas on the outskirts of Shanyu base. Someone immediately replied, "Of course we remember. That was the predecessor of our base. If all those people in the inner villas hadn't died out, we wouldn't be where we are today." That's right. Back then, life was tough for us brothers. Those guys in the inner circle didn't treat us like people at all. They ate meat, and we couldn't even get the soup. Exactly. Those bastards got what they deserved. Everyone had a belly full of complaints and resentment when it came to Shanyu base. After they'd all vented a bit, Ma Xiangyang finally spoke slowly. And Meili is the one who killed them all. The room instantly fell silent. After a long while, someone muttered quietly, "She's still alive?" Ma Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. All of us who used to bow and scrape, living as second-class citizens, have made it this far. You think someone who single-handedly wiped out the inner villas wouldn't survive? Back then, only extraordinary people could live in the inner circle. Ma Xiangyang snorted. Not only is she alive and well, her combat ability is just as strong as before. He then described in Meili's full set of gear and the ambush they'd encountered via her walkie-talkie. The first boss and I both feel that, given how strong the enemy is, there's no need for us to suffer unnecessary casualties. He then emphasized, of course, we're a democratic group. If anyone still insists on going up the mountain, you can take your own team. He paused, his voice firm and resolute, but you cannot do it in the name of Linglong base. And you can't bring trouble back to the rest of us here. All those squad leaders who'd been grumbling before now fell silent. It hadn't been easy for them to get this far, who wanted to risk their life, taking homemade guns up against assault rifles. Seeing their reaction, Ma Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction. Since no one wants to go, then remember what I said today. Keep your people in line. Don't let anyone with more guts than sense go and provoke someone they shouldn't. He then instructed Xiangyang, Linglong, let the gate guards know, if Meili comes to visit as invited, let her in without question. Xiangyang, yes, sir. After a moment of silence, the lead squad leader asked awkwardly, Boss, what should we do about the food shortage now? Ma Qianzhuang had already thought of a solution. Be flexible. Since resources in Linbei City are limited, we'll expand into the neighboring city. Someone looked troubled, but the gangs and bases in the next city aren't easy to deal with either. If we try to collect grain on their turf, it won't be easy. Ma Qianzhuang was full of confidence. Where there's a will, there's a way. In any case, he was never going to mess with Luoan Mountain again. If Meili could wipe out Shanyu Base, what was Linglong Base compared to that? Even the homemade guns they had now had cost them a fortune and a ton of effort to get made. Back then, Hou Jianming and Zhu Dazhuang had much better weapons than he did, and they still lost, didn't they? And when they took over the inner villas, there hadn't been a single weapon left inside. It was obvious, they'd all been taken by Meili. Which meant the weapons on her side definitely weren't limited to just the assault rifle he'd seen. For all he knew, everyone up on Luoan Mountain had a gun. Ma Qianzhuang was never someone obsessed with power. In times like these, staying alive was what mattered most. If they ever truly ran out of resources and had nowhere else to go, at worst, they could all just join the official base. It's not like they'd starve to death there, right? Meanwhile, Nan and Guju were also thinking about the official base. So, after lunch, they set off by car, ready to hand over the mutant sweet potatoes to Lee Mingching. When they arrived at the official base again, the entrance was still heavily guarded. However, there were noticeably fewer people lined up at the gate compared to last time. Most of the survivors who wanted to join the base had already moved in by now. The ones left were either unwilling to join or, like Nan in her previous life, couldn't even afford the 5 kilos of grain required as an entry fee. So these days, most of the people at the gate were existing residents coming and going, just a quick flash of their ID cards, and they were let in. The process was very efficient. And Nan and Guju only waited in line for a few minutes before showing their ID cards and entering the base smoothly. The base looked quite different from their last visit. Many buildings had been damaged by the earthquake. Some had already been renovated or rebuilt, while others, for various reasons, had simply been abandoned. When Chu Peipei and the others came to buy a house, they'd helped Nan inquire about hers. Her old 60-square-meter apartment had now been exchanged for a new 100-square-meter unit as compensation. This time, they'd brought the keys to the new place with them. After all, it was their own house. They had to see what it looked like in person. But they weren't in a rush to check out the house. First, they needed to take care of business, hand over the sweet potatoes to Lee Mingching, and have him show them the land plots. That little autonomous zone was far more important than a single apartment. The two of them wandered around the base for a while but couldn't find Lee Mingching's residence. Guju had known where it was before, but after the earthquake, everything had changed. The place he remembered was now just a dumping ground for construction debris. Almost all the surrounding buildings were small residential blocks. None of them looked like the kind of place a top leader would live. Other than these apartments, most areas weren't accessible to just anyone, with soldiers guarding many of the entrances. After circling around for a while, they ended up at the administrative hall near the base entrance. The work here was steady, and the female staff member who'd helped them cut the line to buy a house last time was still there. And Nan went over to say hello. The young couple's looks and attire were quite striking, so with just a little reminder, the woman remembered them. "Oh, it's you too. What, here to buy a second place?" And Nan smiled and shook her head. "No. We're used to living in our own villa outside. I haven't even stayed in the one we bought before. When you need a favor, it's best to show your strength first. It makes people more willing to help." Sure enough, the woman's attitude became much more polite. "You two are really impressive. Living outside the base and still looking so healthy." After all, in times like these, life outside the base was dangerous. For these two to still be well-dressed and rosy-cheeked, they must be doing exceptionally well out there. She glanced at them and asked, "So, what can I help you with?" And Nan smiled and got straight to the point. "I'm here to see Uncle Lee." She deliberately called him Uncle Lee to make it sound like she was close to the leader. Seeing the woman's confusion, she added, "I mean your base chief, Lee Mingching." The woman was instantly shocked, her voice rising a few notches. "The chief?" A few staff members nearby all turned to look at them. With fewer new arrivals joining the base these days, things in the administrative hall were pretty relaxed. It was just after lunch, so most of the staff were chatting or resting. Hearing someone ask for the chief, everyone's attention was on Nan and Guju. And Nan met their curious and scrutinizing gazes and nodded calmly. "Yes, my family elders are friends with Uncle Lee. We saw him a couple of days ago, and he said we could come find him anytime." She paused, then added, "But I didn't ask for his exact address at the time. We've just walked all around the base and couldn't find his office or residence, so we came here to ask." The woman looked troubled. The base was bigger than most small counties. How would a low-level clerk like her know where the chief lived? She explained what she knew. There's only one administrative hall in the base. The other leaders don't have offices in a central building, so I really don't know where the chief's office is. As for his private residence, I have no idea. Before Nan could say anything else, a young staff member nearby rolled his eyes and sneered. People these days, always name-dropping the chief. If he really told her to come, how could she not even know where he lives? And Nan glanced at him but didn't respond. She really hadn't asked Lee Mingching for his address last time, since she'd been in a hurry to get home. She turned slightly, blocking the other's view, and quietly slipped 2 packs of cigarettes into the woman's pocket. "I know you can't contact the chief directly, but you can reach your supervisor. Please help us pass the message up the chain." The official base wasn't that huge. If you reported things level by level, it wouldn't take long to reach the top. The woman hesitated only for a moment before quietly accepting the cigarettes and heading upstairs to find her supervisor. The sneering staff member saw her actually go and snorted, whispering to the others, "She actually went. What a joke. Isn't she afraid of getting scolded?" But the woman thought differently. All she had to do was pass the message along, no harm done. Even if she got scolded, so what? She'd just scored 2 packs of cigarettes, which were worth a fortune these days. And these two clearly weren't ordinary people. If they really were friends of the chief and she ignored them, that would be a much bigger problem. Her supervisor thought the same way. Reporting things up the chain was the right thing to do. Let the higher-ups make the decision. She just had to follow instructions and not take unnecessary responsibility. So, the message really did get passed up, level by level. And Nan and Guju waited patiently in the hall, ignoring the occasional snide remarks from the earlier staff member. Soon, someone came to the administrative office. Upstairs, a junior leader was sipping tea when he saw a military armored vehicle pull up outside. He immediately put down his cup and hurried downstairs. When he saw who had arrived, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly went up to shake hands. "Oh, Secretary Wu, what brings you here?" A man in his 30s, dressed in a military overcoat, walked into the service hall. He stood tall and straight, exuding an impressive aura. A few clerks, seeing that their supervisor had already come downstairs and was hurrying over to greet the newcomer, quickly stood up as well. And Nan turned at the sound and saw that the man was one of the two who had been with Lee Mingching last time. So, he wasn't a bodyguard, he was a secretary. Secretary Wu replied to the office supervisor with a simple, "I'm here to pick someone up," then scanned the room, his gaze settling on Nan and Guju. He walked over and greeted them politely, "Mr. Gu, Missin, hello." Guju replied, "Hello." And Nan said, "Hello, we meet again. Sorry to trouble you to come all this way." Secretary Wu smiled. "No need to be so polite, Missin. This is my job. Let's go, the chief is waiting for you." The office supervisor, standing nearby, saw how familiar they seemed with each other and secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he had reported the situation in time. If Secretary Wu himself had come to pick them up, It showed how much the chief valued these two. The woman who had helped pass the message also breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't wasted her effort reporting to the supervisor. These two really did know the chief. She felt a little excited inside. She'd done 2 favors for the chief's friends. If they put in a good word for her, wouldn't she be able to rise quickly and get an office upstairs? Her demands weren't high, just a cushy job, so she wouldn't have to work as a receptionist in the service hall anymore. Working in the hall meant dealing with all sorts of odd people and situations. Just yesterday, 3 survivors had come to make a scene, saying they'd run out of food and couldn't survive, and wanted to drag everyone down with them. If the soldiers at the door hadn't rushed in with their guns, she might have lost her life. She smacked her lips and seized the opportunity, staring at Nan with eager, hopeful eyes, wishing she could sense her expectations. If the supervisor and the chief's secretary weren't still here, she would have rushed over and begged for help directly. And Nan noticed her burning gaze and understood. She didn't know exactly what the woman wanted, but she could guess she was hoping to make a connection and improve her situation. Although Nan couldn't really put in a good word for her with Lee Mingching, before leaving, she still made a point of thanking her in front of the office supervisor. "Thank you for your help today. We'll be going now." The woman was overjoyed. "Oh, you're welcome. Wishing you all the best, see you around." That thank you is enough. There happened to be a vacancy upstairs for someone to help organize the resident files. For this kind of internal transfer, her supervisor could make the call. Even though this girl hadn't gone out of her way to say something nice for her, just that thank you meant she acknowledged the favor. The rest would be easy. The supervisor already knew she'd done a favor for the chief's friends. All she needed was to offer a little gift. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, almost bursting with joy. She shot a smug glance at the male clerk who'd mocked her earlier. That guy had always been at odds with her, always looking for a chance to put her down. Now he'd finally messed with the wrong people. She'd make sure to repeat everything he'd just said to the supervisor and see him get what he deserved. That clerk did look the most uncomfortable at the scene. He'd just been habitually picking on a colleague he didn't like. How could he have known those two were actually friends of the big boss? Now he didn't even dare breathe as he watched Nan and Guju leave, cursing inwardly. What's wrong with those two? If they're close with the chief, how come they didn't even know where he lived? Made him look like a fool today. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. When those two met the big boss, would they complain about him and get him in trouble? His dad had pulled a lot of strings to get him this job. He couldn't lose it just like that. His whole family relied on his salary to get by. He absolutely couldn't afford to be fired. After hesitating for a while, he finally mustered up the courage to chase after them and apologize. "Sorry, you too. I misunderstood you earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me." His voice grew quieter as he spoke. Even he felt his apology lacked sincerity. By then, Nan was already at the office entrance with Secretary Wu. She turned at the sound, glanced at him, and then said graciously, "It's all right. We did cause you some trouble." The clerk breathed a sigh of relief at her words. Thank goodness she was broad-minded. He'd said so many unpleasant things, but she didn't seem to take it to heart. He smiled, about to politely see them off, when Nan suddenly changed the subject. "But since you work with the public, even if you can't manage a smile, you shouldn't be sarcastic or mock people who come to you for help, right? Don't you think so?" Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. "Why yes, you're right." And Nan sighed. "It's lucky I have thick skin. If it were another young woman, she might have been humiliated to tears by your ridicule. If this hadn't been official territory, she wouldn't have let it go. Otherwise, when this guy kept sniping at her earlier, he'd have gotten a beating already." Secretary Wu, sensing something was off, immediately asked with a serious look, "Missin, what happened? Please tell me, I'll take care of it." These two were the chief's friends and his saviors. He'd heard most of their conversation with Chief Lee outside the city. The chief's attitude was clear. They were honored guests and must not be slighted. But Nan just waved her hand casually and smiled. "It's nothing, Secretary Wu. No need to trouble yourself." She glanced at the nervous office supervisor not far away, noticed the sweat beading on his forehead, and then smiled. "Shall we go?" Secretary Wu looked at the clerk, then at the supervisor, and said nothing more. Without another word, he led Nan and Guju away. After they left, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Even though Nan hadn't said much. She hadn't put in a good word for the woman, nor asked for the sarcastic clerk to be punished. The supervisor was a shrewd man. Seeing her attitude, how could he not read between the lines? He shot the clerk a hostile glare, then called the woman to follow him upstairs. Some people rejoiced, others worried. The woman followed the supervisor upstairs, elated, already planning to take out the 2 packs of cigarettes in her pocket and give them to the supervisor to seal the deal for her transfer. The male staff member who had been so arrogant earlier immediately deflated like a withered eggplant and slumped into his seat the moment he caught his superior's look. "It's over for me." He was sure he'd be losing his job. Meanwhile, Nan and Guju followed Secretary Wu's car in the black night, soon arriving at Lee Mingching's residence. To her surprise, Chief Lee didn't live in some fancy villa or a Western-style house, but in an ordinary apartment building. The only thing that set this building apart from others was that it stood alone in its own courtyard. There was a main gate outside, guarded by security personnel. The safety and privacy here were much better than in a regular residential complex. The building had 6 floors and 2 units, with 1 apartment per floor per unit. So, in total, there were 12 apartments in the whole building. And Nan guessed this was probably official housing for government families. Important leaders and their families likely all lived here. However, the apartment on the first floor of Unit 1 had a door different from the others upstairs. It wasn't locked, nor was it a security door. It looked more like the kind of door you'd find on a meeting room in an office. She figured this was where the leaders gathered for meetings. Lee Mingching lived on the top floor of Unit 1. The 2 of them followed Secretary Wu upstairs without any trouble. On the 6th floor, Secretary Wu took out his key and led them straight inside. The apartment had a very standard layout, about 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. No one was in the living room. Secretary Wu gestured for them to wait a moment and went into one of the rooms himself. Soon, he opened the door and invited them in. This was Lee Mingching's study. The room was packed with stuff. Lee Mingching sat at a desk on the east side, fully absorbed in writing something. And Nan glanced around and felt this was more than just a study, it was also his office as a leader. In another corner, there was a smaller desk that looked like it belonged to Secretary Wu. This setup was actually quite convenient. He could work from home, saving resources and sparing himself from running back and forth between home and office in this freezing weather. Lee Mingching quickly put down his pen and greeted Nan and Guju politely. "Hello, we meet again." After a few brief pleasantries, Nan got straight to the point. "Uncle Lee, we're here today because we have something we want to give you." She then explained the existence and benefits of the mutant sweet potatoes. To make it more convincing, she casually mentioned the Eastern government, though she didn't go into detail about what happened in Jishur City. Just said they'd brought it back from the Eastern authorities. As Lee Mingching listened, his expression grew more and more excited. By the end, his eyes were practically glowing. "Wonderful. This is fantastic." After more than 3 years of natural disasters, food has become scarcer and scarcer. We've been trying to resume planting, but the weather has been so extreme. We just managed to harvest a batch of heat-resistant crops, but before we could distribute them, the extreme cold hit. Lee Mingching had been racking his brains over developing cold-resistant crops, and now they suddenly brought such great news. Sweet potatoes that could grow in any environment and temperature. Didn't that mean that even if the extreme cold ended and some other disaster came, these sweet potatoes would still survive? This was truly something precious, far better than their heat-resistant crops. Even Secretary Wu was getting excited. Having worked with Guju before, Lee Mingching didn't really doubt the authenticity of this at all. He immediately asked, "Where are they?" "They're in our car." Soon, the sweet potato seedlings they'd brought were carried upstairs. Lee Mingching looked at the sweet potatoes as if they were his own children, cherishing them. He murmured, "They really can grow in any temperature?" Before Nan and Guju could answer, he continued to himself, "Of course they can. In this freezing weather, I'm half frozen, but these little guys are still so full of life." He calmed himself down and asked Nan and Guju, "You've brought us something so precious. Do you have any requests?" And Nan grinned and replied righteously, "No requests. It's our wish to benefit all survivors." Then she paused. "Of course, if we could get a promise in return, that would be even better." Lee Mingching was in such a good mood that he agreed without hesitation. "What kind of promise?" And Nan said seriously, "If we ever face a crisis, life or death, promise you'll lend us a hand." "That's it?" Lee Mingching agreed immediately. "Of course. Even if you hadn't brought these today, for the sake of my friendship with your mother, I wouldn't just stand by and watch." He even added, "Once that plot of land is developed and you move in, I can assign you 2 soldiers to guard the place, at your disposal, to ensure your safety." And Nan and Guju exchanged a glance, both pleasantly surprised. They'd been worrying about having no one to guard the entrance to their little autonomous zone. Once such a special area was established, it would definitely attract attention and curiosity from other survivors. They'd have to find a way to guard it. They had indeed thought about using the sweet potatoes to negotiate with Lee Mingching for help with this. But requesting soldiers for personal use could easily make people wary or uncomfortable. Lee Mingching bringing it up himself saved them the trouble. So they agreed at once. "Thank you so much, Uncle Lee." After they'd settled everything, Lee Mingching couldn't wait and told Secretary Wu, "Go, invite Professor Zheng over." After Secretary Wu left, he explained with a smile, "To be honest, the secret mission I went on yesterday was to invite this professor to help us solve the food production problem. Professor Zheng is a scientist specializing in this field. I was hoping he could help with research and development, but I never expected you'd bring ready-made mutant sweet potatoes. With him here, we'll be able to safely and efficiently scale up sweet potato cultivation in no time. We might even be able to develop mutant potatoes and mutant yams based on this." Lee Mingcheng grew more and more excited. Wasn't this the answer to the people's biggest survival problem? Never mind the natural disasters for now, at least everyone could have enough to eat. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Secretary Wu returned with 3 people. A cultured-looking man in his 50s or 60s, wearing glasses. A woman about the same age, well-preserved and very beautiful. And a boy of about 10. When Nan saw the boy's face, she was momentarily stunned. Why does this child look so much like Guju? And Nan turned her head in surprise to look at her man, then glanced back at the little boy. No mistake about it. The same phoenix-shaped eyes, the same thin lips, the same tall, straight nose. He was practically a miniature version of Guju. The only difference was the boy's round, chubby cheeks, unlike Guju's sharply sculpted profile. If Guju was the male lead who'd stepped out of a comic, then this little boy was the chibi fan art version. When the two, one big, one small, looked at each other, it was like a time-traveling mirror had been placed between them. On one side, the adult Guju, on the other, the child version. Staring at this bizarre scene, and Nan couldn't help but have a ridiculous thought pop into her head. Oh my god, could her man already have a kid this big somewhere? She knew Guju wasn't the unreliable type, but with this level of resemblance, who would believe they weren't related by blood? It wasn't just Nan who was stunned, even Guju was clearly taken aback. And the 3 people across from them were just as dumbfounded. Lee Mingching, seeing everyone frozen in place, stood up with a smile to make introductions. "President Gu, and Nan, this is Professor Zheng, whom I just mentioned. Professor Zheng, this is Mr. and Mrs. Gu. They've brought some extremely valuable sweet potatoes, so I took the liberty of interrupting your rest and calling you over." He had gone to great lengths to bring Professor Zheng back, and by the time they arrived at the base, it was already midnight. So the original plan was to let his family rest well today and talk about work later. But the mutated sweet potatoes were a big deal. He had to get Professor Zheng to check them out as soon as possible. Knowing how passionate and dedicated Professor Zheng was about his research, Lee Mingching figured the professor would be even more excited than he was to see these sweet potatoes. Introduced by Lee Mingching, Guju and Professor Zheng shook hands politely and exchanged greetings. Lee Mingching then glanced at Nan, who was still observing the child, and introduced the woman and the boy. These are Professor Zheng's sister-in-law and nephew. They were the professor's only remaining family, so of course they had to be brought along. Lee Mingching himself had been startled by the boy's appearance when he first met him. His first reaction was to think this was Guju's illegitimate child from somewhere. But after asking around, he learned that Mrs. Zheng had never even been to Linbei City, nor did she know anyone surnamed Gu. Given her age, it was impossible for anything to have happened between her and Guju. The resemblance was just an incredible coincidence. Sometimes, there really are two unrelated people in the world who look so much alike. And Nan was even more surprised after hearing Lee Mingching's introduction. Professor Zhang's sister-in-law and nephew? So they were mother and son? She'd thought they were grandmother and grandson. She took a closer look at the woman. In her 50s, with delicate features, even with sagging skin and wrinkles, she was still a beauty. Her bearing was excellent, too. Dressed in a brown mink coat, her hair elegantly pinned up, she was Clea. RLY, a pampered lady from a wealthy family. But the boy looked only about 10 years old. Did she really have him in her 40s? Strange as it was, and Nan still greeted them politely in front of the commander and the professor. Hello. The woman's expression was a bit stiff. She nodded perfunctorily to Nan and replied, hello, but her gaze quickly returned to Guju. And Nan could sense that the woman was scrutinizing Guju closely, her eyes lingering on his face for a long time. At that moment, the little boy suddenly piped up, Big brother, you really take after me. And Nan nearly choked on her own saliva. Was take after supposed to be used like that? He got the generation all mixed up. The woman was startled too. She withdrew her gaze and patted her son's shoulder. Xiangyang, what are you saying? She shot an apologetic glance at Commander Lee, then turned to Guju. Sorry, the child doesn't know any better. Guju looked at the woman, silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. And Nan glanced at him thoughtfully. Lee Mingching laughed to smooth things over. Kids just say whatever comes to mind. The woman looked away, forcing a smile and nodding, then said to Professor Zheng Yanchuan, you go ahead and talk. I'll take. Before she could finish, Guju suddenly interrupted, what did you say this child's name is? The woman was startled by his sudden question. She turned to meet his dark eyes, opened her mouth a few times, but couldn't get a word out. Professor Zheng quickly stepped in to answer for her. My little nephew's name is Xiangyang Xiangyang. He then turned to Lee Mingching to explain, sorry, the child was just napping and had a nightmare. He woke up crying and wouldn't let me out of his sight, so I had to bring both of them over. Lee Mingching waved it off. No problem. I'm the one who disturbed your rest, after all. With that, he dropped the small talk and turned excitedly to point at the sweet potato seedlings nearby. Come, Professor Zheng, take a look at this. Professor Zheng was pulled over to the plastic tubs where the sweet potatoes were growing, and his reaction was even bigger than Lee Mingching's had been earlier. In weather this cold, they're growing so well. Are these cold-resistant sweet potatoes? He looked like he wished he could pull out a magnifying glass and examine every leaf in detail. Lee Mingching grinned. Even better than cold-resistant sweet potatoes. These two brought them from the east. He gave a quick overview of the sweet potato's resistance to both heat and cold, making Professor Zheng so eager he looked like he wanted to move his whole lab over and start working immediately. Meanwhile, the little boy, hearing his uncle's exclamations, was drawn over as well. He bounced over, tilting his head to study the sweet potato seedlings in the tub. Then, while the adults weren't paying attention, he suddenly reached out and plucked off several leaves, happily playing with them in his hands. These leaves are so nice. I haven't seen green leaves in so long. Lee Mingching's face instantly turned green. What was this little rascal doing? These seedlings were so precious, they hadn't even been mass-produced yet. At this point, They were more valuable than his own life. He didn't even dare touch them himself, and here this kid had just yanked off a whole handful. Professor Xiangyang was shocked too. He smacked the boy's hand hard. "Who said you could touch that?" The boy looked at the two men, whose faces were getting darker by the second, shrank back, and then his mouth quivered before he burst into tears with a wail. The shrill sound pierced the air. Lee Mingching frowned, clearly displeased, as he watched the boy sobbing with snot and tears streaming down his face. It was said that this kid was already 12, so why did he still act so clueless? He didn't even seem as mature or sensible as a 7- or 8-year-old. Professor Xiangyang was clearly angry now. He barked in a rough voice, "What are you crying for?" Then he turned to his sister-in-law. "Xiangyang, take Xiangyang outside." Annan raised an eyebrow at this. Was he so flustered that he'd lost his mind? Who calls their own sister-in-law by her nickname? She glanced at Guju beside her. He was still expressionless, his eyes deep and unreadable. But Annan could clearly feel that when he heard the words Xiangyang, his hand tightened slightly. The woman hurriedly responded, flustered, and quickly pulled her son over. You could tell she felt sorry for her son, who was sobbing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Instinctively, she reached out to wipe away his tears. But she also knew how precious this mutated sweet potato was, so feeling guilty, she didn't say anything more. She just gave her son a quick scolding and took him out of the room. Before leaving, she quietly apologized to Lee Mingching and the others. "Sorry, my child didn't know any better and caused you trouble. We'll wait outside." With that, she took her son by the hand and left, closing the door behind them. In that moment, as the door shut, the woman's profile looked almost identical to Guju's. Annan turned to look at her man. He was staring at the door, his expression unreadable. After a moment's thought, Annan reached out and held his hand. Guju snapped back to reality, glanced down at Annan, and then squeezed her hand in return. Meanwhile, Professor Xiangyang had already checked over the bucket of sweet potato seedlings that the brat had yanked leaves off of. Fortunately, this plant was almost mature, so losing a few leaves hadn't caused any real harm. He let out a long sigh of relief and said to Lee Mingching, "The seedlings are fine." Then he apologized, "I'm sorry, my little nephew is my brother and sister-in-law's late-in-life child. They had him in their 40s. He's the only boy of his generation in the Xiangyang family, so he's been spoiled. I'm really sorry, he almost caused a disaster." Hearing the seedlings were fine, Lee Mingching also relaxed. It's all right as long as the seedlings are okay. Since they'd explained that the nephew was the family's only child and precious treasure, even if Lee Mingching was annoyed, for Professor Zhang's sake, he couldn't keep harping on it. Seeing that the seedlings were fine and the deal was done, Annan figured there was nothing left for her and Guju to do here, so she started getting ready to leave. They still had to check out the house and land. Lee Mingching, in a good mood, personally saw them out. He asked Secretary Wu to accompany them to inspect the plot of land, and said warmly, "Thank you both. Not only did you help me out yesterday and let me bring Professor Xiangyang over smoothly, but today you've also brought such precious sweet potatoes." He was all smiles, as if he could never thank them enough. "No need to thank us." Annan replied, then casually asked about yesterday. "By the way, did you find out what happened with that driver?" Lee Mingching's face darkened a little. He killed himself. They'd originally kept the driver alive to interrogate him, but he hadn't confessed to anything, only saying he'd been forced. Someone had threatened his family, so he had no choice. After apologizing, he bit his tongue and killed himself. Annan clicked her tongue. He was really ruthless with himself.
We're diving deep today, and remember, on this channel, we never leave a story halfway, we always finish the novel. If you appreciate the full journey, please like the video, subscribe for the complete series, and share it with your fellow book lovers. Also, if you want to support the channel even further, we now have YouTube memberships available. If you're interested in signing up for exclusive perks and helping us keep these stories going, just click the join button below the video for all the details.
So does that mean this whole thing is just going to be left unresolved? Someone was lurking in the shadows, watching Lee Mingching like a tiger eyeing its prey, waiting for a chance to kill him. That was bad news. She hadn't met this leader more than twice, but all her agreements with the authorities had been made with Lee Mingching. Only with him in charge would the benefits she'd negotiated still be honored. Lee Mingching's eyes darkened. It's all right. I have a pretty good idea who it is. Annan nodded. As long as he knew who the enemy was, he could be on guard and wouldn't be caught off guard again. She sensibly didn't ask further. She had no interest in the internal power struggles of the official base, nor did she want to get involved. As long as Lee Mingching was prepared, that was enough. After saying their goodbyes, she and Guju left with Secretary Wu. Downstairs, they saw the mother and son who'd left earlier standing outside the building. The boy had stopped crying and was now full of energy, eyes shining as he poked around the black night car. Mom, are you sure this awesome black car isn't a tank? It even has treads. The woman stood nearby, doting, and smiled. If Xiangyang likes it, when you grow up, Mom will find a way for you to drive a tank, okay? Really? The boy was overjoyed. He grabbed the cross pendant around his neck and scraped it hard against the passenger door twice. Look, Mom, this car is so tough. No matter how I scratch it, there's not a mark. Not like other cars, where the paint comes off if you just touch it. This is so cool. I love it. Annan frowned in displeasure at the sight. That was someone else's car. How could a brat just go around scratching it, and the parent didn't even stop him? He looked just like Guju, but how could this little brat be so annoying? She glanced at Guju and saw that he, too, was frowning, staring at the mother and son, a bit dazed. The woman finally noticed her son was getting carried away and went over to grab his hand. Hey, Xiangyang, I told you not to scratch things. If you damage it, we'll have to pay for it. The boy puffed up his cheeks and muttered, we'll pay then. Anyway, Dad always. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something, and a couple of tears fell as he choked up, but Dad isn't here anymore. The woman immediately bent down, full of pity, to comfort him. Secretary Wu, standing nearby, frowned and cleared his throat. Only then did the mother and son notice the three of them behind them. The woman jumped in surprise, not sure if they'd seen the scratching incident. She straightened up and gave an awkward laugh. You're done talking? Guju didn't respond. After a couple seconds of silence, he simply walked around to the driver's side and got in the car. The woman looked even more embarrassed and forced a smile at Annan. Oh, so it's your car. Sorry, my son's still young. Before she could finish, Annan walked straight over, bent down, and asked Xiangyang, you really like this car? The boy wiped his tears and nodded excitedly. Yeah. He thought that when adults asked that, it meant they were going to give him the thing. So he looked at Annan expectantly. But instead, she patted his head, and her lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Then you'd better be careful. Stand back and watch from a distance. Otherwise, when the car starts up, it's easy to get run over and killed. The boy stared at Annan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such terrifying words could come from the mouth of such a beautiful big sister. Coupled with her slightly sinister smile, he was so frightened that he immediately burst into loud sobs. Watching him wail, Annan curled her lip in disdain. Such a big kid, yet not even half as mature as that little one from the Linglong gang's Nan Guiyan family. Clearly spoiled rotten at home, pampered to the point of being useless. No manners, no courage. At first, she thought he resembled Guju, but after a closer look, she realized there was no resemblance at all. This spoiled, sniveling brat was nothing like her own Guju, who was as elegant as a jade tree. And Nan could easily imagine that even as a child, Guju must have been the type who was calm, well-behaved, and sensible. The woman beside them hurriedly pulled the little boy into her arms, glaring at Nan in displeasure. What are you saying? You've scared the child. And Nan looked at her and smiled politely, repeating in a gentle tone, Mrs. Zheng, all I said was to have your child stay back, so he doesn't get run over. She pointed at the Black Knight. This is an armored vehicle. If it hits someone, it's no joke, they'll be flattened into a pancake. It's not a pretty sight. As she spoke, she glanced at the boy again. Hearing her frightening words and meeting her gaze, Xiangyang cried even louder, burying himself deeper into his mother's arms. There, Xiangyang, don't be scared. The woman comforted her son, all the while shooting daggers at Nan. She could see it now, this wretched girl was doing it on purpose. Going on and on about death, 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 how could a child handle that? She took a deep breath and demanded loudly, what did my Xiangyang ever do to you for you to scare him like this? And Nan looked innocent. How did I scare him? I was just stating the facts. If your kid is timid and can't handle it, how is that my fault? The woman's expression immediately turned fierce. Who are you calling timid and sheltered? And Nan looked at her, a mocking smile on her lips. Mrs. Zheng, you really are protective of your child. Can't handle even a bit of honest feedback about his shortcomings, can you? She paused, then looked at her and said, you must be a wonderful mother, right? Meeting in Nan's eyes, the woman's confidence faltered a little. She glanced at Secretary Wu, who was standing not far away, then lifted her chin again. You scared my child and insulted him. Of course I'm angry. Apologize to Xiangyang. Don't traumatize him. And Nan snorted. Your kid scratched up my car, but I let it go. Now you want me to apologize? Hey, kid. She raised her chin, looking down at Xiangyang. Do you need me to apologize? Startled by her loud voice, Xiangyang looked up, only to meet Nan's cold gaze. His crying, which had just started to subside, grew even louder. He shook his head frantically, sobbing no. No, just go away. And Nan snorted and looked at the woman. Your son says no. The woman was furious. This damn girl was scaring her son again. Seeing Xiangyang trembling in fear, she finally lost her composure. Gone was her graceful demeanor. She now pointed at Nan like a shrew, shouting angrily, why do you keep scaring my son? So, what if he scratched your car? We'll pay for it. Do you have to make such a big deal out of it? You look like such a nice girl, but how can you be so vicious inside? And Nan rolled her eyes. Vicious? The last kid who scratched her car ended up with a head full of bumps after she was done with him. This time, she hadn't even laid a finger on him, all for the sake of Lee Mingching and that professor. Auntie, calling me vicious is a bit much, don't you think? All I did was state the facts and tell you to step aside so you don't get run over for your own good. And Nan stared into her eyes. I've heard of people who despise the poor, abandon their husbands and children, and neglect their own offspring, and they don't think they're vicious. Compared to that, I just tell the truth. How is that? Vicious? The woman's legs visibly weakened, and she took a step back. She glanced unconsciously at the car, then looked back at Nan, her confidence wavering. What do you mean by that? What did she mean? Did she really not know? And Nan's smile faded, her gaze turning icy. I've been giving you face all along. Are you sure you want to keep pushing? The woman hesitated, lips trembling, then suddenly raised her voice. Why would I need you to give me face? Who do you think you are? And Nan sneered. If you want to talk, talk. Why are you shouting? She paused, then added with a half smile, people only raise their voices when they're feeling guilty to make themselves sound more confident. So, Auntie, is there something you're feeling guilty about? Seeing she couldn't win the argument, the woman was furious. After a few deep breaths, she turned and shouted at Guju, who was sitting in the car, your wife is being so aggressive and unreasonable, can't you hear her? The car windows were tinted, so from the outside, you could only see darkness. But she knew the people inside could see and hear everything. As she wished, the window rolled down. But Guju didn't say a word. He just looked at her, his eyes deep and unreadable. And Nan, on the other hand, was amused. How could this woman have the nerve to question Guju? Under Guju's gaze, the woman's confidence faltered again, and she looked away awkwardly. But seeing Xiangyang's tear-swollen eyes, her anger flared up again. She shouted at Guju, didn't you hear me? Are you just going to let your wife bully people like this? Guju looked away, ignoring her. He turned to Nan and said gently, Anan, don't let irrelevant people upset you. He could tell Nan was in a foul mood. And he knew who it was for. He added, "Don't worry about it. Do whatever you want. In other words, go ahead and scold them. Vent as much as you like before we leave." And Nan smiled. "Got it. You just relax, I can handle this myself." Today wasn't the right time for Guju to step in. When it comes to arguments, she's unbeatable. Making annoying people jump with rage is her basic skill. As the car window rolled up again and Nan grew even more brazen, the woman was nearly driven mad with anger. Blinded by rage, she reached out and slapped the Black Knight's car window. "Get out of the car. Make your wife apologize to Xiangyang. Did you hear me?" And Nan narrowed her eyes at the woman's self-righteous, bossy attitude. She took 2 steps forward, closing in on her. "Try slapping it again, I dare you. 10 gene of grain for every slap. I'll make you pay until you lose everything." The woman was startled by her aura and instinctively stopped. But feeling her son's fear beside her, she immediately put on a tough mother act and started shouting at the car again. "Come out. Did you hear me?" And Nan cut her off impatiently. "Old lady, I'm the one talking to you. Why do you keep dragging someone else into this?" She paused, pointing toward Guju inside the car. "What, do you know him?" The woman immediately fell silent. After a long moment, she finally replied, "No, I don't." And Nan sneered. "Since you don't know him, what right or position do you have to order my man around?" She added sarcastically, "With that attitude, anyone would think you're some evil mother-in-law, egging your son on to hit his wife." At that, a guilty look flashed across the woman's face. She glanced nervously at Secretary Wu, who had been silent nearby, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" And Nan snorted. "If we don't even know each other, stop dragging my husband into this. If you have something to say it to me." The woman was so angry her chest heaved. "Even if we don't know each other, I'm still your elder. Is this how you treat your elders?" And Nan let out a mocking laugh, trying to pull the elder card in front of her. As if. There are plenty of old ladies on the street, are they all my elders? Someone like you, with no relation to our family, isn't an elder. You're just a stranger. The woman looked like she was about to explode, clutching her chest and gasping as if she might collapse at any moment. And Nan crossed her arms, looking lazy and unconcerned. "Oh, cut it out. Trying to scam me. You act all high and mighty, but you're just here to cause trouble? You. The woman was so angry she could barely speak. And Nan waved her off impatiently. "Take your precious son and get out of my way. I already told you, this car could run someone over." The woman stared at her in disbelief. "Are you threatening me? Would she really dare to run them over?" And Nan didn't reply, just stared at her steadily. Whether it was a threat or not, she could decide for herself. Under Nan's gaze, the woman took a step back and instinctively turned to Secretary Wu for help. Secretary Wu, who had been quietly watching the drama, suddenly became very interested in his fingernails and pretended not to see. On one side was the family of Professor Zheng, who had been specially invited back. On the other, the person who had saved the chief's life. He couldn't afford to offend either party. And Nan didn't want to make things difficult for Secretary Wu, and seeing that the old lady was about to have a stroke from anger, she ignored her and turned to Secretary Wu. "Secretary Wu, it's getting late. Let's go." Then she forcefully pushed the mother and son aside, opened the car door, and got in. The woman was nearly knocked over, but Secretary Wu pretended not to see and politely said goodbye. "Mrs. Zheng, I have official business to attend to. See you next time." Then he got into his own car as well. Watching the 2 cars drive away, the little boy finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped crying. But the woman rolled her eyes and pinched her philtrum hard, as if she might faint from anger at any moment. Inside the Black Knight, Guju was driving, following Secretary Wu's car closely. And Nan looked at his profile, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Ayu, I've never asked, what was your name before?" Before the Gu family found him, he definitely wasn't surnamed Gu. Guju answered calmly, "My surname was Zhou. Zhou Hang." And Nan was stunned, then furious. "Zhou Hang?" His name was just Hang, but that brat's name was Xiangyang. What was that old woman thinking when she named them? No wonder Ao had such a strong reaction when he heard the kid's name earlier. Damn, she'd gone too easy on them just now. She should have just given them a beating. Because she couldn't predict how Guju would feel in the future, she'd held back and not gone too far. After all, that was his mother. The striking resemblance between the three and Guju's odd attitude made Nan quickly realize that the mother and son were his birth mother and half-brother. That's why she'd been so angry when she saw them downstairs again. And Nan took Guju's hand and, after a long silence, said with disgust, "Your mother isn't as good-looking as you said." Guju chuckled, one hand on the wheel, the other holding hers. "I don't really have a mother anymore." He'd long since outgrown any attachment to her. After more than 20 years, she'd changed so much he barely recognized her. If it weren't for Zhang Xiangyang looking so much like him, he would have just thought of her as a stranger. A strange face, a stranger, someone he wanted to avoid. How could someone like that be called a mother? And Nan frowned, feeling sorry for him. "Ao, you still have me. That awful woman." Even if Guju recognized her as his mother, and Nan would never accept her as a mother-in-law. She'd already made things clear today, but the woman still refused to admit it. Whether in the past or now, she'd abandoned Ao without hesitation. So be it, let her stay a stranger forever. She couldn't help but think, ridiculous. She gave birth to 2 identical children, threw away the pearl, but treasured the plain egg. Guju glanced at Nan's gritted teeth and chuckled, comforting her. "All right, I'm not even angry anymore. Why are you? She's just a stranger." As they spoke, the car reached the plot of land that belonged to them. Guju squeezed her hand. "Let's be happy and take a look at our future home." And Nan nodded. Their land was at the easternmost edge of the base, covering 45 mu, about 30,000 square meters. It was a sizable area. The plot was surrounded by iron fencing, with only one entrance for vehicles. Once inside, they didn't get out, but followed Secretary Wu's car, circling around to inspect the place. They were in high spirits until they suddenly noticed, at the farthest end from the entrance, there were 2 RVs parked, and a pile of household trash scattered around them. And Nan frowned, pointing ahead. "Something doesn't look right over there." Guju noticed it too. "Let's go check it out." Secretary Wu, who was walking in front, had clearly also sensed something was off. He changed direction and led them over. 2 armored vehicles rumbled over imposingly and stopped near a couple of RVs. But inside the RVs, it was as if no one had heard them. Everything was eerily quiet. No sound, no one coming out to see what was happening, just trash scattered everywhere. Empty lipstick tubes, cigarette butts, paper birthday hats, streamers and confetti cannons, sunflower seed shells, gnawed clean pork bones. All kinds of junk littered the ground. And Nan looked around and even spotted a bunch of snack wrappers, potato chips, beef jerky, and the like. There were bottles of Coke and Sprite, beer cans, empty liquor bottles. She couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. These people must be loaded. After all, it's been years since the disaster hit, and it's no easy feat to still have so many packaged snacks left. Especially after the extreme heat wave, any liquid drinks would have been nearly impossible to keep until now. These days, people mostly just melt snow for water. Yet here, there were so many bottles and cans of booze and soda. And with all those streamers and confetti cannons, it really looked like someone had thrown a party here. But this location, a party in an RV? Wouldn't that be cramped? There was still no sound from either RV. And Nan and Guju didn't rush to get out of their vehicle, instead letting Secretary Wu take the lead. It wasn't that they were shirking responsibility, but the land hadn't officially changed hands yet, and the workers hadn't started construction. The area was still under government management. If the place had already been built and handed over, and someone tried to occupy it, then they'd have every right to intervene. And Nan's usual way of handling things was with a knife or a bullet, quick and effective, but a bit too high profile. The official base now had its own public security laws. They might not be perfect, but you definitely couldn't just kill people like you could outside. Besides, anyone who could still afford snacks and imported liquor in these times was probably someone important. Since Secretary Wu was here, it was best to let him handle it. Once Secretary Wu got out, and Nan and Guju followed at a leisurely pace. Both of them habitually carried pistols in their pockets, just in case. As Secretary Wu approached the two RVs, he was also distracted by all the garbage. From his reaction, and Nan could tell he hadn't known about these vehicles either. He focused for a moment, then frowned and knocked on the door. Standing behind him, and Nan kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. When her gaze swept over a corner of the trash pile, she accidentally noticed a bunch of condom wrappers, and used ones too. And Nan wrinkled her nose in disgust and edged away. Seriously, what kind of place was this? How could there be so much of that stuff? Logically, this land had only recently been fenced off, and these two RVs must have just shown up. Yet in such a short time, they'd already made such a mess. Who knew what kind of chaos was going on inside those vehicles? And Nan suddenly felt like her land was tainted. She reached out and pulled Guju back a bit. Better not touch the RVs, who knew what diseases might be lurking. Secretary Wu knocked hard on the door several times before a voice inside finally snapped impatiently. Who is it? Stop banging. Are you trying to kill someone? Atsong, go open the door. Screw you. Why don't you go? Secretary Wu's expression shifted slightly when he heard the voices, as if he recognized who was inside. He frowned and moved to the other RV, pounding on the door. Open up now. A disgruntled female voice replied, Brother Shaolin, go see who it is. Tell them to stop banging, my head is killing me. Yeah. So annoying. I'm coming. Stop knocking already. What, are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Soon, both RV doors swung open. The moment the doors opened, a wave of heat poured out. But it wasn't just the warmth from the heaters, it was the stifling, muggy heat of too many people crammed into a small space, mixed with a faint, rotten stench. There were definitely a lot of people inside. Given all the stuff outside, it didn't take much imagination to guess what they'd been up to, and Nan wrinkled her nose and took another step back, holding her breath to keep the smell from invading her nose and lungs. Two young men poked their heads out of the RVs. They looked to be in their 20s, bleary-eyed and annoyed. But when they saw Secretary Wu, they instantly snapped to attention, blurting out in unison, Secretary Wu? The first man to open the door straightened up nervously. What brings you here, sir? And Nan raised an eyebrow at the scene. Clearly, they knew each other. Anyone on familiar terms with the chief secretary and able to get their hands on so many rare supplies had to be from a privileged background. Secretary Wu's brow furrowed. That's what I should be asking you. What are you doing here? Didn't you see the area's been cordoned off? He paused, then added, Where did you get these two RVs? Did you rob other survivors? The other man quickly waved his hands. Of course not. It's Yao Qianqian's birthday. She organized everything, got the RVs through proper channels, no stealing, no robbing. Hearing the familiar name, Yao Qianqian, and Nan looked up at the RV in surprise. So Guju's fiance was in there too? She glanced at the two men, bundled up in heavy coats, hair a mess, clothes disheveled, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. That rich girl sure knew how to party. Then she glanced at Guju beside her. He, as always, was completely unruffled. Meanwhile, the man was still explaining to Secretary Wu. Yeah, the area's cordoned off, but you're not using it yet. It's Qianqian's birthday, everyone's just having fun, so we threw a few more parties these past couple days. It's quiet and open out here, less likely to disturb anyone. Don't worry, we can leave anytime. We won't interfere with Chief Lee's business. The more he talked, the stronger the smell of alcohol wafted out. Secretary Wu frowned. Didn't your father tell you not to drink anymore? The man scratched his head. I didn't drink, just joined in the fun with everyone. He sneaked a guilty glance at the pile of empty bottles in the trash. Of course, Secretary Wu didn't believe him. It was already afternoon, and he still looked half asleep, obviously hungover. He'd definitely been drinking plenty earlier. But he didn't bother arguing about these pointless things any further. Instead, he raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone inside, come out." Then he instructed the two men, "Go, call everyone out." Although he was a secretary, he was a trusted aide to the leader and had a military background before the disaster. His voice was full of authority, and his actions were swift and decisive. Very soon, the people inside, though reluctant, obediently came out. There were 12 people in total from the two vehicles. Each RV had 3 men and 3 women, all looking bleary-eyed and hungover. And Nan curled her lips. The pairings were certainly neat, but she couldn't help wondering, didn't they feel awkward messing around together in such cramped RVs? In weather this cold, they still had the mood to party. Clearly, the disaster hadn't made them suffer much. She looked them over one by one, trying to spot Xiangyang, but couldn't tell who she was. At this point, most of them had their heads slightly lowered, some out of guilt, some out of embarrassment. In any case, they'd lost all the arrogance and bluster they'd shown before the door was opened. One after another, they greeted Secretary Wu with awkward smiles, all saying pretty much the same thing. It was obvious they were all from the same privileged circle. Secretary Wu scanned them one by one, as if memorizing who was present to report back later. Standing to the side, Nan watched them greet Secretary Wu like students facing their disciplinarian and couldn't help finding it funny. But she knew that for these rich kids, the disciplinarian was never the one they truly feared. It was always their own parents. Sure enough, the one who'd opened the door first spoke up nervously, "Secretary Wu, we really didn't do anything bad. Please don't tell my dad." Someone chimed in, "Yeah, we were just celebrating Xiangyang's birthday, that's why we gathered here." Secretary Wu frowned. "If you want to celebrate a birthday, can't you do it at home? Why come all the way out here?" It wasn't that he liked meddling, but this land had already been allocated to President Guju and the others. Having it look like this in front of them would inevitably affect the official and the leader's image. The group fell silent, some sneaking guilty glances at the pile of trash, cursing Secretary Wu for asking questions he already knew the answer to. As if anything goes at home. After a moment, Secretary Wu asked again, "You say you're celebrating Miss Ya's birthday, but I don't see her here?" And Nan withdrew her gaze. So Yao Qianqian wasn't here after all. She thought as much. That woman was said to be quite arrogant and held a high status. No way she'd be here, acting like a school kid, watching Secretary Wu's expression. The one who'd spoken first, afraid Secretary Wu would think he was making things up, hurriedly replied, "We really were celebrating her birthday. We wouldn't lie about that." He looked around in confusion. "Where's Qianqian? Why isn't she here?" Someone else added, "And Hui is missing too. I think the two of them left this morning." "Yeah. I saw them. They woke up early and left right away." The man nodded and said to Secretary Wu, "We're not lying. We really just had a few birthday parties here. If you don't believe us, you can ask Qianqian." Secretary Wu didn't say anything more. He just said coldly, "Leave here as soon as possible. Don't come back, this is private property." He warned, "If you come again, it'll be considered trespassing. The owners have the right to deal with you directly." Most of them quickly replied, "Got it." But one girl muttered discontentedly, "How were we supposed to know this was private property? Yao Qianqian brought us here. Why don't you go yell at her?" Secretary Wu's sharp, hawk-like gaze swept over her. The girl immediately shrank back and fell silent. Someone tried to smooth things over and change the subject. "This is private property? Such a huge area, who owns it?" As they spoke, they glanced at Nan and Guju behind Secretary Wu. "Who are these two?" Nan and Guju said nothing. Secretary Wu's tone grew even more severe. "Stop dawdling and leave, now." He pulled out the walkie-talkie at his waist. "Do I need to call someone to help you?" Everyone immediately straightened up. No. We're leaving right now." If he called someone over, their little gathering would become the talk of the town. Secretary Wu watched as they all dashed to their vehicles, then added, "Clean up your trash before you go." The group reluctantly got out again, grabbed various tools, and hurriedly swept the trash into bedsheets. With so many people, the ground was soon cleared. A few of them tied up the sheets full of garbage, tossed them into the vehicles, and quickly got back in. "We're leaving." Secretary Wu nodded. Before closing the door, a few of them glanced back at Nan and Guju, silently memorizing their faces. These two were most likely the owners of this land. They'd have to let Xiangyang know. After both RVs had driven off, Secretary Wu finally turned to Nan and Guju and apologized. "Sorry, this was a lapse in our management." And Nan smiled and said, "No problem." Then she asked, "When does construction start?" Secretary Wu replied promptly, "Tomorrow." And Nan raised her eyebrows. "That fast?" Lee Mingching really gets things done. She was in a great mood and smiled. "Thanks for your hard work." Secretary Wu returned the polite smile. "You're welcome. It's our duty." They'd seen enough of the land, and everything matched what had been agreed upon. So the two of them said goodbye to Secretary Wu and, following Chu Peipei's directions, went to check out the 100-square-meter apartment. The building had been newly constructed after the earthquake, given as compensation to the first batch of homeowners, upgraded from 60 to 100 square meters. They took a quick look. It was indeed much more spacious than the previous place. It was still Unit 3, 5th floor. Good location, good layout. In the apocalypse, it counted as a very livable home. Even though they now had that small autonomous district, and Nan still planned to keep this apartment. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows, after all. You never know when it might come in handy. With the sweet potato trade done, and both the land and the apartment checked out, the two of them were ready to head home. As they drove toward the base's main gate, and Nan suddenly noticed that there was a large supermarket near their new apartment. It was called a supermarket, but in reality, it was the official large-scale trading market. You could bring things here to exchange for points or spend points to buy things. She'd heard in her previous life that there were plenty of good things inside. And Nan checked her space with her mind, then decisively stopped Guju. "Let's go in and have a look." This road was quite narrow. If they parked the car right there, it would block more than half the street. So, after responding, Guju drove a bit further and parked along the curb of a neighboring street. He then asked curiously, "Is there something you want to buy?" At this point, the two of them had supplies that covered just about everything. They had everything one could possibly need. Not only did they have the stockpiles Nan had previously hoarded and scavenged, but also Guju's 3 massive warehouses, plus all the loot they'd confiscated from taking down various criminal organizations. The food, drink, and daily necessities in their storage space were enough for the two of them, and even their descendants, to live in luxury for a lifetime. Guju couldn't understand why Nan would still have any need to shop. And Nan shook her head. "There's nothing in particular I want to buy. I just want to take a look inside." She explained to Guju, "I heard that in my previous life, someone actually bought a gun in there." Guju was stunned. "A gun? In an official supermarket?" And Nan nodded. "That's how it was last time." Back then, the incident had caused quite a stir. Rumor had it that someone, not long after joining the official base, managed to buy a gun in the supermarket. She hadn't seen it with her own eyes, but the story was so detailed and widespread that it didn't seem fake. Although she didn't lack firearms now, if there were guns inside, there might be other good stuff as well. Who knew what unexpected treasure she might find? Since they were passing by anyway, it wouldn't hurt to go in and have a look. After hearing her explanation, Guju raised an eyebrow. "If you could buy guns there, could you even call it a supermarket?" It was practically an arms market. He couldn't help but sigh. "We've always had strict gun control. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, you could buy a gun from the authorities?" It was simply unbelievable. And Nan shook her head. According to the rumors, the stuff was indeed bought in the base's supermarket, but it wasn't sold by the officials themselves. Supposedly, the supermarket was just a reliable intermediary platform set up by the authorities. Like those big online marketplaces, it simply provided a formal channel for buyers and sellers to trade. This helped prevent chaos in the market, fights, robberies, and other violent incidents among survivors, thus improving security. In the end, It was still like buying things from other survivors. And Nan added, I don't know the details either. We'll see for ourselves when we go in. Guju grunted in agreement, and the two of them got out of the car and walked side by side toward the street they'd just passed. It was bitterly cold, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the road. Only when they reached the supermarket entrance did things start to get lively. The supermarket was a standalone building, covering several thousand square meters and spanning 2 floors. It was somewhat similar to the large shopping centers from before the disaster. However, the exterior was very simply decorated, with just a bright red sign reading "Supermarket" above the entrance, giving it a distinctly old-fashioned feel. When they entered, the first thing they saw wasn't rows of dazzling goods, but a large service counter. One side was labeled Information Desk, the other Registration Desk. There was only one small window at the information desk, manned by a single staff member. The registration desk, on the other hand, had 7 or 8 staff working at once, with quite a few customers lined up in front. After thinking for a moment, Nan went straight to the information desk. Hello. This is our first time here. What is the registration desk for? The female staffer glanced at her and patiently replied, You need to use points to shop in the supermarket. At the registration desk, you can exchange your supplies for points, which you can then use to make purchases inside. She paused, then added, Of course, if you already have enough points on your card, you don't need to go through the registration desk, you can just go in and shop. And Nan considered this. So you have to sell something before you can buy? She paused again. Is exchanging supplies the only way to get points? The woman shook her head. No. Everyone's ID card comes with 10 starting points. To earn more, you can either sell your spare supplies or participate in work and labor. Of course, she didn't mention that all the jobs were highly sought after and nearly impossible to get. Even those construction jobs at official sites, which only provided food and drink with little to no pay, were hotly contested. And Nan didn't care about that and continued, So, are all the goods in the supermarket sold by people at the registration desk? The woman smiled. Not all. Some are officially supplied. And Nan was intrigued. There are official goods too? The woman nodded. Mostly resources the authorities don't need anymore, sold to the public on the 2nd floor. She explained further, the supermarket has 2 floors. Both the official goods and the supplies bought at the registration desk are on the 2nd floor, with prices set by the authorities. And Nan asked, What about the 1st floor? The woman replied, The 1st floor is mainly for goods that survivors consign for sale themselves. And Nan, consign? The woman nodded. There are 2 ways to trade at the registration desk. One is to sell your goods directly to the supermarket at a fixed price, and the supermarket will display them on the 2nd floor and sell them at the same price to other survivors. The second way is consignment. For more expensive items, or if you're not satisfied with the supermarket's offer, you can register and put your goods up for consignment on the 1st floor. She emphasized, if you're buying, you'll need to compare and judge the products on the 1st floor carefully. If you're selling on consignment, you'll only get points once another survivor buys your item. Sometimes, goods consigned here could sit for weeks without selling, meaning no points would come in. After explaining, the staff member politely asked, Would you like to sell or consign any goods? I can get you a number for the registration desk. And Nan shook her head. We'd like to look around first. If she found something useful, she could always exchange for points later. The woman nodded. Then you can go right in through the door next to the registration desk. And Nan thanked her, and she and Guju entered the supermarket's shopping area. Inside, there was no fancy decoration. Just rows of large shelves set out on the concrete floor, reminiscent of a warehouse in a pre-disaster megastore. But the shelves weren't packed or dazzling as Nan had imagined. Most of the items were scattered sparsely across the racks. It seemed that even with the authorities pooling most of the resources, supplies were still extremely scarce. Still, the place was large, so the total amount of goods was at least decent. There was one thing that set this place apart from ordinary supermarkets. Everything here came with a detailed description. Take the bottle of sugar-free cola in front of her, for example. Its label read, Limited edition cola, sugar-free and hard to find, expired. A brutally honest description. The price was clearly marked as well. 30 points. And Nan had no idea if 30 points was expensive or cheap. All she knew was that even if she and Guju pooled their starting points together, they still wouldn't have enough to buy this bottle of cola. The two continued walking and soon noticed that the quality of goods on the first floor varied wildly, and so did the prices. The exact same item might sell for 30 points on one shelf, but just a little further down, it was only 14 points. You needed a sharp eye to shop here, or you'd end up overpaying. It felt a lot like comparing prices on Taobao. Unfortunately, there was no search for similar items button here. You had to rely on your own two legs and eyes to compare prices and quality. It was time-consuming and tiring, but honestly, it was a good way to kill time. In the apocalypse, being able to safely browse through piles of supplies without worrying about being robbed or killed was already a luxury. Armed soldiers patrolled back and forth, serving as both human surveillance and security. No one could get away with stealing or smuggling contraband. Everything on the first floor was consigned by individuals, so you could find all sorts of weird things. And Nan even spotted a protective talisman. Its label read, "Miraculous Energy." Kept me safe through 3 years of the apocalypse. Selling at a low price today, waiting for someone destined to have it. The price? 50 points. And Nan clicked her tongue. This was basically a scam. Who would buy this? And at such a high price? From what she'd seen so far, a pound of grain usually cost about 10 points. 50 points could buy 5 pounds of grain. Why not just stock up on food instead? No wonder it was being consigned here instead of traded directly for points. If they tried to exchange it with the supermarket, they probably wouldn't get a single point for it. Aside from these oddities, there were also some genuinely valuable items. They were all placed in the luxury goods section. That's right, this supermarket even had a luxury section. But it wasn't for designer bags or watches. Here, luxury meant antibiotics, cigarettes, and other rare apocalypse-era supplies. The prices were outrageous, and every item was covered in a layer of dust. Clearly, very few people could afford them. And Nan glanced around and even spotted condoms. Brands like Durex and Okamoto, once considered top luxury brands, would never have imagined that one day they'd be pushed out of the luxury category by contraceptives. Even Jispin would never have guessed it would one day become a high-end luxury item. And Nan checked the price, basically 200 points each. That was astronomical. After all, 200 points could buy 20 pounds of grain, enough to feed a family for a long time. The craziest part? There were even second-hand ones. The label read, 90% new. Slight signs of use, thoroughly cleaned, disease-free, safe to use. And they weren't cheap either, 60 points apiece. It was jaw-dropping. But on second thought, it made sense. In the apocalypse, getting pregnant was basically a death sentence. In a world where you could die from a cold or a fever, who would want to have a baby? Even someone as well-stocked as a Nan took every precaution, terrified of an accident. Even used condoms, despite being far from safe, were better than nothing. And Nan stood in the luxury section for a while, thinking, with all the cigarettes and boxes of condoms she had stashed away, if she sold them here, she could probably become the richest person in the base. Meanwhile, Guju noticed something unusual in the far corner of the section. A handgun. He pointed it out to Nan, a bit surprised. Look at this. There wasn't an actual gun on display, just a photo of one. The label read, "Homemade handgun, comes with 10 bullets. Pay half the points up front to inspect the goods. If satisfied, pay the rest to complete the transaction." The price was 300,000 points, the equivalent of 15 tons of grain. No ordinary person could afford that. And Nan had money, but she wasn't interested. She already had plenty of good guns, and this was just a homemade pistol, hardly reliable or safe. Still, it confirmed the rumors from her previous life. You really could buy guns here. It seemed resources were so scarce now that, as long as someone was willing to trade for food, even contraband would occasionally be sold, and the authorities would just turn a blind eye. If something couldn't be traded on the second floor, it ended up consigned on the first. Just like the current state of law enforcement, as long as you didn't kill anyone or at least didn't make a big scene, they wouldn't bother you. Before the apocalypse, even getting into a fight would land you in the police station with a record, let alone murder. The two of them lingered in the luxury section for quite a while, attracting the attention of 4 armed soldiers nearby, who stared at them with suspicion. And Nan quickly tugged Guju away to avoid any misunderstandings. There were almost as many patrolling soldiers as shoppers here. On official turf, it was best not to get into trouble. Soon, they'd finished browsing the first floor. The only thing Nan wanted to buy was jade. That's right, there was a lot of jade here. The prices were generally low, and the quality was surprisingly good. Because jade was useless to most people and couldn't even be exchanged for a single point on the second floor, it ended up consigned here for cheap, waiting for someone who appreciated it. Some of these were top-quality pieces, yet many were priced in the single digits. And Nan was absolutely delighted. For her, all she had to do was sell a few condoms at the registration desk, and she could buy up all the jade here by the ton, basically for free. She said to Guju, a little smug, "Wasn't this place a great find?" Guju chuckled, "Definitely." He even praised her, "It's all thanks to your foresight, Enin." And Nan happily dragged him up to the second floor. The goods on the second floor were much more organized, all sorted by category and quality, with uniform pricing. Items of the same quality were grouped together, so there was no need to compare prices yourself. No wonder the official buyback section was so reliable. And Nan glanced around, then started looking for the official direct sales area the staff had mentioned. She was curious what kind of idle resources the authorities would have. After asking a patrolling soldier, the two of them quickly found the direct sales area. Most of the goods here weren't on display, just like the handgun downstairs, only pictures and brief descriptions. And Nan scanned the area, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the display in the center. She stared in shock and blurted out, A fighter jet? They're actually selling something like this?" And Nan couldn't help rubbing her eyes, suspecting she was seeing things. But no matter how much she rubbed, the photo on the display board remained the same, a mighty, imposing fighter jet. Next to it, a bold label in thick black characters read, "Fighter jet." It really was a fighter jet. And Nan's mouth twitched. Was she the crazy one, or had the authorities lost their minds? Was Lee Mingching really not worried that someone might buy this thing, fly it into the sky, and bomb the entire official base to smithereens? Then it suddenly occurred to her. Maybe what they were selling was just the display board, or maybe a model airplane or something. She glanced at the price tag below. What met her eyes was a string of zeros. She counted carefully, 7 digits in total. So there was no way this was just for the display or a model. Even if those things were made of gold, they wouldn't fetch that kind of price. $1 million. Before the apocalypse, that wasn't exactly astronomical, but with today's points, it was insane. 1 million points could be exchanged for 100,000 gene 50 tons of grain. In times like these, even a small bag of rice on the street would spark a bloody brawl, never mind 50 tons. But if they really were selling a fighter jet, then 50 tons of grain seemed almost too cheap. After all, there were plenty of people who could scrape together that much food. Not just nobodies like her, think of the ones the authorities knew about. Guju, the Yu family, Ma Qiangzhuang's Linglong base. If any of them could just buy it so easily, wouldn't the whole city descend into chaos? One bang, half the neighborhood gone. Another bang, a whole gang wiped out. A few more bangs, and the entire official base would be history. No matter how she thought about it, the idea of the authorities selling a fighter jet was just too absurd. Guju, standing beside her, seemed unbothered. Noticing her confusion, he pointed to another sign nearby. "Enin, read the description." Only then did Nan carefully examine the densely packed lines of small print. Where Guju was pointing, 2 characters stood out, retired. Oh, so it was a retired fighter jet. Wait, but didn't she remember that retired jets could still be used? She'd read in books before that retired fighter jets were just less advanced than the current models, a bit outdated, but in emergencies they could still be put into action. Flying, dropping bombs. Basic operations like that should still work just fine. Sure enough, reading further, the description stated, aircraft in good condition, all functions normal, can be used as usual. If it could be used as usual, why would they sell it? No matter how desperate the authorities were for food, surely they wouldn't sell off military equipment. Though puzzled, this time Nan didn't rush. She patiently kept reading. The description went into great detail, listing the jet's model, years of service, past glories, and all the onboard features. Everything was spelled out clearly. It was long and full of technical jargon, most of which Nan didn't really understand. But she did catch the key point in the last paragraph. This listing is for the fighter jet only. No ammunition or military equipment included. And Nan, of course, she knew it. There was no way they'd let ordinary survivors get their hands on aerial bombs. And at the very bottom, it was specially noted that anyone buying the jet would have to undergo a comprehensive official review, including, but not limited to, sources of wealth, family members, intended use, and so on. And Nan pursed her lips. No wonder such a good thing was still here, waiting for her to find it. Just the full background check alone would scare off most people. In the apocalypse, who with that kind of wealth had a squeaky clean background? Who could stand up to the authorities putting them under a microscope? Of course, the biggest issue was still the price. It was just too high. After all, a person would eat about 50 tons of food in a lifetime. That's pre-apocalypse data. Nowadays, people didn't live as long, and with everyone half-starving, making it through 25 tons in a lifetime would be impressive. Buying this jet would cost enough food to feed an average survivor for 2 lifetimes. If the jet still had its combat functions, it'd be worth it. People would pay even more. After all, you could use it to seize more resources and make your money back in a single battle. But if it couldn't actually fight, it was just a flying hunk of metal. Who would spend enough food for 2 lifetimes on a flashy but useless flying tin can? And Nan pursed her lips. Well, maybe someone like her. That's right, she still planned to buy this plane. She had plenty of food in her space. Just her and Guju could never finish it all. Even if she shared some with Sister Pepe and the others, and had a few kids, it'd still be more than enough. So for her, the price of this fighter jet wasn't really a big deal. She could buy it easily. How could she pass up something this good? Forget the apocalypse. Even before the disaster, how many top tycoons or big shots ever got to fly a fighter jet? So what if it didn't have bombs for now? It's not like it couldn't be equipped with them. Who knows what opportunities the future might bring? She'd already gotten her hands on a nuclear submarine. Maybe one day she'd get her hands on some aerial bombs too. Better to buy the jet now. If she ever found bombs, she'd have scored a huge bargain. If not, she'd just have a backup plane. Having made up her mind, and Nan turned to ask Guju for his opinion. He thought the same way. The two of them hit it off immediately and decided to buy it on the spot. But the details of how to actually buy the jet weren't spelled out in the materials. It only said an official review was required, but didn't specify whether it was before or after purchase, or where to pick it up, or whether training was included. None of that. So Nan looked around and grabbed a passing patrol soldier to ask. The soldier shook his head. I'm just in charge of security. If you want to know about the products, you'll have to ask a sales assistant. And Nan was surprised. There are sales assistants in the supermarket? I haven't seen any. He replied, there aren't any on the first floor consignment area, but there are a few on the second floor, each in charge of a section. He glanced around as he spoke. Sure enough, there weren't any sales assistants nearby. So he took a couple of steps forward and pointed to a woman in the distance who was organizing stock. Those wearing red vests are the sales clerks. But she probably isn't in charge of this section. You can go ask her, though. The sales staff all know each other. And Nan nodded, thanked him, and went to find the woman in the red vest. At first, the woman greeted her warmly, but as soon as Nan mentioned she was looking for the sales clerk in charge of the self-operated section, the one selling fighter jets, The woman's expression immediately became awkward. Sorry, the young lady responsible for that area isn't here at the moment. I'm not really familiar with that section's business either. And Nan gave an O and asked, do you know when she'll be back? The woman hesitated. I don't think she'll be back today. She has something going on at home and took some time off. And Nan frowned slightly, but didn't dwell on it. She could come back tomorrow to consult the sales clerk anyway. It's not like she was going to place the order today. The fighter jet cost 1,000,000 points, and neither she nor Guju had that many in their accounts. They'd have to sell supplies and exchange them for points first. They'd only brought one armored vehicle today, which obviously wasn't enough to carry the amount of goods needed to exchange for 1,000,000 points. This was official territory, so she couldn't just conjure up a massive amount of supplies out of thin air. Everything had to go through the base's main gate, above board. So they'd have to leave the base, load up a truck with supplies, and then come back. It was already late, almost dusk, and the supermarket was about to close, so there was no way they'd make it today. They'd just have to come back tomorrow. For a fighter jet, making another trip was worth it. Just to be sure, and Nan asked the woman again, so she'll definitely be here tomorrow, right? She planned to bring the supplies first thing in the morning, exchange them for points, and buy the fighter jet before anything unexpected could happen. But the woman in the red vest hesitated again. Tomorrow. I can't say for sure. And Nan frowned. Then when will she be here? We want to buy something. The woman looked troubled. I really don't know when she'll be here. It's hard to say. And Nan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Was this the kind of job where you could just skip work whenever you wanted? The woman in the red vest glanced around, then sighed and lowered her voice. Look, I'll be honest with you. The girl in charge of that section has barely ever shown up. She's got some powerful connections at home. She's not like us regular workers, you know what I mean. And Nan frowned. Then what about the self-operated section? Doesn't anyone ever need her? The woman shook her head. Not many people buy from that section. The few transactions that do happen are for things you can just pick up directly, no need for a sales clerk to explain anything. As for something like a fighter jet, no one's ever asked about it before. She gave Nan and Guju a curious look. You're really planning to buy a helicopter? The one for 1,000,000 points. And Nan just gave a brief looking a little impatient. The woman noticed her annoyance and didn't ask further. Instead, she offered a suggestion. How about this? You two come back as usual tomorrow. If she's still not here, you can find our manager and have him help you with the transaction. He definitely knows how to handle that kind of business. And Nan thought about it and agreed. They'd be bringing a huge amount of supplies tomorrow, and recharging that many points at once basically made them half VIPs, right? Surely someone would help them with the transaction then. She nodded at the woman. Got it. Thanks. After that, the two of them wandered around the other areas on the second floor. But they didn't find anything else they wanted. It was all basic necessities, which Nan already had in her storage. They eventually circled back to the official self-operated section. There, besides the fighter jet, they did find something useful in stock too. A super bright, 10,000 lumen giant flashlight. This oversized flashlight, once turned on, was as bright as 50 car headlights shining at once. The description read, turns the darkest night as bright as day. Perfect. It might come in handy during the eternal night. They weren't short on lights, but they really didn't have anything like this, something that could illuminate a huge outdoor area with ultra-bright light. Because of the current electricity shortage, not to mention special flashlights like this, most survivors didn't even use lights at home. So the price was dirt cheap, just 1 point each. There were 10 in total, and they had enough points in their accounts to buy them all. There wasn't anything else they needed. Tomorrow, after exchanging for more points, they could come back for the fighter jet and some jade. So the two of them went downstairs. After paying for the flashlights, they also picked up a detailed item to points exchange list at the registration desk. It listed the standard prices for all kinds of items. For example, how many points a pound of grain could get, or a winter coat. Most categories were clearly marked. They could take the list home and figure out the best way to exchange their goods. Tomorrow, they could bring exactly the right amount. They definitely couldn't use only grain to exchange for all those points. Bringing out 50 tons of grain at once would take several trucks and cause a huge stir, maybe even a riot in the base. So they'd need to study the exchange categories carefully. The next day, Guju drove the truck and Nan drove her trusty Wuling minivan. The two vehicles set out from the villa district together. When they reached a deserted spot in the mountains, Nan transferred the supplies she'd prepared the night before from her storage into the two vehicles. She'd already put privacy film on the minivan, but the grain in the truck bed was clearly visible. To avoid trouble on the road and chaos at the base, they'd covered the truck bed tightly with several large waterproof tarps. They also brought along their 3 powerful little companions, just in case. When they reached the base gate, the two vehicles really startled the guard on inspection duty. He'd been worried they might be smuggling contraband, but after checking, he was shocked to find the vehicles packed with grain and supplies. After a moment of surprise, he quickly let them through. The road in front of the supermarket was narrow, so they didn't drive in, just parked at the street entrance. And Nan got out and went to the supermarket registration desk, while Guju and the 3 little ones stayed behind to guard the fully loaded vehicles. It was still early, so there weren't as many people at the registration desk as yesterday, only 2 or 3 in line at each window. And Nan picked a window at random and stood at the back of the line. She'd barely gotten settled when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Mama, that's the bad lady." And Nan turned at the sound and found herself looking straight into a pair of eyes strikingly similar to Guju's. Dropping her gaze, she saw a smaller pair below them. It was Xiangyang and that so-called mother. She'd asked Guju about this woman last night. Her name was Chi Shulon. Such a poetic name and a poetic face to match. Too bad her character was terrible. Chi Shulon looked nothing like she had yesterday. Now, she had 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, her complexion was deathly pale, and she seemed much more haggard than when they'd first met. And Nan raised an eyebrow at the sight. This woman sure has a temper. She must have been so angry she didn't sleep a wink all night to end up looking like this. Judging by her state, she'd probably spent the whole night cursing and Nan under her breath. Was it really worth it? All she'd done was throw a few barbs her way. Nothing compared to the harm this woman had caused Ayu. Guju, for his part, had slept just fine last night. As soon as Chi Shulon recognized Nan, she glared at her with such venom it looked like she wanted to run over and slap her right then and there. And Nan rolled her eyes and turned away, ignoring them. Today was her big day. She was finally getting her fighter jet. She couldn't be bothered to argue with this mother-son duo. But to her surprise, Chi Shulon wasn't about to let it go. She lined up right behind Nan and muttered, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Bullies a child without a shred of guilt, can't even greet people properly, what a lack of manners." And Nan didn't take the bait, treating her like thin air. She could already imagine it. If she turned around now and snapped, "Who are you calling ill-mannered?" this woman would immediately say, "Whoever feels targeted, that's who I'm talking about." Or maybe, "I didn't name any names, how do you know I met you?" Unless you know you're ill-mannered. Either way, it would be playing right into her hands. But as long as Nan didn't respond, with Chi Shulon's personality, she'd just end up fuming all by herself. Sure enough, when Chi Shulon saw Nan ignoring her, taking it as blatant contempt, she felt like she'd punched cotton. Her anger just bounced back on herself. She couldn't help but take a few heavy breaths, then snapped, "Are you deaf or something? Can't you hear when people are talking to you?" And Nan. Where did this woman get her confidence, always strutting around looking for a fight? Did she think of herself as Guju's biological mother and Nan as some daughter-in-law she could bully at will? She must be crazy. So this time, Nan didn't ignore her. She pinched her brows, covered her mouth with her right hand, and said loudly, "Ugh, whose bad breath is this? Talking is like farting, my God, it's choking me." She shot Chi Shulon a look of utter disgust, then, looking thoroughly harassed, switched to the line next door. It wasn't just that she found the woman annoying, she also didn't want to turn her back on someone who clearly disliked her. Luckily, the other line was moving quickly. Even after switching, she was still in line with her previous spot. Just as she expected, Chi Shulon was both proud and obsessed with saving face. After being humiliated like this, she nearly died of embarrassment. Everyone around heard Nan's words and, seeing her suddenly switch lines, all turned to look at Chi Shulon, the one who'd just spoken and was standing closest to Nan. Their faces all said the same thing. Is it you with the bad breath? Chi Shulon's face flushed red, then turned pale, feeling more awkward than ever. But there was nothing she could say. All she could do was grit her teeth and mutter, "No manners." Absolutely no manners. Standing beside her, and Nan narrowed her eyes slightly. Looks like she's really asking for it. So she fired back at full force. "Andy, I suggest you show a little respect when you speak. Stop throwing around no manners all the time. My mother raised me very well." She emphasized her tone. She's not like some people who only give birth but don't raise their kids, who abandon their husbands and children. Cold-blooded people like that have no idea what it means to teach or to nurture. She turned slightly, meeting the woman's eyes. People like that are the real ones with no manners. Chi Shulon raised a trembling finger at her. You. But after all that, she couldn't get another word out. She really did feel guilty about abandoning her eldest son, Xiangyang. She knew in her heart that hardly any mother in the world could be as heartless as she'd been. Especially after having Xiangyang, she understood more deeply what a mother's love should feel like. But she only ever felt that way about Xiangyang. She felt nothing for her eldest son, Xiangyang. When she had Xiangyang, she was too young, still a child herself, and just saw kids as trouble and a burden. If it hadn't been for wanting to tie down Tian, the big boss, she wouldn't have wanted to have a child at all. Back then, her family was one of the wealthiest in the city. From pregnancy to birth, she'd been treated like royalty, barely suffering at all before giving birth to Xiangyang. After that, she handed the child off to 3 nannies and went back to shopping, beauty treatments, and mahjong. She spent more time with her card friends than with Xiangyang. And that child had been well-behaved from the womb. She hadn't even had morning sickness. From age 1 to 7, he rarely caused trouble, always quietly keeping to himself. So she never really invested anything in him, little investment, little emotional attachment. After her husband Tian went bankrupt, she suffered through 2 unspeakably hard years. She deeply regretted marrying Tian and even saw Xiangyang as a burden. With nowhere else to vent her resentment and anger, she took it out on the child. But no matter how she scolded or hit him, the child just gritted his teeth and stayed silent, never crying or making a fuss, making her look like the childish, unreasonable one. So she disliked him even more. During those 2 years, she hated her indebted husband, hated the child who shared his blood, and hated the shabby little house they all lived in. It wasn't until she met Zhang Shanhe, another big boss, that she finally saw hope for a better life. To seize the chance to leave with Zhang Shanhe, she didn't hesitate for a second to abandon Xiangyang. She knew it was wrong, but she was beautiful and born to live well. If she brought a child along, her new husband would eventually resent it. She was still young, not even 30, and could easily have a new child with Zhang Shanhe and start a new life. The wealthy life she was meant to have. She'd never regretted it all these years. The only time she ever thought of Xiangyang was during the long years of failed attempts to get pregnant again. She and Zhang Shanhe had both been checked. There was nothing wrong with either of them, but she just couldn't conceive. She couldn't help but wonder, was this retribution? Was heaven punishing her for abandoning her own child, refusing to ever give her another one no matter what she did? This thought tormented her for quite some time, and even Zhang Shanhe felt the same way. It put a huge strain on their marriage. So when she finally got pregnant with her youngest son, her heart was filled with joy, a sense of vindication, as if she could finally hold her head high. She almost wanted to shout to the heavens, "There's no retribution." She'd safely given birth to her youngest son. And this son would surely be even better, even more outstanding than the one she'd given up. That's why she named him Xiangyang, hoping that in every way, he would surpass the child she'd left behind. Zheng Xiangyang was the child she and Zheng Shanhe had waited and worked for over so many years. To have a child so late in life naturally meant he was doted on beyond measure. She couldn't bear to scold or punish him. She wanted to pluck the stars and moon from the sky for him. Only then did she truly experience what it meant to be a mother, to want to give your very heart to your child. She'd never felt that way about Zhou Hang. She never expected that the next time she'd see Zhou Hang would be at the official base after the apocalypse. If he hadn't looked so much like Xiangyang, she wouldn't have even recognized him. His personality hadn't changed from when he was little, still quiet and withdrawn, not the type people liked. His wife, on the other hand, was talkative but sharp-tongued and even more unlikable. Commander Lee called him President Gu. She didn't know why he'd changed his surname to Gu, but she wasn't surprised he'd become some kind of CEO or general manager. After all, the boy had always been precocious and clever. It was only natural he'd achieve something. Besides, times had changed. Anyone could start a small company and be their own boss. If he'd inherited his father's business sense, opening a small company to support his family was nothing unusual. But now, it was the apocalypse. No matter how big a company you owned or how much money you had, it was all useless. When the end came, it all turned to dust. Zheng Shanhe had been such a big boss, but hadn't their family still suffered plenty these past few years? In just years, she'd aged at least a decade. Luckily, when disaster first struck, Zheng Shanhe happened to be taking her and their son to the north to visit his younger brother, Zheng Yanchuan, whose wife just happened to be a businesswoman who owned a shopping mall. Their family survived thanks to those supplies. But her sister-in-law died soon after in the chaos, and Zheng Shanhe froze to death the night the extreme cold first hit. If Zheng Yanchuan hadn't saved her and her son in time, they would have died too. In times like these, only someone as capable and educated as Professor Zheng Yanchuan could provide a good life for her and Xiangyang. Or perhaps, that Commander Lee. She'd heard he'd never married. She didn't know why, but a man like that surely needed a gentle, attentive woman by his side. Whether she wanted to rely on Zheng Yanchuan or Commander Lee, Zhou Hang was someone she absolutely couldn't acknowledge. Oh, maybe he was called Gu Hang now? Whatever his name, it didn't matter. They would have nothing to do with each other from now on. She absolutely couldn't let herself be seen as a heartless woman who abandoned her husband and son. She and Zhou Hang had to remain strangers. Thinking this, Chi Shulon felt a little better. She had nothing to do with Zhou Hang, and naturally nothing to do with his wife. It's not like she was her daughter-in-law. Why bother arguing with her? Let her say whatever she wants. If she kept arguing, she'd just seem irritable and undignified. So she shut her mouth and stopped talking. But Nan wasn't about to let her off so easily. She turned and gave Zheng Xiangyang a meaningful smile. Hey kid, who did you just call a bad sister? The little boy was instantly frightened and hid behind Chi Shulon. And Nan knew this brat was Chi Shulon's precious darling, her greatest weakness. If you want to hit a snake, go for the 7-inch spot. So she looked straight at the kid and said, I'm not the bad sister, your mom is. She's a bad woman, and she could abandon you at any time. The little prince had never heard anything like that before. It took him a moment to react, then he burst into loud sobs. And Nan curled her lip in disdain. A kid this old, already in his teens, and yet dumber than a 5 or 6-year-old. Cry all you want, serves you right for scratching my car and for having such an annoying name. Chi Shulon hugged her son, heart aching, so angry her nose was practically crooked. What nonsense are you spouting in front of a child? And Nan shrugged. I'm not making things up, just stating facts. What? You can do it but can't stand people talking about it. As she spoke, she fixed Chi Shulon with a look that said, Don't believe me? I'll spill all your dirty secrets. Chi Shulon glanced at the curious onlookers nearby, gritted her teeth, and didn't dare say another word. All her anger was trapped inside, unable to come out. All she could do was try to comfort her crying son while patting her chest to calm herself. Soon enough, the child stopped crying, but she was still so choked up she nearly rolled her eyes. And Nan sneered. This woman clearly hadn't suffered much in her life, just a few harsh words, and she was about to lose it. Well, of course. She'd always lived as a pampered wife of a big boss, and even when disaster struck, she'd managed to get into the base thanks to her brother-in-law. Clearly, she'd never really suffered. As they talked, the two of them had already reached the front of the line. And Nan still had one person ahead of her, who was taking a while to finish their business, but Chi Shulon's line moved quickly and the person in front left right away. Chi Shulon shot and Nan a glare, then took out her ID card and handed it to the staff member. Hello, I'm here to top up my points. Commander Lee said he's already notified you. I don't need to exchange any supplies, just credit me 10,000 points directly. It was said that these points were worth 1,000 gene of grain in the base. And this was just the official settlement allowance for high-level talent. On top of that, there was housing and a high monthly salary for Yunchuan. Their family would have no worries about food or comfort here, they'd be living in luxury. Hearing her request, the staff member gave her a doubtful look. Please wait a moment, I'll check with my supervisor. With that, he got up and walked to a man in the back who'd been playing with a Rubik's Cube. When the man saw the staff member holding the ID card, he immediately put down the cube, stood up and walked over with a big smile. Mrs. Zheng, right? I've heard so much about you. The commander already told us. Xiao Wang, quickly credit Mrs. Zheng with her points. Chi Shulon nodded and smiled. Thank you very much. The supervisor replied, no need to thank me. In a moment, I'll have someone take you and your child on a tour. Anything you want to buy, we can have delivered straight to your home. Chi Shulon smiled and thanked him, then turned and glanced at Nan's empty hands, raising her eyebrows in smug satisfaction. What's that little brat so arrogant about? Let's see how many points she can get with nothing in her hands. And Nan caught the provocative look from the other woman and felt speechless. At her age, she was still playing petty comparison games like a little girl. So, what if you have more or fewer points? Did this old lady even look at herself? With her rosy cheeks and well-fed appearance, did she look like someone who was starving or freezing? Besides, even if she couldn't exchange a single point today, would that make her somehow inferior to this woman who abandoned her husband and child? What a twisted worldview. Chi Shulon immediately sensed the contempt and disdain in Nan's eyes, and her mood, which had just improved a little, soured again. She snatched her ID card from the staff member, let out a cold laugh, and stood off to the side, not in any hurry to go shopping. She wanted to see just how many points this wretched girl could get. Once they entered the shopping area, no matter what Nan wanted to buy, she'd snatch it up first. She was determined to disgust her good. The junior supervisor behind the counter politely asked, Mrs. Zheng, would you like to go in and shop now? Chi Shulon curled her lips. No rush. I'll wait here for a bit. With that, she stood steadily to the side, waiting for Nan. Although the supervisor found it odd, he didn't ask further. He assigned an employee to keep her company and went back to the back room to play with his Rubik's Cube. Zheng Xiangyang, standing nearby, didn't understand why his mother insisted on staying near that scary, mean older sister. He tugged at her, wanting to leave. Chi Shulon quietly comforted him, don't worry, wait for mommy to get revenge for you. After that, she glared at Nan with predatory eyes. That wretched girl won't be able to buy a single thing today. She swore it. Meanwhile, the other survivors nearby, having heard that someone had gotten 10,000 points without selling anything, all looked at Chi Shulon with mixed expressions. 10,000 points was no small sum. Most of them had come here with bags full of hard-earned supplies, and even then, they'd only get 10 or 20 points. If anyone managed to exchange for a few hundred points, that was already a big deal. Who had ever heard of someone getting 10,000 points just like that? Even the staff at the registration desk inside were sneaking glances at her while working, silently wondering who she was. They worked hard all day here, and in a month, they'd only earned 200 points, barely enough to feed their families. Yet this woman had done nothing and gotten 4 years' worth of their wages in an instant. How could they not stare? Chi Shulon thoroughly enjoyed the envious looks from everyone. No matter how hard she tried to act indifferent, the pride in her eyes was impossible to hide. And Nan rolled her eyes silently at her side. Shallow woman, aside from her looks, she had nothing going for her. Thankfully, Guju had only inherited her appearance and nothing else. Soon, the person in front finished their business and gave up their spot to a Nan. "Hello, happy to serve you. What would you like to exchange today?" And Nan pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over. "Hello, could you please check if these items can be exchanged for 1,000,000 points?" The room instantly fell silent. "How much?" "1,000,000 points." Everyone in the room, staff and survivors alike, turned to stare at Nan in shock. Chi Shulon's reaction was even more dramatic. Her eyes practically shot fire. That wretched girl wanted 1,000,000 points? How dare she? She had heard Chief Lee mention yesterday that the miraculous sweet potato had been found by that couple. But even if they were being rewarded, it couldn't possibly be 1,000,000 points. Had this girl been driven mad by her 10,000 points? Only the junior supervisor playing with his Rubik's Cube in the back, being further away, hadn't heard Nan's words and continued fiddling with his cube. Everyone else's attention was fixed on what Nan had handed over. When they saw it was just a piece of paper, they relaxed. Clearly, this girl wasn't right in the head. Who would try to exchange a piece of paper for 1,000,000 points? Everyone looked away, except for the staff member handling Nan's case, who curiously unfolded the paper. On it was a very clear table listing items, quantities, unit prices, and the calculated points. The staffer looked at the tons of grains, thousands of winter coats, tobacco, and condoms on the list, and looked up at Nan in disbelief. "You mean you want to exchange the things listed here for 1,000,000 points?" And Nan nodded. "Yes." The staffer frowned slightly. Another one with delusions. Who could possibly come up with so many supplies? And Nan continued seriously, "I based the unit prices on your published points list. But since I have such a large quantity, can you give me a better exchange rate?" And Nan was earnest, but the staffer didn't even listen, just sighed helplessly. "Miss, please don't joke with me. Where are your family members? They let you come out here alone." And Nan. Did he think she was crazy? "I'm not joking. The supplies are outside. Please just check if the list is correct." She had brought so much stuff that counting and calculating points at the same time would be easy to mess up. So it was better to have them confirm her list first, settle the total points, and then have them check the quantities according to the list. The staffer glanced at the empty entrance in the distance, and then at her empty hands. "Miss, I'm really busy. If you don't have anything to exchange, please let the next person take your spot, okay?" And Nan was silent for 2 seconds, speechless and too lazy to explain further. "Call your supervisor." The staffer thought she was being unreasonable. "Miss, our supervisor is very busy. If you can't produce the goods, please step aside and rest, okay?" With such an outrageous list, if he really called the supervisor, he'd definitely get chewed out. Chi Shulon was practically laughing herself silly at the side. And Nan frowned in annoyance. If there weren't so many armed soldiers in the building, making it impossible to pull a gun and make a scene, she really wanted to just point a gun at the staffer and tell him to cut the nonsense and get to business. But for now, she could only take a deep breath and stare at him, refusing to back down a clear, "If you don't help me, I'm not leaving" attitude. The staffer felt utterly helpless. Seeing this, Chi Shulon couldn't help but chime in sarcastically. "Miss, are you out of your mind? You scribble a few things on a piece of paper and want 1,000,000 points? Do you even know how much food 1,000,000 points is worth?" After pausing for a moment, she added sarcastically, "You must be going crazy with envy seeing me exchange for 10,000 points, right? Our family members are top talents who make outstanding contributions to the base. That's why Chief Lee personally approved this reward. Not just anyone can get it." The people around started gossiping. "What a pity, such a pretty girl, but she's clearly not right in the head." Sigh, "It's understandable." Times are tough, people are desperate. She's not the only one who's come here raving with delusions. But she doesn't look poor to me. She looks well-fed and well-dressed. Probably some rich family's idiot. Look at her, rich folks love this type. Hearing the increasingly outrageous chatter, Annan frowned. She raised her voice at the clerk. Do I look crazy to you? Go get your supervisor now. Because she spoke so loudly this time, the young supervisor who'd been playing with a Rubik's Cube finally noticed the commotion. He put down the cube and walked over. Shelly, what's going on? The clerk sighed and handed the list to the supervisor. This lady says she wants to exchange these items for 1,000,000 points. The man was stunned at first, then glanced at the list and looked Annan up and down. Annan repeated her earlier question. These prices are based on the point values you provided. I just want to ask, with such a large quantity, can you give me a better deal? Also, after the transaction, I'll need your people to help unload the goods. A leader is a leader, though he didn't believe her. Unlike the impatient clerk, he replied directly. These can indeed be exchanged for 1,000,000 points. The price is fixed, but I can throw in an extra 2,000 points. He figured he'd just go through the motions. When she couldn't produce the goods, it'd be easy to send her away. Annan could see right through him. She looked him in the eye and smiled. Make it 10,000 extra. 2,000 is too little. The man was taken aback, but replied offhandedly, 10,000, sure. He thought, she can't possibly have that much stuff anyway, so what's the difference between 2,000 and 10,000? The sooner I get rid of her, the better. Annan nodded in satisfaction and handed him the list. Deal. 1,010,000 points. Send someone to check the goods. The man froze. Check the goods. He twitched his mouth and read the list aloud. You're saying 15 tons of grain, 2,000 winter coats, 2,000 cigarettes, 1,000 condoms? The crowd erupted. That's a ton of stuff, and all the most valuable kinds. She's got guts, I'll give her that. Pfft, she's just making it up. If it were me, I'd write 1,000 tons of grain, 100,000 coats. Haha, right? The craziest is the condoms. She's just a young girl, and she made up 1,000 of those. Shameless. Hee-chin, standing nearby, was delighted to see the crowd mocking Annan so viciously without her even having to say a word. But Annan ignored the ridicule and replied seriously, That's right. Grain is 10 points per gene, so that's 300,000 points. Winter coats are 200 points each, so that's 400,000. Cigarettes are 50 points each. I brought 10 cartons, 100 packs, so 2,000 cigarettes, totaling 100,000 points. And the condoms, 200 points each. I brought 2 boxes, 100 packs, exactly 1,000, so that's 200,000 points. That adds up to 1,000,000, right? The man frowned. The math checks out. He just didn't believe anyone would actually trade that much valuable stuff for points. But Annan really didn't mind. To her, these were all useless surplus. The 15 tons of grain she'd gotten from a deal with the Jiang brothers, average quality, not for her own use, just as currency. The winter coats were second-hand, collected from the Xiangyang and Kongdachui. She wouldn't wear them. She and Guju didn't smoke, so she'd just picked the most common brand, only 10 cartons. As for the condoms, there were a lot, but they were all small size. She kept the large ones for Guju and the regular size for her partners in the future. The small ones were completely useless to her. Trading all this useless stuff for a fighter jet was more than worth it. Annan couldn't be bothered to argue further and instructed, My vehicles and supplies are parked at the end of this street. If you don't believe me, send someone to check. She added, There's a lot of stuff, but we're only selling, not unloading. When you're ready to unload, you'd better bring more armed soldiers, or there'll be trouble. The supervisor noticed how clear and logical she sounded. She didn't seem crazy at all. After a moment's thought, he sent someone to check. If she was just joking, they could send her away quickly. Not only did the staffer go out, but several nosy survivors followed along. Gata watched the drama firsthand. They wanted to see if this woman really had all that good stuff. Annan wasn't worried. Once the supplies showed up, there'd definitely be a commotion. But Guju was there with a submachine gun, along with the 3 little ones with sky-high combat power. They could easily hold out until the armed soldiers arrived. Soon, the person sent out came rushing back, flustered. Supplies. There really are supplies. So much stuff. The place exploded. No one was more shocked than Yichin. Her eyes nearly popped out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The supervisor was stunned too. Are you serious? The staffer nodded frantically. Really? There's a huge truck and a van, both packed with grain and winter coats. And there's a big dog. A giant rabbit. My God, even a phoenix. The supervisor frowned. Dogs and rabbits? There was nothing like that on the list. And a phoenix? That was just ridiculous. Did this guy go crazy too? But it wasn't just him. Several others who'd gone to watch came back, excitedly describing the scene to their friends and family, all saying pretty much the same thing. He couldn't help but believe it. Annan reminded him, "Sir, you'd better send your soldiers over quickly, before there's a riot." The man gritted his teeth, left half the soldiers to guard the supermarket, and took the rest to check it out. The stunned crowd and Yichin, who was practically grinding her teeth to dust, followed along in a rush. And Nan glanced at the few staff members left in the room and left as well. Her task was complete. All that was left was to make sure the leader kept his promise and gave them the points they were owed. By now, everyone had flocked over to Guju. Fortunately, it was still early and the weather was cold, so there weren't many people on the streets to begin with. The only ones gathered were the survivors from the supermarket. Just now, it was hardly a massive crowd. Still, the scene was chaotic. Never mind the food for now, even the 3 little creatures guarding the vehicles nearby were causing quite a stir. Some people were amazed by their unusual mutated forms, but even more were eyeing the sturdy meat on their bodies with greedy looks. Unfortunately for them, these 3 were each fiercer than the next. Anyone trying to take advantage would be playing with fire. The moment someone took a couple of steps closer, they were scared stiff by Fugue's low growl. The male leader demanded to see the food. Guju lifted a corner of the tarp for him, letting him see everything clearly. Then he opened the van door, showing him the piles of winter clothing inside. Although the others couldn't see what was under the tarp on the truck, they could see the winter clothes in the van. The male leader stared in shock, muttering to himself, "There's really this much." The crowd instantly erupted. After all, it had been years since the apocalypse began. Even though survivors inside the base lived a little better than those outside, most of the time they were still eating for 1 day and starving for 3. People would fight to the death over a single box of compressed biscuits. So, what did it mean to have a whole truckload of food? It was enough for everyone in the base to get a share. They hadn't dared to snatch things inside the supermarket, but now the food and winter clothes were just sitting by the roadside. Who could ignore that? The crowd grew restless. By the time Nan caught up, some people were already itching to make a move. She stood at the back and happened to overhear 3 people in a corner plotting to circle around to the back of the truck and grab what they could before running off. She pulled out her pistol, aimed it at one of their heads, and called out loudly, "Listen, if I dared to bring these supplies here, I'm not afraid of anyone trying to steal them." The 3 of them jumped, turning around to meet Nan's gaze. She took a closer look. Well, what a coincidence. They were the same idiots who'd spread rumors about her being some rich man's kept woman. She rolled her eyes at them, then raised her voice to call out to the leader. "Hey, big guy. Don't just stand there. Shouldn't you get your soldiers to maintain order here?" The leader finally snapped out of his shock and waved his hand, trying to get his men moving. But just then, chaos erupted. One of the men in Nan was aiming at suddenly shoved his companion toward her gun, then took the chance to dash for the corner of the truck, trying to grab some food. Fortune favors the bold. Now is the time to act. Seeing this, the other survivors immediately surged forward in the confusion. A small amount of supplies stirs desire, but a huge amount drives people mad. After all, the law can't punish everyone. If they all rushed at once, even the soldiers wouldn't know who to shoot first. Everyone was hoping to snatch something under the cover of the chaos, faces twisted with greed as they charged forward. Bang! Rat-tat-tat. 2 gunshots rang out at the same time. Everyone froze, clutching their heads and standing rooted to the spot. It was Nan and Guju who had fired. They didn't need to wait for orders from the leader, nor did they care whether it was right to open fire on these survivors. This was their food. If someone tried to rob them, they had every right to defend their property. Even if Lee Mingching himself showed up, he couldn't say a word against it. Despite the 2 shots, only 1 person fell. It was the guy who'd shoved his companion and made the first move. And Nan and Guju were perfectly in sync. Their first instinct was to make an example out of the one who started it. So not only did this guy take a bullet to the chest, his head was blown open as well. Even Fugue rushed over and bit down hard on his femoral artery. In a single second, head, chest, and leg, all fatal wounds. It couldn't have been more brutal. The scene was so shocking that everyone stared at each other, falling silent and edging away. Even though they were still tempted by the food, no one wanted to be the next corpse. Well, maybe the 3rd corpse. Because besides the one who was clearly dead, there was another lying on the ground, unconscious, no telling if he was still breathing. That one had been shoved toward Nan and promptly knocked out by a swift kick from her. For the moment, the scene was quiet, broken only by the sound of Zhang Xinghang's wailing. That's right, the brat was crying again. And Nan couldn't help but be impressed. This kid was practically made of tears. He could bawl his head off no matter the situation. Because Zhang Xinghang's legs were short, he and his mother, though among the first to leave the building, ended up at the back and were closest to the dead man. Mother and son were splattered with blood, and Fugue's sudden appearance had scared them half to death. Zhang Xinghang's lips quivered as he looked at the tiger-like Fugue, then burst into loud sobs. And Nan's head throbbed from the noise. She frowned, raised her gun, and aimed it at his head. "Shut up." Hichin's eyes went wide with terror. She screamed, "Stop," and hurriedly pulled her son behind her, clamping a hand over his mouth so hard she nearly smothered him. And Nan rolled her eyes at her, then waved her gun around at the crowd and shouted, "Listen up. What happens after the deal is none of my business, but until the supplies are counted, no one touches my stuff." Everyone she pointed the gun at instinctively ducked their heads. The leader, who hadn't managed to say a word until now, saw how close things had come to chaos and quickly ordered his armed soldiers to surround the 2 vehicles and drive away the bystanders. Once the scene was under control, he finally approached Nan and Guju to negotiate, his attitude much more polite than it had been at the supermarket registration desk. After all, in the apocalypse, strength ruled. And with so much food and winter clothing, once it was in their hands, the supermarket's reserves would be well stocked. Supplies were getting harder and harder to find lately, and he'd been worried about shortages. These goods were just what he needed. And Nan ignored his insincere pleasantries and turned directly to Guju, getting straight to the point. "Our accounts are all in order. The leader here has already approved them, and he's promised to give us an extra 10,000 points. The man's face froze instantly. With his authority, the most he could approve was 2,000 points. 10,000 points? There was no way he could just give that out on a whim. That was equivalent to 1,000 pounds of grain. He simply didn't have that kind of power. At the time, he'd thought this woman was just talking nonsense. He only agreed offhand to get rid of her quickly. Now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Seeing his awkward expression and silence, and Nan raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "Am I wrong, sir?" Right on cue, Fugue beside her let out a low growl. The man shuddered instinctively. Even though he knew there were plenty of armed soldiers around, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "I did say that." There had been so many people around at the time, he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. He could only look troubled and say, "It's just that the amount involved is quite large. I'll need to report it to my superiors first." And Nan's expression turned a little unhappy. The man knew that anyone who could get their hands on so many supplies was definitely not ordinary. He quickly tried to sound more accommodating. How about this? I'll first credit 1,000,000 points to your account. If there's anything you want to buy, feel free to go in and browse, it won't hold you up. As for the bonus points, I'll report it to my superiors, and you'll definitely get them a bit later. As he spoke, he emphasized, as if afraid they'd be dissatisfied, "Don't worry, I'll do my best to get you those 10,000 points. Your situation is special, I'm sure the leadership will approve it." He sounded fairly sincere. And Nan looked at him and asked, "When will those points be credited?" She wasn't about to let him delay it. The man replied readily, "I guarantee the transaction will be completed today." And Nan nodded in satisfaction. All right. The two of them followed the staff as they drove their vehicle to the supermarket's back entrance. The supermarket's warehouse was underground, accessible only through a concealed passage beside the back door. Given how unpredictable things were outside, it was definitely safer to count the supplies inside. The male supervisor gathered most of the staff to the basement to unload and count the goods. With so many people, it didn't take long to finish. He personally oversaw the storage of the supplies, then arranged for someone to accompany Nan and Guju to the registration desk to credit their 1,000,000 points. He himself went to report to his superiors and apply for the 10,000 bonus points. Before he left, Nan stopped him and asked, "Who are you applying to?" The man paused, then answered truthfully, "My immediate superior, who will then report it to the chief secretary for approval." And Nan raised an eyebrow. "You mean Secretary Wu?" The man's eyes lit up. "You know Secretary Wu?" That made things much easier. And Nan nodded. She didn't say much, just added, "My name is Nan." The supervisor seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Understood, Missin, I'll remember. Please enjoy your shopping, I'll have news for you soon. Wishing you and your husband a pleasant shopping experience." And Nan nodded and followed the staff back upstairs to the registration desk. Those 10,000 points were pretty much guaranteed. If Lee Mingching could give Xiangyang 10,000 points, and they'd just delivered sweet potatoes and brought so many supplies to the base, there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, even 2,000 points would be enough to buy those jade items. But free points, the more, the better. Anything left over could be given to Sister Peipei and Zhao Ping'an later. They were probably still short on supplies. When the two of them returned to the registration desk, they found Xiangyang and her son there as well. They hadn't finished shopping, and after Xiangyang had been frightened, they'd come back to the registration area to rest. Seeing Nan and Guju, Xiangyang's expression was complicated. The 10,000 points she'd been so proud of had suddenly become someone else's pocket change and a bonus. The eldest son she'd tried so hard to avoid, was he actually this capable? And Nan and Guju ignored her and went straight to the counter to credit their points. This time, the staff's attitude was much better and they worked efficiently. 1,000,000 points have been credited. Happy shopping! And Nan put away her ID card, ready to go upstairs with Guju. Seeing them about to leave, Xiangyang couldn't help but call out, lecturing. With all those supplies, you could live comfortably for a lifetime. Why exchange them for points? And Nan and Guju exchanged a glance and turned around. Guju finally spoke to her for the first time. "What does it have to do with you?" Xiangyang was left speechless. After a long pause, she could only stammer, "I'm just thinking of what's best for you." And Nan was directly amused by her. "And who exactly are you to come here and decide what's best for us? It's our own food, we'll spend it however we want. Who are you to meddle?" She paused, then gave Xiangyang a half-smile, sizing her up. "What, are you hoping to get a share?" And Nan's blunt words made Xiangyang's face flush red. "What are you talking about? Who wants your stuff?" Xiangyang was furious, a string of harsh words on the tip of her tongue, ready to lash out. But looking at Guju's face, so much like Xinghong's, she swallowed them back. Since the apocalypse began, she'd always had a nagging worry, Xinghong's future. Even though she could rely on Zheng Yunchuan for now, he, like her, was over 40 years older than little Xiangyang. They could protect him for a while, but not forever. When they were gone, who would look after her Xiangyang? Even if she could win over Chiefly, he was no longer young and couldn't protect him for life. So, the most suitable person was this eldest son in front of her. Originally, Chi Shulon had wanted nothing to do with him. But just now, she suddenly realized if they could trade that much grain for points, surely they had even more in reserve? With such strength and resources, if only they could be used for Xiangyang. Her mind was racing with calculations. She opened her mouth, about to say something softer, when suddenly a series of screams interrupted her. Run! Run! Blades are falling! Blades are falling from the sky. Screams rang out from outside, mixed with the sound of hard objects smashing into the ground. Blades? How could that be possible? The staff and survivors at the registration desk were startled and rushed to the entrance. What's going on? What happened? And Nan and Guju exchanged a glance and went to the door to check. Outside, several people were already lying on the ground, covered in blood. Blades really were falling from the sky, but not real steel blades. They were giant, dagger-shaped hailstones. Countless bizarre hailstones came crashing down from the sky, each vying to be the first to hit the ground. Their shapes and forms were completely beyond anything Annan had ever known. In her previous life, there hadn't been any hailstorms. Of course, it was possible that hail only started after she died. After all, she only survived through half of the last Great Freeze before meeting her end. She and Zhao Ping'an had speculated about hail as a potential disaster before. After all, there were only so many types of natural disasters, acid rain, earthquakes, and the like. They'd already experienced those, so it was only a matter of time before hail arrived. But she never imagined it would be like this. They'd originally guessed that the hail in this apocalypse would be huge. Maybe the size of fists, with a single stone enough to knock someone out. They'd even pictured giant hailstones as big as wash basins, crashing down with a deafening clang. But reality was nothing like that. These hailstones weren't large at all, their shapes were just unusually strange. Looking out, Annan saw that most of the hail embedded in people's bodies were sharp, elongated shards just over 10 centimeters long. Some looked like ice picks, others like long, razor-sharp blades. But the strangest thing wasn't the shape, it was the color. Instead of the usual clear ice, these hailstones glimmered with a faint silvery light. No wonder people's first reaction was to think knives were falling from the sky. If it weren't for some of the hailstones being so thin that they snapped in half when they hit the ground, Annan might have thought they were knives herself. Outside the supermarket, the sound of ice blades smashing down mixed with people's shrill screams, sending chills down anyone's spine. Fortunately, because of the low temperatures, there weren't many people outside, just a few passers-by out to trade supplies at the supermarket. The hail was dense, sharp, and fast. When it struck someone, it either sliced through thick winter clothing, leaving bloody gashes, or pierced straight into flesh. With those agonized screams, it looked like people were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. How is this any different from those TV dramas where someone accidentally triggers a tomb trap and gets shot through by 1,000 arrows? Inside, the survivors wore looks of both sympathy and relief. Thank goodness they'd been delayed by the crowd gathering around the truck and van full of supplies and hadn't finished their shopping yet. That was the only reason they were still inside the supermarket. Otherwise, they'd probably already be on their way home, and their fate would be no different from those outside. Even Annan couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. She'd left Fuguai and Laifu, the pets, in the car, since they were playful and likely to knock over shelves, and their size could easily cause chaos. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she hadn't brought them to the registration area, telling them to wait in the car until she and Guju finished shopping. Now, Annan was immensely grateful she'd decided to leave the car in the underground passage, where there were fewer people and it was safer, instead of parking outside. Otherwise, the 3 little ones would be out there too. Looking at the carnage outside, Annan sighed, lamenting the whims of fate. Everyone inside the supermarket had survived by sheer luck, while those outside simply had bad timing, choosing this moment to go shopping. To survive this many years in the apocalypse, You needed more than just strength, a bit of luck was essential, too. A disaster like knives falling from the sky, if she'd been outside without her spatial ability, she'd probably be done for as well. By now, some of those who'd survived outside and weren't too far from the supermarket were already rushing toward the entrance. Every single one of them was covered in blood and ice blades, looking like human pincushions. They ran while howling at the top of their lungs, their flesh mangled, a truly horrifying sight. The survivors blocking the entrance quickly backed away to make room for them, partly to let them in, and partly to avoid getting hurt themselves. After all, these wounded people were covered in blades. If you weren't careful and got bumped, you'd be stabbed too. Annan and Guju also retreated with the crowd to clear a path. But just as Annan turned around, a figure suddenly lunged at her. "Bad woman, get out." Annan's eyes narrowed, and she dodged instantly. With her reflexes, avoiding a sudden attack was no problem. She sidestepped in a flash, not even giving the attacker a chance to touch her clothes. But in dodging, she brushed past a survivor rushing in from outside, and several sharp ice blades instantly sliced her left arm. With a ripping sound, the thick layers of her winter coat were slashed open. Guju, startled, rushed over and grabbed her arm to check. Luckily, she was wearing a thermal suit as her innermost layer, so she wasn't hurt. When Zhao Ping'an first invented this special fabric, its main function was to be cut and stab-resistant. The thermal property was just a bonus. Annan had always worn it for warmth, never expecting its protective features would save her today. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. If those blades had cut through, the wounds would have been deep. If they'd severed a tendon, her arm would be useless. Unlike Annan's narrow escape, the human pincushion wasn't so lucky. The blade stuck in his body scraped against Annan as she dodged, causing him even more injury and making his screams even more anguished. Overwhelmed by pain, he lost his balance and collapsed to the floor. The moment he hit the ground, a long ice blade embedded in his chest pierced straight through his heart. He convulsed a few times, then lay still. Annan frowned, watching his face and lips turn a deep purple as he stared lifelessly upward, a chilling sight. All of this happened in a split second, leaving the nearby survivors stunned. Meanwhile, more human pincushions kept rushing inside, several of them already with blackened faces and bluish lips, just like the man on the ground. They were still alive, but already looked like corpses. Annan quickly moved aside and suddenly realized the hail is poisonous. No wonder those ice blades glimmered with silver light. They were laced with toxins. Annan guessed the hailstones must contain some kind of toxic heavy metal or similar poison. In any case, they were definitely not ordinary ice. It seemed that even a minor cut would result in severe poisoning. Realizing this, she immediately reached out to pull Guju away from the crowd to avoid being cut, but her hand grasped only air. Turning, she saw Guju striding angrily toward Chi Shulon and Xiangyang. It was Xiangyang who'd just tried to attack Annan. Sensing trouble, Chi Shulon had already dragged him a safe distance away. Although Xiangyang was spoiled and immature, he still knew his mother always got the short end of the stick with that bad sister. The moment he saw the knives falling outside, he immediately wanted to shove a Nan out there too, to vent some anger on his mother's behalf. He never expected she'd dodge it so easily. Watching as the bad woman came out unscathed while an innocent bystander was killed in a gruesome way, the brat was scared stiff. Guju strode over in a few long steps, an icy aura radiating from him. Chi Shulon knew she was in the wrong. Seeing him approach, she hurriedly tried to speak up for her precious son. But before she could even open her mouth, a blur flashed before her eyes. Guju swung his fist and landed a heavy punch right on Xiangyang's face. The brat immediately spat out 3 teeth, his body twisting as he collapsed to the ground. Before he could even hit the floor, Guju followed up with a vicious spinning kick, sending him flying 5 meters away. Xiangyang let out a cry of pain and instantly passed out. Chi Shulon stared in shock, dumbfounded, at the 3 bloodied teeth left on the ground and her precious son lying several meters away. Her heart seized with pain, and her scream was even louder than those human pincushions impaled by ice blades. "Do-hang, are you insane?" Guju's face was expressionless. He took a few more steps forward, clearly ready to keep going. Xiangyang's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she rushed over to shield her son, screaming hysterically at Guju. "What are you doing? He's just a child." Guju let out a cold laugh. A child? He was almost as tall as Xiangyang now. He was about to start middle school, kids his age were already dating, and he was still being babied? When Xiangyang left all those years ago, Guju was only 7, but he already understood everything. With this kid's age now, how could he not know right from wrong? He'd clearly tried to hurt Nan on purpose. Guju didn't care to dwell on the past or get tangled up with this mother and son, but he couldn't accept Nan being hurt, especially not because of him. If it weren't for his connection to this pair, Nan wouldn't have gotten involved with them at all. It was lucky Nan was unharmed. If anything had happened to her, it wouldn't end with just a beating, he'd make them pay with their lives. Xiangyang desperately tried to hold back the furious Guju, no longer bothering to hide the fact she'd abandoned her husband and son years ago. Spittle flying, she roared at him. "Xiangyang is your own brother. And you hit him over a woman." In her rage, she even lashed out with her long fingernails, aiming for Guju's face. After all, she'd raised Xiangyang for 7 years and knew he was good at heart. He'd never hit his own parents. So she relied on her status as his birth mother, acting without fear. She didn't believe he'd dare hit her like he did his brother. No matter how she'd abandoned him, she was still his mother. She gave him life. Xiangyang was right, Guju did hesitate for a moment and didn't hit her. Of course, her little strength couldn't really hurt him anyway. He could easily dodge her. But not everyone had such scruples. Not far away, and Nan narrowed her eyes at the scene. In a flash, she swooped in like a hawk, yanked Guju aside with one hand, and slapped Xiangyang hard with the other. Slap, asterisk. A bright red handprint immediately appeared on Xiangyang's face. She clutched her cheek, stunned, and stepped back, eyes wide. "You dare hit me? That's outrageous." Before she could finish, Nan slapped her again, proving with action that she dared, and then some. Then, clenching her fist, she swung a powerful right hook, knocking Xiangyang to the ground. Blood spurted from her mouth, and a few loose teeth fell out. Mother and son, side by side, both missing 3 teeth. Still not satisfied, Nan gave her a hard kick in the side, then snorted, pulling out a wet wipe to clean her hands. "Think you can lay a hand on my man? You're not worthy." The nearby survivors who witnessed this were all stunned. This couple were both martial arts experts. Their moves and power were like action stars. Xiangyang lay on the ground, clutching her stomach in pain, humiliated and furious. She glared up at Guju and cursed through gritted teeth. "I'm your mother. And you let your wife hit me? You two unfilial beasts. You'll go to hell for this." This was a bombshell for the onlookers. They're actually family? The daughter-in-law beating up her mother-in-law? And Nan sneered, "You think I'm afraid of hell?" She tossed the dirty wet wipe onto Xiangyang, leaned down, and said in a low, cold voice, "Old woman, do you know how my father died?" Xiangyang hated being called old. She glared at Nan, ignoring her pain. "You little wretch, I don't care how your father died. I'll tell you." Before she could finish, Nan's calm voice cut her off. "I killed him myself." The whole place fell silent. Most of the human pincushions who'd burst in were already dead. Those still breathing had no strength left to speak. The rest of the survivors edged further away, thinking to themselves that this girl was truly ruthless. But the most stunned of all was Xiangyang. She stared into Nan's deep, cold eyes, feeling a chill rise from the soles of her feet. Any sense of security her status once gave her was gone. This woman, she really killed her own father. At that moment, the unconscious Xiangyang groaned and slowly woke up. Xiangyang, forcing down her fear, hurried to check on him. "Xiangyang, are you okay?" Xiangyang stared blankly for a moment, Then, seeing the bad woman and the bad man who'd beaten him, his mouth twisted and he burst into loud sobs. Meanwhile, the hailstorm outside had come and gone as quickly as it started, suddenly stopping without a sound. All that was left was Zhang Xinghang's deafening wails. And Nan impatiently cracked her knuckles. Seeing this, He Qingxuang quickly glanced at the now calm outdoors. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth, hoisted Zhang Xinghang up, and ran outside, not caring whether another hailstorm might strike. At this moment, in her mind, Nan was no less terrifying than a natural disaster. She'd killed her own father. How could she possibly spare Xiangyang, who'd just tried to attack her? Maybe Xiangyang only beat up his brother to save his life. He Qingxuang fled in panic with her precious son, bursting out of the supermarket in no time. Outside, the ground was littered with shattered hailstones, and many corpses impaled by icy blades stared wide-eyed in death, their gazes fixed unblinking toward the supermarket. The moment mother and son stepped out, they locked eyes with those corpses. Zhang Xinghang shuddered in terror and instantly bawled even louder. He Qingxuang also trembled, and despite her fear, she suddenly regretted running out. From the twisted expressions on those faces, you could tell how much pain they'd suffered before dying. If the hail suddenly started again, wouldn't their lives be forfeit? He Qingxuang glanced back at the supermarket entrance and remembered Nan's cold, chilling eyes. She gritted her teeth, but still dragged her son's hand and sped up, running for home. Their place was only a few minutes' walk away. As long as they moved fast enough, they could get home safely. Their chances of survival were still pretty good. But if they stayed in the supermarket, that wretched girl would never let them off. She'd even killed her own father. What wouldn't she dare to do? She didn't care what happened to herself, but no one could hurt her Xiangyang. The ground was covered in icy blades, slippery and sharp. Luckily, both mother and son were wearing thick snow boots and heavy clothes. As long as they were careful, they wouldn't get hurt. Zhang Xinghang didn't have time to cry anymore. Gritting his teeth through his injuries and searing pain, he ran desperately for home under his mother's urging. Aside from them, not a single other survivor in the supermarket dared run outside. After several rounds of disasters, everyone had learned their lesson. Every time they thought the disaster was over, there was always another wave. Anyone who'd survived this long had seen reckless fools die from a second round of acid rain. Judging by past patterns, it wouldn't be long before the hail started up again. Running out now was basically asking for death. Besides, the reason they'd come to the supermarket in the first place was because they were running out of supplies at home. If they had to be trapped somewhere, better here than at home. This was, after all, the place with the most supplies in the whole base. And Nan and Guju watched the mother and son flee, but didn't risk chasing after them. Given how hard they'd hit them, even if those two made it home safely, they'd be in pain for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. They'd vented enough anger, and Nan wasn't hurt, and both of them had gotten a good fight in. For now, it was time to get back to business. And Nan straightened her torn clothes and was about to head upstairs to buy a fighter jet. But just as the two of them reached the entrance to the shopping area, before they could go in, a sudden scream rang out from the registration desk behind them. It hurts. It hurts so much. And Nan looked back and saw a scrawny middle-aged man clutching his arm and screaming in agony. Blood was clearly seeping through his sleeve, and his face and lips had turned black and purple, just like the corpses on the ground. It was obvious he'd been cut by someone's ice blade and was now poisoned. If Nan hadn't been wearing her temperature-regulating suit, she'd probably be in the same state. Guju frowned, clearly thinking the same thing. He clenched his fists slightly, a bit regretful he hadn't managed to beat that brat to death earlier. The survivors nearby were startled by the sudden scream. Seeing the man's face twist in agony as he collapsed and writhed on the ground, panic spread through the crowd. What's wrong with him? Why's he screaming like that? Yeah. How can a knife wound hurt that much? It's not like he was shot with 100 arrows. Oh my God, look at his face. Doesn't it look off to you? And his lips, they're just like those corpses over there. Honestly, This looks like he's been poisoned or something." At those words, everyone fell silent. Only the man's cries of pain echoed through the room. Very quickly, the other survivors realized, just like Nan had, that there was something wrong with the hail. "It's the ice blades. They're poisonous." "Oh God, no wonder the hail looked so weird. Crap, I got scratched on the shoulder just now too. But it didn't hurt that much for me." Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Someone quickly pointed at his face in shock. "Dude, are you sure you're okay? Your face is all purple now." "Huh?" The man's expression changed instantly, and he frantically tried to find a mirror. But after only a few panicked steps, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, screaming just like the first man. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Immediately, all the survivors who'd been scratched by the ice blades and hadn't thought much of it before were thrown into panic. Everyone had crowded near the entrance earlier, and with those human pincushions charging through, it was inevitable that some people got accidentally scratched or stabbed. But after years of suffering in the apocalypse, who cared about a little cut? With thick clothes on, most wounds weren't deep at all. Nobody paid them any mind. No one expected the hail to be poisonous. The first middle-aged man to show symptoms quickly fell silent, dying suddenly. Chaos erupted. Those who hadn't been injured immediately distanced themselves from the corpses and anyone with wounds, terrified of being poisoned. Those who had been hurt paced anxiously, some crying and begging for help, others gritting their teeth and trying to stay calm. One particularly ruthless man, after seeing the state of the corpses, didn't hesitate. He pulled out a machete and aimed at his left hand. There was a small scratch there. He'd gotten it when the crowd was jostling and his hand brushed against a human pincushion. The wound was shallow, and he hadn't thought much of it, figuring it would heal soon. But now he felt an unusual pain. His whole hand was tingling and numb, as if it were on fire, and the pain was getting worse. Clearly, the poison was taking effect. Staring at the corpses, he didn't hesitate. He swung the blade. Afraid the poison would spread too fast, he didn't just chop off his hand, but went further, cutting off his entire forearm. The blade wasn't sharp enough, so it took 3 tries to finish the job. Then, gritting his teeth, he tore off a strip of his inner shirt and tightly bound the stump to stop the bleeding. Despite the -60 or 70-degree cold, the man was sweating profusely from the pain, but only cried out twice while cutting. And Nan, watching from the side, couldn't help but click her tongue in awe. As expected, anyone who'd survived this long was no ordinary person. She didn't hurry upstairs anymore, but stopped at the entrance to the shopping area. She wanted to see whether, when dealing with this kind of toxin, cutting off a limb in time would really work. The man's actions drew a lot of attention. Soon, inspired by him, a few other ruthless people followed suit, cutting off their own arms to try to survive. Of course, there were also those who couldn't bring themselves to do it, clutching their injured legs and sobbing uncontrollably. Some hesitated too long and the poison took hold. They rolled on the ground in agony, unable even to lift a knife. Before long, everyone who had been injured started showing symptoms one after another. Because the wounds varied in depth, the timing was a bit different for each, but within 10 minutes, almost all the wounded had died from the poison. Except for the few who had cut off their arms to save themselves. After waiting a bit longer, and seeing that those people still showed no symptoms, and Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like their self-rescue had worked. Of course, not everyone who was ruthless enough to act survived. Some still died from the poison, probably because they didn't act quickly enough or didn't cut in the right place. For example, the guy who had a wound on his hand and chopped off his whole arm was totally fine. And Nan looked around and silently made a note. If you're poisoned by the hail, as long as you cut off the affected area in time, you have a good chance of surviving. The hail disaster had turned what was once a peaceful and orderly scene into utter chaos. Corpses with bluish, twisted faces were everywhere. The survivors who'd escaped unscathed were all shaken and terrified. and Nan was about to turn and leave when she noticed a short man in the crowd, wearing gloves, quietly pulling a short ice dagger out of a corpse and hiding it in his clothes. She frowned. He must have realized that the poisonous ice dagger could be used as a weapon. Sharp and laced with deadly poison, it really was a dangerous tool. If he used it for self-defense, that was one thing, but if he used it to take revenge on society, it could cause a huge disaster. After all, with this dagger, you didn't need to be skilled or strong, just a light poke could kill someone. And Nan noticed that the man who'd stolen the ice dagger was one of those who had just saved himself. But his wound was small. He hadn't cut off an arm or a leg, just gouged out a chunk of flesh from his thigh, and he'd survived. After hiding the ice dagger, he started eyeing the uninjured survivors around him with a resentful look on his face. And Nan knew that people often aren't upset by having too little, but by unfairness. Some people, after suffering themselves, just can't stand to see others safe and happy. After thinking for a moment, she walked over to a soldier with a gun and whispered a few words. The soldier immediately frowned and glanced at the man hiding the ice dagger, gripping his gun tighter. He thanked Nan, then went over to another armed soldier and whispered in his ear. And Nan didn't bother with the situation any further. She pulled Guju into the shopping area and headed straight for the supermarket's second floor. There were still quite a few people on the second floor. The people who'd been shopping here earlier had heard the screams from downstairs, but managed to suppress their curiosity and didn't go down to see what was happening. Instead, they all gathered by the windows, clicking their tongues at the hail and bodies scattered outside. Just then, 2 gunshots rang out from downstairs. The survivors who didn't know what was happening immediately grew nervous and crowded around Nan and Guju, who had just come up, asking what had happened below. And Nan glanced back. Judging by the sound, it was a shotgun, probably fired by one of the supermarket's security soldiers. She figured it was likely the man who'd hidden the ice dagger had tried something, but since the soldiers had fired, they'd probably stopped him in time and avoided a bigger disaster. So she didn't say much to cause panic, just reminded everyone, the hail is poisonous, before heading straight for the self-service section. The soldiers on duty on the second floor were still patrolling diligently. But the red-vested sales staff had all gathered together near the self-service area, chatting among themselves. And Nan walked straight over and asked, "Who's in charge of the self-service section?" "I want to buy something." The big sister she'd met yesterday immediately brightened. "Oh, you're here." She nudged the person next to her with her elbow and whispered, "It's them." The other red vests all looked at Nan and Guju with various expressions. Everyone in the supermarket knew about someone exchanging 1,000,000 points at the registration desk downstairs today. The management had first sent some soldiers out to check the goods, then sent a bunch of staff to the underground warehouse to inventory supplies, and soon enough, even the salespeople on the second floor had heard about it. The big sister who'd seen Nan yesterday had guessed that the ones exchanging points must be the same 2 people who'd come asking about fighter jets. Who else would trade away so much food and supplies? 1,000,000 points, just enough to buy a fighter jet. And now, seeing them in person, it all made sense. The big sister greeted Nan warmly. "Don't worry, girl, the person in charge of this area is on duty today. Wait here, I'll go get her." With that, she hurried off toward the furniture section. Funny thing, she couldn't remember the last time that girl had actually come to work, and today of all days, she was here. And Nan watched as the big sister ran to a big bed in the furniture section. Lying on it was a woman in a fur coat, her red vest draped over her face as she slept. And Nan raised an eyebrow. So she really was a well-connected person. Not only did she skip work all the time, but now she was just lying there snoring away during working hours. And apparently, she had a bit of a temper too. The big sister called her a few times, then gently patted her shoulder. The woman on the bed snapped irritably, "What do you want? Are you nuts? I just fell asleep." The big sister smiled apologetically, bent down and whispered something to her. Only then did the woman reluctantly get up, pull on her red vest, and walk over to Nan. When the 2 sides met, both were a little surprised. And Nan recognized her. It was one of the girls who'd been partying in the RV yesterday. No wonder she was so well-connected. As the deputy commander's daughter Yao Qianqian's friend, of course she had pull. And Nan glanced at the name tag on her vest, self-service sales clerk Lu Shuang. At the same time, Lu Shuang was sizing up in Nan and Guju. The news about someone exchanging 1,000,000 points had been all over the place, so of course she'd heard. She just hadn't expected it to be someone she'd met before. Yesterday, Secretary Wu had said that the parking lot was private property, and she'd wondered if these two were the owners. Now, seeing them today, it was clear they were no ordinary people. If they could get their hands on so many supplies and 1,000,000 points, that land must be theirs. She cleared her throat, and her attitude instantly changed from the surliness she'd shown the big sister to a beaming smile. She was very polite, but her eyes were fixed only on Guju. "Sir, are you here to buy a fighter jet?" And Nan raised an eyebrow. "What's that supposed to mean? Aren't there two people standing here?" "You can see this, sir, but you can't see me, the gorgeous, dazzling, radiant woman right next to him." Guju had originally been standing off to the side, acting as background decoration. Suddenly being singled out by the sales assistant, he was momentarily stunned, then lowered his gaze to look at her. One nose, two eyes, and a big mouth. She looked a bit familiar? He didn't bother trying to recall who she was, just replied coolly, "My wife is buying." Then he looked away, resuming his role as a background prop. Lu Shuang's standard 8-tooth smile froze on her face for a moment. She quickly recovered, turned to Nan and smiled, "Miss, are you looking to buy a fighter jet?" And Nan looked at her for 2 seconds before giving a non-committal Lu Shuang walked over to the display and began her introduction in a loud, clear voice. "I'm not sure if you've read the introduction before, but I need to inform you in advance that this fighter jet can only fly. It has no ammunition and cannot be used for military purposes." She paused, then added, "Also, before the transaction, there needs to be an official review. Only after passing the review can the jet be handed over." And Nan nodded. She already knew all this. Seeing her nod, Lu Shuang glanced at Guju and gently asked, "May I have your names?" And Nan caught her look and didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Are you the one conducting the official review?" Lu Shuang was taken aback, hesitated, and replied, "No, I'm not." And Nan fell silent. Lu Shuang saw that if you're not the reviewer, why are you even asking? Look on in Nan's face and felt awkward. She turned to Guju, but he didn't answer either. The awkwardness intensified. And Nan ignored Lu Shuang's discomfort and continued, "Who's in charge of the review?" "What exactly does it involve?" Lu Shuang, noticing that Guju still hadn't looked at her directly, absent-mindedly replied, "I'm not sure about that. I just report it up." And Nan frowned slightly. "Then go ahead and report it." "I want to buy." She pressed further, "After you report it, when does the review start? How long does it take? Should I wait at home for notification, or come back at a certain time?" Lu Shuang tilted her head, thinking, "I'm not sure about that either. I'll only know after I report it." And Nan was speechless. What kind of sales skills are these? She only answers when asked, and her answers are always not sure or don't know. After all this conversation, the transaction hadn't moved forward at all. She was about to urge Lu Shuang to hurry up and report it so the process could move along, when she saw Lu Shuang step up to the display board and begin, in all seriousness, "Let me introduce the model and history of this fighter jet." As she spoke, she read straight from the display, looking for all the world like a lecturer reading off a PowerPoint to bored students. And Nan's tone turned cold as she cut her off. "No need. I already said I want to buy it. Just hurry up and report it so we can get the process started." Everything on the info sheet was right there. Did they need her to read it out loud? She and Guju weren't blind. They could read it themselves. Lu Shuang was stunned by Nan's harshness, then pouted, looking a little aggrieved. In all her life, aside from her parents and Yao Qianqian, no one had ever been this fierce to her. She'd gotten this job through connections just to pass the time. She'd never actually worked or served anyone before. She'd been assigned to this self-service section precisely because the items here were so expensive that no one could afford them, which basically meant she didn't have to work at all. Aside from when the higher-ups came to inspect or when she came to collect her salary, she barely showed up. The only reason she was here today was because Secretary Wu had complained yesterday and chiefly had scolded their parents, saying their wild partying was unacceptable. So her father had given her a talking to, and she'd obediently come in to clock her hours. Who knew she'd run into this fierce woman wanting to buy a fighter jet? She wasn't gentle at all. So high and mighty, treating her like just a sales clerk. Then she suddenly realized she was, in fact, a sales clerk right now. She shot a resentful glance at Guju. Was it because of this red vest she was wearing that this handsome guy thought she was beneath him and didn't want to talk to her? Lu Shuang pouted. This was the apocalypse. Having a job was already impressive. Her dad had at least landed a minor official post in the base, and she was good friends with Deputy Chief Yao's daughter, which was how she'd gotten this cushy job. Normally, Lu Shuang strutted around the base like she owned the place. Now, the one time she took a liking to a handsome guy, he actually looked down on her? And Nan watched Lu Shuang frown and pout, not knowing what she was thinking, and grew even more impatient. Did you hear me? I said hurry up and file the report and get the process moving. Lu Shuang couldn't keep up her smiling service any longer and dropped the act. Got it. I'll go right now. Before she left, she gave Guju one last pitiful look, as if to say, your wife is so fierce, I'm so wronged. But the man didn't even glance at her. She stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off. And Nan looked at her retreating figure, a bit speechless, and commented, her inner drama is really something. And she wears every thought right on her face. Guju grunted in agreement, frowning. She kept glaring at me. He paused, then added, annoying. And Nan nearly burst out laughing. If Lu Shuang knew that all her flirtatious glances were being interpreted by Guju as glares, she'd probably be furious. Meanwhile, a few other red-vested sales assistants had drifted a little farther away, gathering together to gossip about Lu Shuang. They'd been fed up with her for a long time. They all worked in the same place. Everyone else clocked in on time and worked hard, but she always got special treatment. Besides sales, the main job of a supermarket clerk was stocking shelves. Lu Shuang rarely showed up, so the new stock in the self-service section was always carried and shelved by the others. For them, it was all extra work. They knew she was a second-generation official, with special status, so they just put up with it. But she always bossed them around, treating them like servants. If she was in a bad mood, she'd curse them out without mercy. It was infuriating. They were colleagues, not her lackeys. They didn't owe her anything, yet had to do extra work for her. Why should they have to put up with her attitude? Over time, resentment just kept building. Now that they'd finally seen her get put in her place, of course they couldn't resist making a few snide remarks. Haha, this is killing me. She's really shameless, just forcing herself on them. I thought her eyeballs were about to pop out from all that blinking. It's rare to see our Miss Lu looking so pitiful. That's not something you see every day. TCH. Just now she was cursing at Sister Zheng like a little delinquent, and now she's running over to someone else's husband to play the victim? Does she think people are blind? Anyone can see that in that couple. The woman's the one in charge. How can she not get that? Heh. All she knows is how to flirt with men. How could she possibly understand that women can be the boss too? Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I've seen her suck up to that Miss Yao pretty hard. She's not above groveling when she needs to. Well, the deputy commander's daughter is someone she has to suck up to. But aside from Yao Qianqian, have you ever seen her treat any other woman nicely? The chattering from the side wasn't exactly quiet, and with Annan's sharp ears, she caught most of it. Looks like Lu Shuang's reputation really isn't great. And that Yao Qianqian, how many times has she heard that name now? This woman really has a strong presence at the official base. Everywhere you go, someone's talking about her. The two of them waited for a while, and soon enough, Lu Shuang came back. But this time, her appearance had changed noticeably. Her previously messy, loose hair was now neatly pinned up at the back of her head, and she'd taken off that eye-catching, but slightly tacky red vest uniform. Her lips, which had looked bloodless before, now seemed to have a layer of nude lipstick, making her look much healthier. Annan found it a little funny. Did this woman go to make a report, or did she go to freshen up her makeup? Lu Shuang felt a bit uncomfortable under Annan's gaze, so she turned her eyes to Guju, then sashayed over, head held high and chest out. In a sweet, delicate voice, she said, "Sorry, I went to check, but our supervisor isn't here right now." She deliberately added cutesy little endings like yeah, and oh to her sentences, trying to sound charming and adorable. Guys she'd met before always fell for this act. Plus, she'd just tidied herself up. There's no way this handsome guy wouldn't take the bait. It wasn't that she insisted on going after a man who was already taken. It's just that his conditions were too good to pass up. Never mind that he'd just spent a fortune in supplies and 1,000,000 points. The face alone was something you rarely saw. Forget the resource-starved apocalypse. Even before the disaster, she'd never seen a man this striking. Rich, good-looking, generous. He'd just casually bought a fighter jet for a woman. He was literally her dream man. So, what if he already had a family? Even before the disaster, married people could still get divorced, let alone now, when marriage had no legal protection at all. If she could win him over, both the handsome guy and all that wealth would be hers. Guju was so disgusted by her exaggerated winks and fake sweetness that he frowned and snapped. "You didn't get it done, so what are you smiling about? Gloating at our misfortune?" Lu Shuang froze, incredulous. "How could you think that?" A red-vested coworker nearby couldn't help but snicker. Lu Shuang shot an annoyed glare in that direction, but since the woman had her back turned, she couldn't accuse her outright. So she could only turn back and glare at Annan. That woman's smile was obvious, clearly aimed at her. But before she could say anything, Guju cut in coldly. "From now on, I ask, you answer. Keep the nonsense to a minimum." Lu Shuang hadn't expected that after finally getting the handsome guy's attention, this would be his attitude. She couldn't help but pout, tears welling up in her eyes. Guju ignored her and went straight to the questions. "When do we pay the points? Now or after approval?" Lu Shuang, cowed by his fierce look, answered honestly, "You pay a 500,000 deposit first. After approval, you either pay the balance or get the deposit refunded, depending on the result." Guju. "Where do we pick up the jet after paying the balance?" Lu Shuang. "A soldier will take you to get it." Guju. "Is training included?" Lu Shuang. "It should be included." Guju. "Included or not?" Lu Shuang. "Included." Guju ignored her after that, turning to Annan as if seeking praise. "Annan, I got all the details." Annan nodded and smiled. "Good job." Lu Shuang was so angry she could spit blood. He was all harsh and cold to her, but all smiles and warmth to that woman. Annan didn't care what Lu Shuang was feeling and asked directly, "You just said your supervisor isn't here. Is your supervisor the one sitting at the registration desk, playing with a Rubik's Cube?" Lu Shuang snapped, "Yes." Annan raised her eyebrows. No wonder he wasn't here. He'd said he was going to apply for points for her. She asked again, "Does your supervisor manage the whole supermarket?" Lu Shuang grunted, "He's the site manager." Annan frowned. She'd thought he was just a small supervisor in charge of the registration desk, but it turned out he managed sales too. She turned to Guju and sighed, "If I'd known, I would have just talked to him directly earlier." Who would have thought the big boss would be sitting at the first-floor service desk? Normally, a supermarket manager would have their own office, right? Guju comforted her, "It's fine. We can buy the jade first anyway." Whether the supervisor was there or not, they could only pay the 500,000 deposit today. The balance, pickup, and training would all have to wait until after approval. Might as well buy the jade first. Annan nodded. True. Lu Shuang's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Did she hear that right? Buy jade? It's the apocalypse. You can't eat or drink that stuff. What's the point? At least a fighter jet can take you for a spin, but jade is just a useless rock. Nobody's buying jade these days. Only selling. He used points earned from trading food to buy jade? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Even Yao Qianqian wouldn't spend money like this. Lu Shuang looked at Annan, her eyes full of jealousy. The man must be buying it for her. Isn't this a bit too much, even for spoiling your wife? Annan acted as if she didn't notice Lu Shuang's little tantrum and asked, for heavier items, does your supermarket help with moving them? There were so many pieces of jade, all different sizes, and since she and Guju couldn't use spatial storage, there was no way they could move it all themselves. Lu Shuang stared at her in disbelief. Moving? Just how much were they planning to buy? She gritted her teeth and replied, I don't know. A few other red-vested workers chimed in, yes, we help with moving. But you'll need to pay a moving fee. Lu Shuang turned to them in shock. Aren't we second-floor sales staff? Why are we helping move stuff from the first floor? This is too much. Does she really have to move rocks for that nasty woman? A colleague next to Lu Shuang explained, paid moving services are our responsibility. Doesn't matter what floor. They were more than happy to do this kind of work. It was basically a way to earn some extra cash. Normally, stocking and organizing goods on the second floor was part of their regular job, with no extra pay. But helping customers move goods was a paid service. The customer had to pay extra for it. That money didn't go to the base supermarket. It went straight into their personal accounts. To them, it was a no-brainer. For the same amount of time, they could just put in a bit more effort and extra points and food. Why not? Especially in the dead of winter, doing some physical work and breaking a sweat was a good way to warm up. But jobs like this didn't come around often. Most people could only afford a small amount of food and daily necessities. Who could shop in bulk like before the disaster? Even if someone did have enough points to buy a lot, they'd usually carry it themselves to save points, rather than hire help. Today was just their lucky day. This young couple looked well off, and they were buying jade. Clearly, they wouldn't mind the moving fee. All the red-vested workers were in a great mood. Only Lu Shuang was unhappy. She skipped work often, so she didn't even know about the rule of helping customers move goods. She also wasn't interested in doing manual labor just to earn a few extra points. So she asked, a bit resentfully, what about the staff on the first floor and in the basement? Why do we have to do the moving? A colleague glanced at Nan and Guju nearby and cursed inwardly. What a great gig, and you're acting all high and mighty about it. If you're so privileged, why bother coming to work at all? Just stay home and enjoy life. Why come out here and mess with working people's jobs? Of course, none of them dared say that out loud. They just forced a smile and explained. The first floor staff have to rotate between the info desk, registration, and cashier. They're super busy and can't leave their posts. The basement staff have it even tougher. They're in charge of inventory in and out, reconciling accounts, and also managing the consignment goods from the first floor. Our job is relatively flexible, and we're the ones who deal directly with customers. So naturally, it falls to us. Lu Shuang was left speechless. She opened her mouth, and it took her a while to get a word out. But aren't there soldiers? What about them? The other red vests looked at her, a bit exasperated. Soldiers and store workers, how could they be the same? One sales clerk explained impatiently, they're responsible for surveillance and security. They have to keep their guns on them at all times. How could they go move stuff? The supermarket had the richest supplies in the whole base, and it was the place most prone to riots. Even with all these soldiers, the leadership still thought it wasn't enough and kept asking for more. Every patrol had its own area, and even bathroom breaks were scheduled and strictly enforced. Asking them to help move stuff, what were you thinking? And Nan watched Lu Shuang's obvious reluctance with interest, listening to the back and forth without jumping in. The other red vests, though, were getting anxious. They were afraid Lu Shuang's attitude would annoy the customers and ruin their chance at this side gig. The woman who'd spoken to Nan yesterday greeted her warmly. Would you like to move the jade now? And Nan answered decisively, now. She wanted to load all the jade into the car and pay the deposit for the fighter jet. That way, once things outside calmed down, she could leave the base right away. The woman hesitated. It's not safe outside right now. There might be more hail. So many people had been killed by the hail outside, who would dare go out now? And Nan replied, no need to go outside. My car's parked in the underground tunnel. The sales clerk's eyes lit up. Then we can move it now. I can help. Me too. Count me in. No one wanted to miss out on a chance to earn extra points. Lu Shuang watched them all volunteering and rolled her eyes in disdain. Sorry, I'm tired today. I'll pass on this one. She held her head high, acting like she was above doing menial work for money. As she struck her pose, she kept sneaking glances at Guju, hoping he'd notice her noble bearing and elegant jawline. Of course, as always, he ignored her. The others were happy to have one less person competing for the job. Still, someone reminded her. Paid moving is on a volunteer basis and the customer chooses who helps. But it also depends on how much they buy. If there's a lot, the rules say we all have to pitch in. This person could tell Nan didn't like Lu Shuang and deliberately said this, hoping Nan would buy more. Lu Shuang was so blatantly flirting with someone else's husband. If there was a chance to work her hard, would the rich lady let it go? They could watch Lu Shuang suffer, get the rich lady to buy more, and avoid fighting among themselves for the side gig. Win-win. All the red vests looked at Nan and Guju expectantly. How much are you buying? How many people will you need to help move it? And Nan answered honestly, quite a lot. I want all the jade. Everyone was stunned. All of it? That was seriously generous. Jade was heavy, especially those big landscape pieces that needed machinery to move. If they had to do it by hand, they'd all have to pitch in. If you wanted to make Lu Shuang suffer, buying 2 of those big pieces would be enough. Why buy all the jade? And Nan nodded calmly. All of it. She had no interest in targeting Lu Shuang. She just wanted to upgrade her space. But the others clearly thought otherwise. Especially Lu Shuang. She was already jealous of Nan's spending, and now, thinking she was being targeted, her face darkened even more. She'd already said she didn't want to help, and now this woman was deliberately buying so much heavy jade. Wasn't that just to make her suffer? Other than in front of Xiangyang, when had she ever bowed her head or been wronged? She couldn't help but demand, "What's your problem? Are you doing this on purpose? Me, targeting you?" And Nan looked at her like she was nothing special. "It's my own points. I'll buy whatever I want. Why would I need your permission?" Then she shot her an impatient look. "If you don't want to work, then don't. Just quit. Did I force you to take this job?" Seeing how she was living it up in luxury yesterday, she clearly doesn't care about this bit of salary. She should hurry up and make room for someone who actually needs this job. And Nan despised people who held a position but didn't do their job. Back when she was interning at her own family's company in her senior year, she never once acted like a pampered heiress. She was always diligent and responsible, doing her job as an intern to the best of her ability. If Miss Liu is too delicate and frail to work, she should just resign and let someone capable take her place. Lu Shuang looked at Nan's blunt attitude, breathing heavily, wanting to retort. But a few colleagues quickly cut her off. "Oh, dear customer, don't be upset. We'll go help you move the goods right away." Yes. If you want to buy everything, the process is much simpler. You don't even have to bother shopping around. We'll just move the goods for you directly. And Nan's expression softened a little. She glanced at Lu Shuang with a half smile. "Let's go then." Seeing her colleagues' reactions, Lu Shuang gritted her teeth and cursed them as bootlickers in her heart. But she couldn't say anything outright. Although these sales clerks usually had to watch her mood, when it came to earning food, not even Yao Qianqian herself could stop them, let alone Lu Shuang. Cutting off someone's income is like killing their parents, who could just let it go. Especially in the apocalypse, every extra pound of food earned is another chance at survival. But that was them. She herself was still unwilling. She said resentfully, "If everyone goes downstairs, who'll mind the second floor? What if another customer needs something? You all go, I'll stay here and watch the post." The other sales clerks were speechless. She never shows up for work, and now she suddenly cares about watching the post? They'd been suppressed by her for so long that they were dying to see her get put in her place. Besides, if Lu Shuang didn't go, that was one less person to help with the heavy lifting. The customer had already said she wanted to buy all the jade. There was no need to compete anymore. With so much stuff, even with everyone pitching in, it would take a while to move it all. Naturally, everyone wanted as many hands as possible to share the load. So they deliberately said, "That won't do, Xia Shuang. For such a big order, the rules say we all have to go." If there's so much stock that all the sales clerks need to help move it, that's not just any customer. If someone wants to buy out the whole category, why would anyone need to stay behind? Yeah, Xiao Xuan. According to the rules, if you don't go, you'll need to ask the supervisor for leave and get their approval. Usually it's easy to fudge absences, but this job needs us to register at the cashier's desk. If you're missing, it'll be hard to explain. The cashier supervisor was one of Chief Lee's people, famous for being upright and impartial. There was no way she cut Lu Shuang any slack. Lu Shuang might have connections, but she couldn't do whatever she wanted. After all, she relied on the Yao family's influence, but in front of Lee Mingching's trusted people, she still had to keep a low profile. Normally, she'd try to get out of it, but her father had just been reprimanded by the chief yesterday, and she herself had gotten a good scolding. Trying to pull strings in front of Chief Lee's people today was definitely out of the question. So, pouting, she could only reluctantly follow everyone downstairs. The group marched over to the cashier's desk. For customers like Nan, who wanted to buy out an entire category, they could go straight to the cashier, pay, and then get a stock list for the staff to move the goods. There weren't as many people here as at the registration counter, but there were still long lines at each checkout window. The lead saleswoman stopped Nan and Guju. "No need to line up, just wait here a moment while I go say a word to the supervisor." With that, she hurried over to a small service desk in the corner. Inside sat a man and a woman. The man was at the front, handling returns and exchanges. The woman sat further in, flipping through a stack of notebooks. The saleswoman spoke directly to the woman, whispering something in her ear. And Nan guessed this must be the cashier supervisor. Sure enough, the woman nodded, and the saleswoman came back beaming. "Please wait a moment, customer. We'll register with the supervisor and calculate the points needed for moving the goods. If you're okay with the points, you can pay for the deposit on the fighter jet and the jade all together." And Nan nodded. The sales clerks all went off to register, visibly excited. Only Lu Shuang kept a sour face the whole time. She looked less like she was earning money and more like she was losing it. Soon, everyone finished registering. Once the goods were moved, the points would be credited to their personal accounts, not a single one missing. The lead saleswoman happily handed the bill and jade inventory list to Nan. "Please take a look. If everything's fine, we'll go pay." Nan glanced over it and agreed readily. "Looks good." The jade was dirt cheap altogether. It was less than 2,000 points. The moving fee was also reasonable, just over a dozen points per person, totaling less than 200. Seeing Nan nod, the sales clerks all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, nearly 20 pounds of food's worth in moving fees. Very few people would accept that. Their monthly salary was only 200 points, which averaged out to 7 points a day. With today's moving fee plus their base pay, their daily income would be triple the usual. Everyone was full of energy, just waiting to finish moving the goods and get paid. The female cashier supervisor then stepped out of the service desk, instructing staff to temporarily close one checkout window. She called Nan and Guju over. The customers waiting in line immediately started complaining. "Who are these two? Why do they get to cut in line?" "Yeah, I've been waiting forever." "Why don't they have to wait?" TSK, just look at their clothes and complexion. They're clearly loaded. Must be VIPs, right? Does the official supermarket even have VIPs? This is outrageous. It's the apocalypse and they're still giving customers special treatment? I want to see how many points they're spending. There was all sorts of chatter around, but Nan ignored it, calmly taking out her ID card to pay. The cashier stared at her shopping list for several seconds before continuing under the supervisor's urging. To prevent mistakes or disputes, any transaction over 1,000 points was announced over the PA system. Soon, a loud mechanical female voice echoed through the hall. Base account credited, 502,102 points. The survivors waiting in line exploded in shock. How much? Over 500,000. 500,000 points could buy 25 tons of food. 25 tons. That's enough to buy my life. This is insane. What did they buy to spend over 500,000? As the surrounding survivors stared in shock and envy, Lu Shuang glared at Nan, grinding her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. After successfully making the payment, Nan remembered the qualification review process and glanced over at Lu Shuang, who wasn't far away, only to meet her eyes, burning with jealousy. Huh? What's wrong with this woman? Feeling a bit baffled, Nan deliberately broke into a dazzling smile, her usually calm face lighting up. People like her can't stand seeing others happy. Just a smile is enough to make her furious. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Shuang saw her smile, her heart rate shot up. She clenched her fists so hard her nails nearly dug into her palms. What the hell is this woman so smug about? So, what if she bought a few worthless rocks? Does that make her rich? Where did she get all that food and supplies from anyway? Wasn't it just from cozying up to some sugar daddy? She acts all high and mighty on the surface, but who knows what she does behind the scenes to suck up to people. That guy is handsome and rich, seems perfect on the outside, but there's no way he doesn't have some dirty secrets. In her mind, Lu Shuang made up 10,000 nasty guesses and curses. Nan, however, ignored her and turned to ask the female manager at the cashier, I heard you need an official review to buy this fighter jet? The manager smiled politely. Yes, that's right. I'll help you submit the application. In a moment, you just need to fill out a form. So it turns out it's not only the sales staff who can submit the application, the cashier can do it too. Nan silently cursed Lu Shuang for being so slow and clueless. Clearly, once you pay the deposit, someone will naturally help you with the process, but Lu Shuang made it sound so complicated. Before Nan could say anything else, the manager explained in detail, once you fill out the form truthfully, I'll hand it over to our supermarket's leadership, who will then submit it for review. The review will be completed within 3 days. After that, you'll need to come back for an in-person interview. Once you pass, someone will take you to see the fighter jet. An in-person interview? And Nan asked seriously, what's the process for the interview? Do I need to prepare anything? The manager patiently replied, no need to prepare. It's just a chat, a few questions. Just come to the registration desk in 3 days. And Nan nodded in satisfaction. Now, this is how you do business. She explained the whole process clearly in just a few sentences. Unlike Lu Shuang, who couldn't get a word out other than I don't know or wait for the report. If I'd only listened to her, how many unnecessary detours would I have taken? After clarifying everything, Nan took the form and started filling it out carefully. The form had been stuffed in the back corner of a filing cabinet, probably unused for ages. It was all wrinkled when handed over. Nan smoothed it out before looking at the questions. They were all basic, nothing too personal. Name, age, occupation, family members, current address, and so on. Just answer truthfully. The only questions that required a bit of thought were these. Why are you purchasing a fighter jet? Nan wrote quickly. Because I love the blue sky and freedom. She thought about it, then felt the answer was too perfunctory and might affect the review, so she crossed it out and rewrote. Because I'm afraid of dying. If there's another earthquake, I can fly up into the sky. That reason sounds much more sincere. Next question. What is the source of funds for purchasing the fighter jet? Nan thought for a moment, then confidently wrote. I'm a second-generation rich kid. Plus, I married a wealthy industrialist. Rather than mention her side business selling medicinal herbs or all the food she'd seized from others, it was much simpler to just write, second-generation rich. People like in Xiaobei and Yao Qianqian, aren't they also enjoying a good life in the apocalypse thanks to their rich backgrounds? This answer made perfect sense. The rest of the questions were easy. And Nan finished quickly and handed the form back to the manager. She also asked, "Does the fighter jet come with lessons?" The manager smiled. "Of course. If we didn't teach you, you wouldn't be able to fly it away. After the review is done in 3 days and you go to inspect the jet, we'll introduce you to an instructor." She paused, then added, "But they'll only teach you the basics, enough for normal flight. The combat features and advanced operations won't be covered." And Nan sighed inwardly at that, but outwardly she looked unconcerned. "Oh, that's fine. There aren't any bullets loaded anyway." But in her mind, she was already planning to get on the instructor's good side during lessons and see if she could get a few extra tips outside the official curriculum. If that didn't work, she'd just check the encyclopedias stored on her tablet to see if there were any guides on how to operate a fighter jet in combat. Once all her questions were answered, and Nan thanked the manager and led her group of red-vested workers to move the jade. While everyone still had plenty of strength, and Nan directed them to start with the heaviest floor pieces. Otherwise, after a few trips moving small items, they'd be too tired to lift the big ones. The stones were heavy, and the whole group only managed to move a jade landscape sculpture the size of a coffee table on their first trip. To get the goods from the procurement area to the underground passage, they had to pass through the registration hall. And Nan and Guju walked in front, on high alert, worried there might be another incident with someone wielding a poisonous ice blade, out for revenge on society. But when they got to the registration area, they found the bodies and hailstones had already been cleaned up. The whole hall was spotless, not even a shard of ice in sight. The person who'd hidden the ice blade was gone too, probably taken away. To prevent any further trouble or threats to public safety, all the survivors present were required to line up in 2 rows and be searched by several armed soldiers. Only after being searched and confirmed not to be hiding any ice blades could they stay and queue for services. Seeing how quickly order had been restored, and Nan couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the official staff. Well, except for Lu Shuang. Forget efficiency. Even now, forced to do manual labor, she was still sneaking in a break. And Nan watched as Lu Shuang blended into the crowd, pretending to help but barely touching the goods. And Nan stopped, a bit annoyed, and cleared her throat. Lu Shuang jumped, and before she could say anything, and Nan said bluntly, "Miss Lu, why aren't you helping? Taking money but not working, trying to freeload off me." At that, all their coworkers turned to look. Lu Shuang, who cared a lot about her reputation, was mortified. Blushing, she snapped, "How could I possibly freeload off you? I just wasn't feeling well and needed a short break, that's all." With that, she gritted her teeth and threw herself into the work, fuming. And Nan curled her lips and withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at her. What a jealous, brainless fool. As soon as their group entered the registration hall, they immediately drew the attention of everyone inside. Everyone recognized this couple who had just exchanged 1,000,000 points. They'd been speculating about what the pair planned to buy with so much money. Now, they saw the two leading a group of staff, hauling out a heavy jade sculpture. The shock in the crowd was no less than when they'd seen those 2 truckloads of supplies earlier. Oh my God, they sold all that food and winter clothing just to buy this? They must have money to burn. There's no way they're just buying this thing. Just watch, I bet they'll bring out even more stuff soon. Looks to me like they're setting up a new home. Maybe they'll haul out beds and cabinets next. Come on. This is the apocalypse. If you want a bed or a cabinet, just go scavenge outside. Why waste money buying them? Well, no one wants jade in the apocalypse either, but they still bought this huge jade ornament. Rich people are just willful. Everyone had something to say, and their words were laced with envy. They were all here today to trade hard-earned supplies for a few points, just to buy enough food to fill their stomachs. Unlike this couple, who not only ate well and dressed well, but even had the luxury to buy a useless big rock. Many people started to get ideas, thinking that if they could just fleece these rich folks a little, steal, or snatch something, it'd be great. They weren't alone in these thoughts, but for now no one made a move. After all, no matter how many points the couple had, they were all stored on their ID cards. Even if someone managed to steal the cards, they wouldn't be able to use them. They'd have to wait until the couple exchanged their points for goods before they could try any petty theft. In the face of such huge temptation, even Nan's pistol didn't seem so intimidating anymore. Even those survivors who had already finished exchanging points didn't rush to the shopping area. Instead, they lingered by the registration desk, curious to see what else the couple would bring out. And Nan could feel the predatory stares around her and naturally knew what these people were thinking. But she wasn't the least bit worried. Soon, they'd all realize that everything she was buying was jade. Anyone who tried to steal it would be an idiot. Once they reached the underground passage, and Nan went straight to the car to rest. Guju grabbed a folding stool and sat next to the truck's cargo bed, holding the jade inventory list and keeping an eye on the red-vested workers as they loaded the goods. Fugue, Laifu, and Master Rabbit had been waiting in the van for their two owners the whole time. With hail and gunshots outside, all three were worried sick. When their owners finally returned, they relaxed and obediently stayed in the van, keeping them company. The van's windows were covered with privacy film, so no one could see inside from the outside. Lu Shuang kept glancing sideways, trying to see what Nan was up to, but couldn't make anything out. Still, she was sure that damned woman was inside, resting and enjoying herself. She gets to relax, while I'm stuck here doing hard labor. My throat's dry and I'm gasping for breath. Comparison really is the thief of joy. After finally getting the big ornament onto the truck, the group of red vests had to head back upstairs to fetch the rest. Guju didn't bother following them anymore. He just sat by the truck with the list, waiting for them to bring the goods down so he could check them off. They'd already paid, so naturally, the work should be left to others. Before they went upstairs, Guju specifically called out to Lu Shuang. Hearing her name, the woman immediately perked up, shooting a smug glance at the van's dark window. See? That woman's nothing special. So what if he bought her a plane? This handsome guy is still talking to me the moment she's not around. She put on what she thought was her most beautiful smile and gazed at Guju with feigned affection. What is it? But Guju's face was cold. Stop slacking off. You took the money, so do your job properly. If I don't see you carrying stuff over soon, I'll go straight to the service desk and file a complaint. Lu Shuang's smile froze on her face. She stared at him in disbelief, mouth opening and closing, too angry to speak. Guju frowned. Well, get moving. Lu Shuang bit her lip, stomped her foot, and stormed off in a huff. That damned, insensitive, hateful man. She wanted to just quit on the spot, but she was afraid Guju would actually complain. Her dad had just warned her yesterday not to cause trouble, and this was her first day back at work. She absolutely couldn't afford a complaint. If her dad found out, he'd definitely cut off her cigarettes and snacks and wipe out her points. So she had no choice but to grit her teeth and work furiously. After running up and down several times, Lu Shuang's clothes were covered in dust and her carefully styled hair was a mess. She looked utterly bedraggled. She worked for nearly half a day, didn't even get lunch, and finally finished moving everything. Lu Shuang collapsed next to the truck, glaring resentfully at Guju. Guju covered the cargo bed with a waterproof tarp, then noticed that everyone else had already gone upstairs, except for the clueless saleswoman still slumped nearby. He frowned and asked, "Why are you still here?" Before she could answer, he added, "You've already been paid." Lu Shuang finally snapped, shouting, "Money, money, money. Is that all you care about? Am I just a laborer you hired?" Guju gave her a puzzled look. "Aren't you?" At that moment, Nan, who had just finished watching a movie in the van, stepped out. "All done?" Everything moved. When the door opened, Lu Shuang caught a strong whiff of popcorn from inside, and her empty stomach immediately growled. "Arg. That damned woman. I'm out here starving and working myself to death, and she's in there snacking." Seeing Lu Shuang still glaring at her, Nan pulled out her pistol without mercy and aimed it at her head. "Still not leaving?" Want me to feed you a bullet? Lu Shuang's eyes went wide. You wouldn't dare. And Nan's face was expressionless. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Lu Shuang bolted, running faster than a rabbit. And Nan smirked, holstered her gun, and turned to Guju. Let's go home. While they'd been moving things, it had started hailing again outside. With this kind of weather, that big boss definitely wouldn't risk coming back. The extra 10,000 points they were promised could wait until the in-person review in 3 days. Guju nodded. Let's go. Taking advantage of the relatively stable weather, no hail for now, the two of them drove straight home. Once they left the base, and Nan looked at the road littered with poisonous ice shards from inside the van. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She picked up the walkie-talkie and called out to Guju ahead. 2 vehicles came to a stop, one in front of the other. Guju glanced at the rearview mirror and responded into the walkie-talkie. What's up, Anin? And Nan replied, hold on a sec. I'm planning to collect these ice blades. Time was frozen in the storage area of her space, so once the ice blades were put inside, they wouldn't melt no matter how long they stayed there. They could be used anytime. Guju quickly understood what Nan meant. These hailstones weren't just sharp, they were also highly poisonous. If she collected them all into her space, they'd make ready-made weapons. For example, she could drop them from a plain, instant man-made hailstorm. If she wanted to poison a certain area, she could do it just like that. They were basically highly aggressive weapons of mass destruction. Who cared if a fighter jet ran out of bullets? With these toxic ice blades, the damage would be just as deadly as an airdrop of ammunition. The only catch was, she'd need a lot of them. Guju looked around at the ground, which was covered in hailstones. There were plenty, but a lot were just thin sheets of ice, crushed into shapeless fragments by his big truck. If she wanted to collect them, and Nan would have to get out and walk in front of his truck. Guju frowned. The hail could start up again at any moment. It was dangerous to get out now. And those ice blades were both poisonous and razor-sharp. To store them, and Nan would have to touch them, and a careless move could easily leave her cut. When he voiced his concerns, and Nan just shrugged it off. Risk and reward go hand in hand. With these ice blades, she'd be like a poison-wielding version of Shaoli Feidao. Not only would her fighting power go up, but she'd even save on bullets. She already had a plan to keep herself safe. Don't worry, I'll wear my baking gloves, they're thick enough. As long as I'm gentle, I won't get cut. And I've got my temperature-controlled stab-proof suit on. I just need to put on a riot helmet, and even if the hail starts up again, I'll have plenty of time to dodge into my space. She paused, then added, but you stay put. Don't get out of the car. If something happens, I won't have time to pull you in. Guju thought it over. All right. Just be careful. And Nan replied, I will. You stay safe too. Don't get out. The ice blades, while sharp, were thankfully light. At worst, they'd leave more scratches on the car, but they wouldn't shatter the windows or pierce the metal to hurt anyone inside. As long as Guju stayed in the car, he'd be fine. To be extra safe, and Nan strapped a riot shield to her back when she got out. She also added an extra layer of metal to her thick-soled snow boots. She was going for full, all-around protection. After making sure there was no one else around, and Nan first put the van and her 3 little companions into the manor. Then she cleared out an area in her storage space specifically for the poisonous ice blades. But after crouching down and happily collecting a few, she frowned. Her hands could only grab 3 or 5 blades at a time. At this rate, how long would it take to finish? And Nan stood up, thought for a moment, then pulled out an extra-large bedsheet from her space. She spread it flat on the ground, and with a gentle touch, the entire sheet, along with all the ice blades it touched, vanished into her storage. And Nan beamed with delight. This was much more efficient. She repeated the process, taking the sheet out again and again. From behind, Guju watched through the windshield as she worked like a fisherman casting a net, flinging the sheet and making swathes of ice blades disappear wherever she went. He followed behind in the big truck, carefully watching the surroundings for any passers-by and glancing up at the sky from time to time, ready to warn Nan if hail started falling again. The two of them moved slowly down the highway, one after the other. Whenever Nan got tired, she'd get back in the car to rest for a bit, then go out and continue collecting. After 2 hours, Nan looked with satisfaction at the piles of ice blades stacked like small mountains in her space, ready to call it a day. But just as she was about to get back in the car and head home, the third hailstorm really did hit. Guju, who'd been watching the sky, reacted first and shouted, "Get back here, quick." And Nan heard the commotion over the walkie-talkie and didn't hesitate for a second. She instantly flashed back into the big truck. The next second, a torrent of razor-sharp ice blades came crashing down, pelting the windows with a deafening clatter. The road ahead quickly became a blur, and the sound of ice blades slamming into the car made it feel like the windows could shatter at any moment. For safety, Nan decided not to rush home. Instead, she teleported herself and the truck straight into her space. Based on the last 2 hailstorms, she knew it wouldn't last long. They could just wait it out inside. As soon as the big truck appeared in the manor, the 3 little companions, who'd been drinking by the spiritual spring, came running over excitedly. And Nan quickly rolled down the window and called out, "Don't come any closer. The ice blades are poisonous." There were plenty of hailstones on the truck, especially in the open bed, and they'd all been brought into the space along with the vehicle. If the 3 little ones ran over and stepped on a fallen ice blade, it would be a disaster. Fugue and Lord Rabbit skidded to a stop a short distance away. Laifu flapped his wings and circled above the truck. And Nan and Guju got out, put the big truck into storage, and used her mind to transfer all the poisonous hailstones from the truck to the special storage area. Seeing his owner appear, Laifu immediately flew to Nan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her face, then shot a smug look at Fugue and Lord Rabbit not far away. Even though the truck and the hailstones had been moved, there were still scattered poisonous ice blades nearby. Fugue and Lord Rabbit, without shoes or wings, couldn't come over. Fugue craned his neck and barked a few times at Laifu on Nan's shoulder, clearly wishing he had wings too. And Nan ignored the jealous squabbling and carefully transferred every last hailstone in the area into storage. These poisonous hailstones weren't just a danger to people and pets. If they melted in the manor, they'd contaminate the lawn and crops. So Nan was more careful than ever, checking over and over again. Only when she was sure there wasn't a single ice blade left did she breathe a sigh of relief and call Fugue and Lord Rabbit over. The 3 pets crowded around her for a while, vying for attention, then ran back to the spring for more water. And Nan and Guju headed into the villa to rest. The temperature inside the manor was pleasant. As soon as they entered the villa, they took off their heavy, cumbersome outerwear and collapsed onto the sofa. Leaning back, Nan lifted her wrist and started examining the jade bracelet on her hand. The moment that truckload of jade entered the space, it was instantly absorbed. In the apocalypse, things like jade, which are completely useless, are considered top-tier goods if they can still be consigned in supermarkets. Some are even of auction-worthy quality. As soon as the space absorbed them, it immediately leveled up again. The jade bracelet on her wrist now had noticeably more green streaks. Previously, the bracelet was mostly white with faint threads of green. Now, over half the band was green. And Nan knew that the best jadeite is glass type, and the best color is imperial green. She figured the bracelet's ultimate form would be a full-circle imperial green glass jade. Now, the bracelet had already evolved into glass type, and the green was spreading, probably not far from reaching its max level. But to know exactly how much the space had leveled up this time, there wasn't enough time to check today. She'd have to wait until she got home and find another time to test it. And Nan slumped onto the sofa, leaned against Guju, pulled out The Legend of Huan Huan, and started watching with great interest. After finishing an episode, she figured the hail outside should have stopped. The 2 of them put their jackets back on, getting ready to leave the space. And Nan's previous coat had already been slashed by ice blades back in the registration hall, so she naturally didn't wear it again and just found a new one to change into. She didn't throw the old one away either. After all, it was fur. She could alter it for the 3 little ones to wear. To be safe in case the hail hadn't stopped, they didn't leave the space directly. Instead, they took out the tough and sturdy Black Knight, got in with their 3 pets, and only then flashed out together with the armored vehicle. The hail outside had already stopped, and Nan had just rested for quite a while and snacked a lot while watching the show, so she was full of energy. Seeing the ground covered in fresh, poisonous ice blades, she got out and collected them as usual before driving home at a leisurely pace. Halfway up the mountain at the villa, Xiang Mingching was dragging Wei Yang, pulling and tugging him toward the door. "Hurry up. If we don't get any food soon, we're going to starve to death." Wei Yang shrank back reluctantly. "I told you, there's a good chance the hail will start again. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xiang Mingching's face darkened. "I don't know if the hail will come back, but I do know you just finished the last bite of food in the house." She glared at Wei Yang in frustration. "If we don't get any food today, who knows if we'll even have the strength to go out tomorrow. We'll just have to sit here and wait to die." The 2 of them had lost a lot of weight lately. Their heads looked like skulls with a layer of skin stretched over them. Each wore a tattered old jacket with layers of mismatched clothes underneath. Not caring about men's or women's styles, anything warm was wrapped around them. Even so, both of them were hunched up from the cold, with icicles hanging from their eyelashes. At a glance, they looked no different from vagrants. There was no trace of the glamorous celebrities who once walked the red carpet. Wei Yang's face was bloodless. He licked his pale lips and grumbled, "It's all your fault. You spent so long cozying up to that job guy next door and didn't get a single grain of rice." Xiang Mingching was furious. "He's so guarded, what can I do? I've already tried my best. He used to not even look at me. Now at least he'll say a few words." She added resentfully, "And you have the nerve to blame me? What have you done? You're a grown man, but instead of looking for supplies, you just stay home and make your girlfriend go out and flirt for food. You're scum." Wei Yang retorted self-righteously, "If I wasn't scum, would you have had the chance to move here?" Same old argument. Xiang Mingching was used to it by now. She couldn't even be bothered to get angry. This man was shameless. She put her hands on her hips. "Anyway, I'm out of ideas. If you still want to live, you have to go get food. If you can't, then we'll just starve together." Wei Yang touched his flat stomach and sighed helplessly. He glanced at the temporarily calm sky outside and muttered, "If you couldn't get anything out of him even after using your looks, what makes you think I'll have any luck?" He looked at the neighbor's yard, his face full of reluctance. Xiang Mingching rolled her eyes. "Who said you have to deal with Zhao Ping'an? I want you to go talk to Xiangyang across the street." Zhao Ping'an was like a rock, completely impervious, couldn't be swayed. The new neighbor, Xiangyang, was a bit more approachable. If it hadn't been for the welcome gift from Xiangyang, they'd have starved to death already. Recently, while trying to win over Zhao Ping'an, she'd also been casting a wide net and trying to butter up Xiangyang. But although he seemed easygoing, he wasn't stupid. They'd chatted several times, and she'd even been to his house, but hadn't managed to get a single thing out of him. Still, it wasn't a total loss. While at Xiangyang's, she noticed a poster of Wei Yang on the living room wall. Although Xiangyang had moved in later, Xiang Mingching was sure that poster wasn't from the previous owner. These villas were all beautifully decorated, and if anything was hung on the wall, it was usually a famous painting. Who would put up a celebrity poster in the living room? Plus, the poster was an ad for a soft drink. Besides a picture of Wei Yang holding a soda, it was covered in ad slogans, obviously torn from a supermarket. Xiang Mingching suspected Xiangyang might have special tastes. Not interested in women, only in Wei Yang. Otherwise, why would he have given them food the first time they met? Food was so precious now. Wei Yang got goosebumps at her words. "Can you not disgust me? I'm a real man." Xiang Mingching rolled her eyes, grabbed him, and marched him outside. "Enough nonsense, go get food. If the hail starts again, you'll be skewered like a hedgehog." The 2 of them bickered their way to Xiangyang's door. The gate to the yard was already broken, so they just walked in and knocked on the villa door. Xiangyang even secretly picked up an ice blade from the ground and hid it in his coat, ready to rob if they couldn't get food. After a long wait, Xiangyang finally opened the door, bundled up tightly, and poked his head out. "What is it?" Lee Mingching pulled out a deck of cards from her pocket and smiled. "Didn't you say there's nothing to do for fun in the apocalypse? Want to play cards together? The three of us could play Guju, kill some time." Xiangyang was stunned for a moment, his hand moving warily to his waist. "I'm not really in the mood today." Before he could finish, a black armored vehicle drove down the main road outside and stopped steadily in front of Zhao Ping'an's house across the street. It was indeed Anan and Guju. When Xiangyang saw them get out of the car, his eyes lit up. He immediately dropped his previously guarded demeanor, strode out of the house, and ran to the gate, waving at them from across the yard. "You guys went out." Seeing his sudden change in attitude, Lee Mingching and Xiangyang exchanged glances, both struggling to keep a straight face. But they quickly composed themselves. Especially Lee Mingching, who followed Xiangyang outside and greeted Anan and Guju. Who in the whole villa complex doesn't know that Villa Number 1 is the most powerful? If they could get in with them, they'd never have to worry about food and drink again. Anan and Guju had stopped here to remind Chu Peipei and the others that the hail was poisonous and to ask Zhao Ping'an if he could develop an antidote. After all, with the severe cold, the ice shards on the roads wouldn't melt, and these sharp, poisonous things would be everywhere. Even if the hail stopped, the risk of poisoning would remain. Anan suspected that in the future, incidents of people using these ice blades as weapons would only increase. With these things, who would bother with a kitchen knife to rob someone? Just one stab with this, and you could easily kill. Especially those long, sharp icicles. Wrap a cloth around the end, grip it in your hand, and whoever you stab is done for. The city probably wouldn't be peaceful for much longer. In the past, with Anan's skills, even if someone ambushed her with a knife and managed to cut her, she could quickly fight back and kill them. But if she was ambushed with these poisonous ice blades, without an antidote, even if she killed her attacker, she'd still be doomed. What's more, even if no one deliberately tried to harm them with these ice blades, with hailstones all over the ground, there was always the risk of getting poisoned by accident, especially if she was careless. She was especially worried about the three little ones. If they ran out to play in the yard, it would be all too easy for them to get scratched. So, they had to prepare an antidote to be safe. She and Guju knew nothing about this kind of thing and could only rely on Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei. One studied medicine, the other loved tinkering with inventions. Working together, they should have no problem with the research. The only issue might be a lack of research equipment and experimental materials. Fortunately, the supplies Anan had gathered from the Taiyu Tech Building's lab back then were still mostly unused. She'd tried to give them to Zhao Ping'an before, but he was too embarrassed to accept them and only traded a little for some supplies. Now was the perfect time to put the rest to use. Not only that, but to provide Zhao Ping'an and Chu Peipei with research samples, Anan had picked up 2 corpses that had died from poisoning on the way over, bringing them specifically for dissection and experiments. Only by developing an antidote could everyone's safety be guaranteed. The 2 of them had just gotten out of the car in front of Zhao Ping'an's house and hadn't even called out when someone greeted them. Anan hadn't expected anyone to be hanging around outside in this weather. Surprised, she turned her head and saw Xiangyang beaming at them, as cheerful as a flower. Standing next to him was the gaunt Lee Mingching. The moment he saw Xiangyang, Guju immediately frowned slightly, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Anan, however, remained calm and indifferent. She just nodded coolly in their direction, then turned back to knock on the door. The hail could start up again at any moment. They couldn't stay outside too long and needed to get inside quickly. Xiangyang noticed their cold attitude but wasn't the least bit upset. All these big shots were like this at first, including Hu Tsuelon and Chu Peipei. They all acted distant and guarded. As long as he kept his nose clean, greeted them with a smile every day, and occasionally lent a helping hand, their attitude would soften over time. He glanced at the obviously expensive armored vehicle, feeling even more patient. Turning back, he replied to Jiang Mingqiu and Wei Yang in a good mood. "Sorry, I'm not really in the mood for cards today, you." Before he could finish, he noticed Wei Yang, who had been standing at his door, trying to sneak into the house. Xiangyang frowned, immediately drew a pistol from his waist, and barked, "Don't move. Stay right there." Wei Yang saw the gun in his hand and stopped dead in his tracks, raising his hands. "Hey, wait. Jiang Mingqiu, standing next to Xiangyang, was startled too. "Xiangyang, don't be rash. We're neighbors, what are you doing?" A shadow crossed Xiangyang's usually gentle face, and he let out a cold laugh. "What am I doing? Maybe you should ask your boyfriend what he's doing. Trying to sneak into my house without my permission." Wei Yang, staring down the barrel of the gun, was both shocked and angry. "What, are handguns just cheap and common now? Everyone's got one except him." At first, it made sense that the Yu family and the Gu family had guns. They'd always been powerful, even before the disaster. But gradually, he noticed that even the gangs attacking the villa complex all had guns. It seemed like anyone could get their hands on some firepower. Now even this newcomer had one. Unbelievable. Where did they all get them? With so many people armed, why couldn't he have one too? With a gun pointed at him, how was he supposed to steal food now? Wei Yang had been planning to take advantage of Xiangyang running to the gate, his attention elsewhere, to drag Jiang Mingqiu into the house and take it over. Once they were inside, all the supplies in the house would be theirs. Why bother begging for handouts? This Xiangyang might look skinny, but he was clearly in much better shape than the two of them. And since he'd been able to offer food as a welcome gift before, he must have plenty stashed away. If they could take over his house, they wouldn't have to worry about going hungry for a long time. But that idiot Jiang Mingqiu hadn't even thought of this, and instead went outside with Xiangyang to cozy up to the folks from Villa No. 1. So after hesitating for a few seconds, Wei Yang decided to go in alone. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Besides, they weren't even officially married. If she was dumb enough to get left behind, it wasn't his fault. But those few seconds of hesitation ruined everything. He hadn't even made it inside before he got caught. Great. Now, with a gun pointed at him, there was no way he was getting in. Wei Yang cursed Jiang Mingqiu 1,000 times in his heart, but still forced a smile onto his face. "Bro, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to take a look." Even Wei Yang thought this excuse was flimsy. Luckily, he was quick on his feet and added, I heard Mingqiu say you put up my poster in your house, so I was just curious and wanted to see if it was true." Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. To see a poster? Did he really think he was that stupid? What was so interesting about that dumb poster? He'd just torn it off a wall in a convenience store while scavenging for supplies. He found the smile on Movie King Wei's poster quite infectious, which was why he'd made a point of taking it and practicing in front of it, trying to imitate and learn. Xiangyang was very strict about his own image. Conditions now were limited, unlike before, when he could just look up whoever he wanted to learn from online. Now, he could only learn through posters like these. He hadn't just picked up Movie King Wei's poster. He'd also collected ones of a certain best actress, as well as various popular young male stars and trending female idols. As long as their expressions or demeanor had something worth learning, he'd tear the poster down and stick it on his wall, absorbing their style through constant exposure. After all, the reason these celebrities were so beloved was because of their image and charisma. Whether it was lively, gentle, pitiful, puppy-like, wolfish, sunny youth. If he could master all these, then no matter what kind of target he was trying to win over, he'd have it in the bag. He'd already mastered this Wei Yang persona, which was why the poster had been moved out to the living room. There were even more posters of other stars in his bedroom. Xiangyang really didn't get it. What was so interesting about sneaking in just to look at some old poster? So he kept his gun trained on Wei Yang's head and barked, "Come out. Back up. Stay away from my door." Wei Yang raised his hands and immediately complied, moving away from the villa and edging toward the gate. Jiang Mingqiu, seeing how tense things were, hurried to speak up for Wei Yang. "Xiangyang, don't get worked up. Wei Yang's telling the truth. We really don't mean any harm." It wasn't that she liked Wei Yang or wanted to defend him. In fact, if you counted up who disliked Wei Yang the most, she'd probably top the list. But the two of them had come together today. If Wei Yang was accused of having ulterior motives, wouldn't that make her look suspicious too? If that happened, there'd be no hope of borrowing food, and her relationship with Xiangyang would be ruined for good. All her previous efforts to curry favor would have been for nothing. So she quietly explained to Xiangyang, "I thought you liked him, that's why I brought him along. Don't you remember that day?" Hearing Jiang Minqiu's explanation, Xiangyang's expression relaxed a little. That did sound a bit more believable. They'd had a few encounters before. Jiang Minqiu's intention to trade herself for food was obvious. At first, he'd thought, why not take what's being offered for free? Especially since she used to be a big star, someone he could only see on TV. If not for the apocalypse, how could he ever have slept with someone like her? But after a few interactions, once he finally let his guard down and allowed Jiang Mingqiu into his home, halfway through, he suddenly discovered that her private parts had some unclean things. Who knew if she'd always had some disease, or if she'd caught something during the apocalypse from poor hygiene? Either way, he'd lost interest right then and there. But Jiang Mingqiu was full of confidence, never suspecting the problem might be hers. Instead, she thought he was the one with the issue. She even asked him several times, meaningfully, "Don't tell me you don't like women?" In her mind, she was a natural beauty, top tier even in the entertainment industry. No normal man could possibly be unresponsive to her. Xiangyang, having lost all interest and thinking she was dirty, couldn't be bothered to explain and quickly kicked her out. Now it seemed she still hadn't given up. Since she couldn't trade herself for food, she'd brought her boyfriend along. Too bad he really wasn't interested in men. Xiangyang shot the two of them a cold glare and said icily, "Get lost. Stay away from my house." Hearing that he was letting them go, both Wei Yang and Jiang Mingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. At least their lives were safe for now. Wei Yang obediently started walking away, but he was still unwilling to give up. So close. He'd been so close to getting inside and having access to all those supplies. Now he could only go home and wait to starve. He'd braved the freezing wind and the risk of being killed by the fourth hailstorm just to come here, and now he was leaving empty-handed. Jiang Mingqiu was clearly unwilling too, still trying to salvage the situation. "Xiangyang, we really just came to hang out with you. We get along, and I just thought." Seeing her still dragging things out, Xiangyang simply swung the gun he'd been pointing at Wei Yang toward her and cut her off. "I said, get out." Jiang Minqiu's face went white with fear, and she immediately backed down. Okay, we're leaving." At that moment, Wei Yang, who had already reached the gate, saw his chance. As Xiangyang's attention was on Jiang Mingqiu, he suddenly lunged at Xiangyang's right arm, trying to grab the gun. The ground was covered in hail and already slippery. Xiangyang, caught off guard, lost his balance and fell to the ground. The gun flew out of his hand and landed on the road. Jiang Mingqiu reacted quickly this time, rushing over to grab it. As soon as she got it, she shrieked and pulled the trigger at Xiangyang. But nothing happened. Jiang Mingqiu was stunned and pulled the trigger a few more times. Still nothing. She looked down and cursed angrily. "It's just a bluff. There aren't even any bullets." Wei Yang was furious too. "You messing with me?" he shouted, then pulled out the ice blade he'd been hiding and lunged at the fallen Xiangyang. Across the street, Nan and Guju had just entered their house and were about to close the door when they heard the commotion. They turned and saw, across the street, Wei Yang straddling Xiangyang, gripping the ice blade and trying to stab it into his throat. Xiangyang, pinned beneath him, was desperately pushing up against Wei Yang's knife hand. The two men were locked in a struggle, veins bulging on their foreheads. But Wei Yang's emaciated frame was no match for Xiangyang's strength. The ice blade was getting farther and farther from Xiangyang's throat. Instead of stabbing Xiangyang, Wei Yang's hand was cut and bleeding from gripping the ice blade too tightly. And Nan raised an eyebrow slightly. These people probably didn't know that the ice blade was poisonous, did they? She noticed a shard of the ice blade had also stabbed into Xiangyang's thigh. After a moment's thought, for Aunt Hu and Sister Pepe's sake, she called out a reminder. Hey, you guys! That ice blade is highly poisonous. If it breaks the skin, you'll die. The three of them, locked in their struggle, were startled by her words. Lee Mingching instinctively backed away from the fighting pair, afraid of getting accidentally hurt. Xiangyang suddenly mustered his strength and shoved Wei Yang off. Wei Yang, forgetting about killing, stared in horror at the blood on his hand and asked, "Are you serious?" Xiangyang didn't doubt it for a second. He scrambled up from the ground, trying to sound calm as he shouted to a Nan sis. "How do I treat it?" And Nan replied honestly, "I don't know." After a pause, she added, "But I've seen people survive by cutting off the limb or digging out the flesh in time." Movie King Wei, still holding the ice blade, instantly looked grim. Was this woman messing with them? Compared to Wei Yang's reaction, Xiangyang's response was completely different. Xiangyang hurriedly thanked Nan, then immediately began to save himself. First, he carefully pulled out the broken ice blade stuck in his leg. Then, he quickly rolled up his pant leg, untied the dagger strapped to his ankle, removed the sheath, and sliced open the fabric over his thigh. Gripping the dagger, he stabbed it hard into his own leg. Blood splattered all over Wei Yang's face, who was standing nearby. Not far away, Lee Mingching was so shocked by Xiangyang's self-mutilation that she let out a terrified scream. Xiangyang ignored them, gritting his teeth as he dug out the flesh on his thigh where the ice blade had pierced him. The intense pain made sweat bead on his forehead. His hands were shaking, but he still forced himself to make a second cut, a third. Rule number 1 of apocalypse survival. Always listen carefully to what the big shots say. Why cling to the strong? Isn't it because, in a crisis, you hope their help or advice will save your life? There was no doubt about the strength of those two in Villa number 1. Whenever they spoke, Xiangyang would carefully ponder every word and remember it. He didn't believe they'd bother to scare him for no reason. If they said it was highly poisonous, then it must be. Cutting off his leg was out of the question. In the apocalypse, losing a leg meant you couldn't even run from danger or scavenge for supplies, might as well be dead. Besides, to cut off a leg you'd need a machete, and his little dagger definitely wouldn't do the job. Dealing with poisoning had to be done quickly to stop the toxin from spreading. Where would he find a machete now? Luckily, he'd always kept a dagger strapped to his ankle. It was perfect for cutting out flesh. Now, all he could do was his best and leave the rest to fate. Wei Yang, watching Xiangyang go at his own thigh like a madman, was nearly scared out of his wits. It wasn't that he was afraid of Xiangyang hurting himself. He'd wanted to kill the guy himself just moments ago. What scared him was Xiangyang's determination. After all, his own hand had been cut and was bleeding from the ice blade too. Now, seeing Xiangyang already cutting out flesh to save himself, what was he supposed to do? At first, Wei Yang hadn't believed in Nan's alarmist talk. But people are like that. When everyone else doubts something, it's easy to laugh it off. But if everyone else believes it, even if you don't, you can't help but start to worry. Wei Yang stood there dumbfounded for a while, then suddenly snapped out of it and threw away the ice blade he'd still been clutching. He glanced helplessly at Xiangyang, then at his own hand. Just now, he'd been so focused on killing Xiangyang and grabbing his food that he hadn't cared about his own cut. But now, whether it was psychological or not, the wound, which hadn't seemed serious, suddenly felt like it was burning with fire. He gritted his teeth and squeezed more blood from the wound, trying to force out any poison, but it didn't seem to help at all. What now? Was he really poisoned? Wei Yang looked again at Xiangyang, who had already cut out a sizable chunk of flesh after several stabs. But his own hand was all bone and skin. How was he supposed to cut out flesh from there? Did he have to chop off his hand? Wei Yang's face filled with terror. No way. How could he possibly chop off his own hand just because of something that woman said? He used to complain about the pain even when disinfecting a wound with alcohol. Once, when he got a small cut from a prop while filming, He didn't care about the other actors' schedules and took 10 full days off. Before returning to work, there was no way he was cutting off his hand. So Xiangyang hesitated for a while, then finally started cursing to vent his panic and fear. Xiang, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? You just do whatever people say. Xiangyang looked up at Xiangyang and noticed his lips were already turning a bit purple. He frowned and dug even deeper with the knife. Since he was already cutting out flesh, he might as well go deeper to be safe. No point in suffering for nothing and still ending up dead. Xiangyang jumped back in fright, then shouted even louder. Are you trying to show off? Why don't you just cut off your whole leg if you're so tough? Who are you trying to scare here? Ha ha, what an idiot. One word from someone and you start hacking yourself up. Ha ha. But as he laughed, he found he couldn't keep it up. Clutching his injured hand, he turned and yelled at Nan. You crazy woman. What's wrong with you? Why'd you suddenly show up just to scare people? Are you trying to mess with me on purpose? Say you're lying. Say it. And Nan ignored Xiangyang's ranting, instead looking at Xiangyang, who was cutting into himself, with some surprise. Those ruthless survivors at the registration center had only cut off their own limbs because they'd already seen the horrors of others being poisoned and knew for sure the ice blades were toxic. They'd had no choice but to do it to survive. But Xiangyang? He'd only heard her say it once, and he was already this decisive and ruthless with himself? He trusted her that much? She hadn't even planned to warn him. It was just that Sister Peipei seemed to consider him a friend, and aunt who had a good impression of him. Since she'd already learned about the poisonous hail, she'd come specifically to tell Sister Peipei and the others. If she saw Xiangyang get hurt and didn't warn him, Aunt Hu and the rest might think she was heartless. So she'd just casually mentioned it, never expecting him to actually believe her. Yet he'd acted so decisively. And Nan frowned slightly. Wasn't Xiangyang's reaction more normal? After all, this was the apocalypse. Getting hurt was no joke. If you got infected, with so little medicine around, there was no way to treat it. But this guy had heard just one sentence from her and immediately started cutting. And Nan couldn't help but silently agree with Guju's assessment. This guy really isn't simple. He might look like a harmless little puppy on the outside, but inside, he's ruthless and decisive. If he's this hard on himself, how could he possibly go easy on others? He's got sharp judgment, strong action, brains, and guts, yet insists on playing the innocent fool. As Nan was lost in thought, Shu Peipei suddenly cried out behind her, "Oh my god. What's Xiangyang doing?" Shu Peipei lived upstairs. She'd only come down after hearing Aunt Hu call, and Nan's here. She arrived a bit late and hadn't heard Nan mention the ice blades were poisonous. Seeing everyone gathered at the door looking outside, she came over to join them, just in time to see Xiangyang sitting on the ground stabbing himself, which gave her a huge fright. Zhao Ping'an, standing nearby, explained, "Our benefactor said the hail is lethally poisonous. Xiangyang accidentally got stabbed just now, so he's cutting out the flesh to save himself." Poison? Shu Peipei frowned. But the way he did that. You can't just cut into your thigh like that. If he'd been off by just a little, he would have hit the femoral artery. If the artery was cut, there'd be no way to stop the bleeding. He'd be dead in no time. Shu Peipei frowned again. I'd better go help him take care of it. She was a surgeon, after all, and much more skilled at this. But before she could step out, Zhao Ping'an reached out and stopped her. Shu Peipei turned back to look at him, a bit exasperated. Don't mess around right now. If he really cuts his femoral artery, that's no joke. He's helped us out a lot before. We can't just stand by and watch him stab himself to death. Even aside from her professional duty as a doctor, Shu Peipei was a kind person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have passed information to Nan back then and become friends with her. Zhao Ping'an shook his head. I'm not messing around. He pointed over in that direction. At this point, Xiangyang had already finished treating himself, tearing up his shirt to bandage the wound and stop the bleeding. He's already taken care of it, and he's not bleeding out. You wouldn't be able to do much if you went over now. If the hail suddenly starts again, we won't even have time to run. With that, Zhao Ping'an turned and shouted towards Xiangyang. "Hey man, get home quick. The hail could start up again any minute." Xiangyang struggled to his feet, swaying, sweat pouring down his face. He bowed in their direction. "Thank you. I'll come thank you properly another day." And Nan knew those words were meant for her. Seeing how much pain he was in, barely able to speak, she just waved him off, signaling for him to stop talking and hurry home. Xiangyang bowed to them again, then turned to leave. Wei Yang, watching from the side, immediately scowled. "Where do you think you're going? Don't even think about leaving." He moved to grab Xiangyang again. The reason he'd gotten hurt and scared half to death just now was all because of this pretty boy. And now he wanted to just walk away? No way. After everything he'd been through, he had to get some food out of this. Now, one of them had a chunk missing from his thigh, and the other's hand felt like it was on fire. Both were in agony. If they really fought again, it'd be hard to tell who'd win. Wei Yang shouted at Jiang Mingqiu, who was cowering nearby. "What are you spacing out for? Help me stop him." Jiang Mingqiu snapped out of it, but instead of stopping Xiangyang, she pointed at Wei Yang in terror. "Brother, your face." Wei Yang was impatient. "What about my face? My hands hurt, not my face. You should be worried about my hand." But Jiang Mingqiu shook her head and backed away several steps. Your face is turning black and purple." "What?" Wei Yang saw the genuine fear on her face and started to panic himself. Was the hail really poisonous? He forgot all about stopping Xiangyang and rushed towards Xiangyang's house in a panic. "Where's a mirror? Get me a mirror." But as soon as he reached Xiangyang's door, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. He clutched his injured hand, writhing in agony, tears and snot streaming into his mouth as he howled for help. Aside from Nan and Guju, everyone present was seeing the effects of the poisonous hail for the first time. A chill ran down their spines. Especially Jiang Mingqiu and Xiangyang, who were closest, both went pale. Xiangyang looked at Wei Yang's misery and felt 1,000 times relieved. Thank goodness he'd listened to the people from Villa Number 1 just now. He was even more grateful that he'd tried to curry favor with them before, otherwise, no one would have warned him at the crucial moment, and he'd be dead by now. His wound was deeper than Wei Yang's. If he hadn't treated it in time, he would have gotten sick even sooner. He glanced gratefully across the way, then dragged his injured leg, forcing himself to move faster and get inside. The poisonous hail could start again at any moment. He had to get inside fast. Only when Xiangyang slipped inside and slammed the door shut with a bang did the stunned Jiang Mingqiu snap out of it. By now, Wei Yang's screams were growing weaker and weaker. The pain had his eyes bulging, his face black and purple, as he struggled to reach out to Jiang Mingqiu. "Mingqiu, help me. Cut off my hand. It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me." Jiang Mingqiu instinctively backed away a few steps. The way he was reaching for her, veins bulging, he looked just like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell. He was nothing like the man who'd lain beside her every night for years. After a few more cries, Wei Yang suddenly went quiet. He was dead. Even in death, his hand was still reaching for Jiang Mingqiu, the skin on his face and hand black and purple, his body gaunt and twisted, his expression terrifying. After living together for years, seeing him die so horribly right in front of her, his eyes still fixed on her even in death, Jiang Mingqiu finally broke down, let out a wail, and ran home in tears. On the other side, Xu Peipei, Aunt Hu, and Zhao Ping'an were all badly shaken. "This poison is that vicious?" And Nan gave a quiet closed the door, and went inside with them. "I came to find you all specifically about this." Meanwhile, at the official base. After fleeing from Nan's gun, Lu Shuang grew more and more frustrated the more she thought about it. She'd been bossed around all day like a servant, and, in the end, had been scared half to death by that woman's gun. She'd lost all face in front of that handsome guy. That damned woman really knew how to throw her weight around. She took a few deep breaths, clenching her fists and letting out a yell. The person next to her jumped in fright, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. Lu Shuang, are you crazy? Trying to give your old man a heart attack? Lu Shuang snapped back to herself, pouting at her dad. I didn't mean to. With the sudden poisonous hail today, Lu's father was worried there'd be chaos at the supermarket, so he'd come to pick her up himself. She wasn't hurt, but she seemed a bit off, sitting silently in the passenger seat, grinding her teeth. Her father frowned. What's with you? Acting crazy again? Then, worried, he asked, You didn't cause any trouble at the supermarket today, did you? Deputy Chief Yao specifically reminded us that we need to keep a low profile in front of Chief Lee lately. Can't give him any reason to come after us. With your temper. Before he could finish, Lu Shuang cut him off impatiently. I know. Then she said angrily, I'm not going home yet. Take me to Xiangyang's place. Father Lu frowned. What are you going to see her for? Lu Shuang clenched her fists angrily. I have something I need to discuss with her. No one knows their daughter better than her father. As soon as he heard this, Father Lu immediately said, What could you possibly have to discuss? Come on, who's gotten on your nerves this time? Lu Shuang pouted, wanting to vent to her dad about the frustrating things she'd encountered today. But when the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back down. She knew her old man far too well. If she told him, he'd definitely say something like, That's your job anyway, and it's not like anyone really did anything to you. Don't be so willful. Or something along those lines. If the other person was just some nobody, her dad would at most worry she'd bully them and make a scene. But if he found out that woman had thrown out 1,000,000 points just like that, he'd drag her over to apologize on the spot. So she retorted, Do I have to be upset with someone to go see Xiangyang? I've worked hard all day, can't I just hang out with my friend after work? Her father snorted, obviously not buying her excuse. With weather this dangerous, instead of coming home to rest, she insisted on going to see Xiangyang. There was definitely something she wanted. Based on what he knew about his daughter, she'd definitely gotten into some kind of spat at work today and wanted to drag Xiangyang along to teach someone a lesson. He frowned and lectured her, I told you not to stir up trouble lately. Why can't you just listen? Lu Shuang looked away, a bit awkward. Who's stirring up trouble? I just want to hang out with her. Father Lu snorted coldly. Every time you're this eager to see Xiangyang, it's because you want to use her to help you cause trouble. Xiangyang had a bad temper and Lu Shuang had suffered plenty in front of her. Usually, she'd avoid her if she could, only putting on a brave face when she had no choice. For her to be this proactive, something must have happened. As he drove, Father Lu said, Who upset you? Tell me first. If I can handle it for you, I will. He paused, then added, But if even I can't handle it, you'd better behave yourself and stop looking for trouble. He knew his daughter's job at the supermarket was pretty easy, and none of her coworkers dared mess with her. If anyone did dare provoke this little rascal, it was probably someone from Chief Lee's group. He had to keep her in line, or she'd act recklessly and offend someone she shouldn't. Deputy Chief Yao had repeatedly warned them to be careful, and just yesterday Chief Lee had given them a talking to, implying they didn't know how to raise their kids and let them get spoiled. This was definitely not the time to let his daughter run wild. Recently, a leader up top had died from the cold because he hadn't taken proper precautions, and Father Lu was hoping to use the opportunity to get a promotion. But Lu Shuang stubbornly refused to admit anything was wrong, sticking her neck out and insisting, I told you, it's nothing. I just want to hang out with Xiangyang. His tone turned cold and blunt. Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have? If it were just a regular person, this little brat would have come straight to him to complain. There'd be no need to get Xiangyang involved. Seeing her dad keep pressing, Lu Shuang finally couldn't hold back the frustration she'd bottled up all day. Who had she messed with? She was the one who'd been bullied. She couldn't help but shout, Can you stop? Weren't you the one who told me to spend more time with Xiangyang and get along with her? Now that I want to go, you won't let me. Then she threw a little tantrum. So am I allowed to go or not? If you won't let me, then I'll never go again. Father Lu slammed on the brakes and pulled over, yelling, Are you threatening me? He pointed at the car door. Get out. Get out right now. Lu Shuang glared at him, immediately unbuckling her seatbelt to get out. Seeing she was really about to leave, he took a deep breath and quickly shouted, "Get back here. You just do whatever I say? Aren't you afraid hail will suddenly start and turn you into a pincushion?" Lu Shuang pouted and sat back down. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stayed silent, fuming. After a moment of silence, her father sighed helplessly. "You little brat. I must owe you from a past life." He started the car again. "When you see Yao Qianqian later, watch what you say. Don't always treat her like she's stupid. She may be hot-tempered and quick to anger, but she's actually very smart. Your little schemes are useless in front of her." Lu Shuang wasn't even listening to her dad's lecture. She only knew he'd finally agreed to let her see Yao Qianqian. She immediately broke into a smile through her tears. "Dad, I knew you were best." He rolled his eyes at her. "Take my words to heart for once, will you? Don't just let them go in one ear and out the other." He sighed. "Things aren't like they used to be. Don't go thinking you're still some big shot's daughter. These days, I'm just a low-level flunky working under Deputy Chief Yao. Be careful not to ruin our family's livelihood." Lu Shuang, having gotten her way, replied cheerfully, "I know, don't worry. You've said this a million times. I could recite it backwards by now. That's only because you're always so stubborn and disobedient." His tone rose again. "I told you to get along with Yao Qianqian for our family's future, not so you could pick up her bad habits. Remember, we don't have the luxury to be willful." Lu Shuang nodded reluctantly, brushing him off. I know. Don't worry." As they spoke, the car arrived at the entrance to the residential compound. Lu Shuang glanced at the sky outside, making sure there was no sign of hail before hurriedly getting out of the car. "Bye, Dad." He rolled down the window. "I'll come pick you up in 2 hours." With hailstorms coming and going, walking wasn't safe. Their place was a 5-minute walk from the compound, so it was safer to drive. Lu Shuang nodded. "Okay." She turned and cheerfully greeted the soldier at the gate. "I'm here to see Qianqian." The soldier nodded. "Hello, Miss Lu." Then he let her in. Lu Shuang was a regular visitor at the Yao household. The guards were used to her and always let her through without question. As soon as she entered the compound, she hurried toward the main building, afraid hail might suddenly start and skewer her outside. The whole residential compound only had one 6-story building. 2 entrances, 1 apartment per floor, a total of 12 units. The 2 first-floor apartments were used for work and meetings, so only 10 families actually lived there. Her family wasn't among them. That's why, unlike the other second-generation kids who didn't need to work, she had to find a steady, respectable job at the base supermarket. Her father couldn't compare to the fathers of these people, especially not to Yao Qianqian. Commander Li had no wife or children, so as Deputy Commander Yao's only daughter, Yao Qianqian was basically the most privileged among their generation. All the other second-generation kids had to watch her mood to get by. Especially Lu Shuang. By rights, given the Lu family status, she'd only be a gopher in this circle. But luckily, she and Yao Qianqian were classmates back in middle school, and she'd already started tagging along as her sidekick back then. Thanks to this classmate bond, she'd managed to secure the coveted bestie spot beside Yao Qianqian, and was now thriving in this social circle. She'd gotten used to putting up with Yao Qianqian's princess temper. As long as she kept Yao Qianqian happy, maybe one day her own family could move into this compound too. Lu Shuang climbed all the way up to the 6th floor of Unit 2 in one go and knocked carefully on the door. A middle-aged woman's voice quickly came from inside. "Who is it?" It was Yao Qianqian's mother. Lu Shuang immediately replied sweetly, "Auntie. It's me, Lu Shuang." The door opened. The woman, about 50, glanced at her and politely invited her in. "Come in, Xiao Shuang." Lu Shuang slipped shoe covers over her feet before entering the apartment. She looked around but didn't see anyone else. "Auntie, isn't Uncle or Qianqian home?" The woman smiled. "Your uncle's working in the study. That lazy girl Qianqian's still not up." Lu Shuang was a bit surprised. Yao Qianqian could really sleep. It was almost evening already. The party had ended the night before last. Lu Shuang herself had slept most of yesterday, but today she was fully recovered and had already worked a whole day. Yet Yao Qianqian was still asleep. That's the life of a commander's daughter. She could sleep 2 days straight and didn't have to work. Being born into the right family really mattered. The woman poured her a cup of hot water. Sit for a bit and warm up. In a while, you can go straight to Qianqian's room to find her. She muttered, she really should wake up. She's been sleeping for 2 days. Lu Shuang cupped the mug. Okay, auntie. The woman glanced out the window and added, I thought none of you kids would come by today. That hail outside came down all of a sudden, like knives falling from the sky. It was terrifying. Lu Shuang swallowed her water, set down the cup, and quickly said, Auntie, those ice blades are poisonous. The woman was startled. Poisonous? Lu Shuang nodded. Yes, all the customers at the supermarket who got nicked by those ice blades died. She paused, then added, You don't even have to be cut deeply. A tiny scratch is enough, and the poison will kill you. So dangerous? The woman frowned and glanced toward the study. No wonder someone had hurried over to find old Yao, and the group had been holed up in the study ever since. So it was because the new disaster was so serious. She walked to the window, frowning at the view outside. It's so cold, the hail won't melt at all. Poison blades everywhere. This is just too dangerous. To be continued.